Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But I know, another green day. I don't even know how we are up right now on the future. So you got like 0.3. We are entering in. If today is green, it'll be the 9th day in a row. We have Jerome Powell at 2 p.m. You did have some China data. It showed China going back into deflation. You had comments by the Bank of Japan, and there was so much that happened overnight, but it really seemed like we kind of did our own thing. Now today, you're getting the inverse. Bonds go down, market goes up. Everybody is waiting for the bond auction in Powell once again, but there is a lot of things moving in the background as well as some post-earnings. So, Chad, should be a simple day, but I'm sure a lot of eyes are going to be in the market with amazement to see what we actually do here, but I hope you're ready for all of it. We got the news and everything else. It's going to be simple, but I hope you're locked in for 7 hours. So good morning, baby. What's up, baby? How you living? What's up, Carissa? Good morning, Yee Yee. Lucky J, Ricardo Ruiz, Cam Tor, business, baby. Oh, I'm Mo. How you living? Good morning, Open Face. Monica, Laker, J. Oh, good morning, Jerry Woods. Oh, Wise, Open Face, baby. Good morning, Alex Lozano, Michael Pila, Walter White. Good morning, baby. I know they got the Law Tarp, Dev the Lurker, Doug, Ari, Mitch Matsuno, baby. Good morning. What's up, Brendan? Mavis, Tony Garlinger, baby. Good morning. Guts for the Law Tarp. Riley, Full Cycle, Adam Bailey, winning loser, baby. Oh my goodness, Caleb and Bess, Notorious. Oh, look at him, baby. Good morning. What's up, Lucky Soldier? K-Bye, Christina, No Mass 9, Zeke, baby. Daniel Harding, good morning. Oh, Bruce B, the Tiger Man. Ty B, baby. Wake up and drive. Tell him, baby. Good morning. What's up, Richard Braley? What's up, BG? Good morning. Oh, good morning, Ken San. Fortnite Sweetie. Is it Sweetie or Sweaty? Good morning, baby. What's up, Najee? Whoa. Oh, my goodness. A man. Full Cycle again. Josh Gunner. Jay Ray. Rob Irwin, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. What about the Twitch? Oh, Cameron Bruana. What's up, baby? Universe's favorite. Mother Liquor. Nikki on Smash. Jeremy Ann. Blowing Dough. V-Rots, baby. Pre-Fours. I see Cameron everywhere, baby. Good morning. UNAS, Sim Race Review, Sasha Gray Matter, Mother Liquor, T-Toxie, Slizzin, Sim Race again, Payday Devo, Hey, it's Mikey, Mother Liquor, Ross, BDA, Cookie Monster, and then Blazing Bob. Oh, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope your what's it called? Is it today Thursday? Yep, it's Friday, Junior. Uh-huh. Hold on, it's cold in here, bro. I gotta close the window. It's getting cold out here, bro. I gotta close the door at the very least. It's cold. Ooh, I'm excited. Disney's making a move here. But, Chad, happy Friday, Junior. I hope you're ready for an exciting day. Again, we are going to have Powell at 2 p.m. That should be the main event. 1 p.m., though, right before. You will get the bond auction. So now, let me get you the news. All right, stocks down or stocks up, bonds down after jobless claims data. Stock futures rose and bonds fell after jobless claims figures added to evidence that the labor market is cooling, with traders also awaiting remarks from Jerome Powell and a raft of Federal Reserve speakers. S&P 500 contracts signal that the benchmark index will head towards its longest winning streak since 2004. Treasury 10-year yields climbed 5 basis points to 4.5. Thursday's $24 billion sale of 30-year bonds will be another test of the market's ability to accept higher issuance. The dollar was little change. Bitcoin hit an 18-month high, topping 36,000. And here's something I'll tell you. Usually the 30-year bond auctions, they have low demand. So that's going to be the interesting part about today. There is kind of an expectation that the demand will be low, but We will see what happens. It's at 37,000 now. Wow, Bitcoin. Rate traders are betting that the steepest global tightening cycle in a generation is over and that monetary easing will begin from mid-2024. Swaps are signaling the average cash rate for developed economies will be steady over the next coming 6 months, the first in 2 years that are not pricing in a hike over that time frame, according to data by Bloomberg. They also show 50 basis point reduction in the aggregate rate within a year, the biggest bet on easing since the pandemic. Powell is set to speak at 2 p.m. Washington time during a panel of policy changes. Officials next gather on December 12th and 13th, and we'll see fresh reports on retail sales, hiring, and inflation before the meeting. U.S. companies have sold more than $6 billion of junk bonds this month as yields have topped and risk assets have rallied across markets. Month-to-date supply is the highest since early May. Investors have returned to junk bonds after the Fed signaled that they may be done with their most aggressive rate hiking cycle in the last decade. Bitcoin rose towards the highest in May 2022, just before Terra stablecoin collapsed and ignited a daisy chain of failures across the crypto asset space. Bitcoin completed its full recovery from that debacle almost exactly to the year after the rout was reached its nadir when Sam Bankman FTX filed for bankruptcy. Oil recovered after plunging to a 3-month low on concerns about global consumption. Brent futures edged back above 80 a barrel, and some technical gauges suggest that the slump in prices may be overdone. NVIDIA will release 3 new AI chips for China, according to a report from state-affiliated news outlet China's Market, after the U.S. further restricted the Asian nation's access to advanced semiconductors. Tesla fell as HSBC initiated coverage on the EV stock with a recommendation of reduce, citing the timing of delivery as their primary concern. Apple risks having to pay $13 billion tax bill to Ireland after an advisor to the EU's top court said the iPhone maker, the victory in an earlier challenge, should be thrown out. Walt Disney, embroiled in another fight with activist investor Nelson Peltz, posted fourth quarter profit that beat analysts' expectations and said they will cut an additional $2 billion in expenses. AstraZeneca said a weight loss pill it's developing with China's Ecogen could cost less than shots made by rivals such as Novo and Eli Lilly. ARM Holdings delivered their first earnings report since IPO, giving a disappointing sales forecast as the company contends with the smartphone slump and uncertain timing for new licensing deals. And Lyft reported third quarter revenue that beat analyst estimates while giving a tepid sales outlook for the holiday period. Bop. And then tomorrow you got Michigan consumer sentiment. That will be your only event. The peace dividend is gone. Citadel founder Ken Griffin said that the world is facing unrest and structural changes that are pushing it towards deglobalization and causing higher baseline inflation that may last for decades. The peace dividend is clearly at the end of the road, Griffin said on an interview on Thursday in Singapore, referencing the Russia, Ukraine, and Israel-Hamas wars. We are likely to see higher real rates, and we're likely to see higher nominal rates as well, too. Apple setback. Apple risks having to pay a 13 billion euro fine, 14 billion US to Ireland after an advisor to the EU top court said the earlier challenge in their court case should be thrown out. Advocate General Giovanni Pizzorella and the EU Court of Justice, in an advisory opinion on Thursday, said Apple's win in a lower EU court should be re-examined because it was riddled with legal mistakes. The top EU tribunal is set to issue the binding ruling in the landmark state aid dispute in the coming months and follows such advice in majority of cases. U.S. strike. U.S. fighters fired upon weapons depot in Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, adding that the self-defense strike was in retaliation for attacks on American forces in Iraq and Syria. Meanwhile, Israel said about 50,000 Palestinians fled to southern Gaza and the army pushed deeper into Hamas's strongholds in the northern territory. The Israeli military said it will be enacting limited pause in the offensive to allow Gazans to escape to the north and aid to arrive. S&P futures are up by 0.2 Thursday morning trading after U.S. equities finished narrowly mixed in an uneventful Wednesday session. However, S&P did gain for an 8th straight session, matching its longest winning streak since October 2021. NASDAQ up for a 9th session. Treasuries weaker with the curve steepening. Dollar slightly stronger on the major crosses. Gold is down by 0.4. Bitcoin up by 3.9 on latest ETF optimism. And WTI is up 1.3 after losing more than 2.5 on Wednesday. No directional drivers in play as market likely focused on next week's release of October CPI and a pickup in earnings reports out of retail. Also, a lot of moving pieces from last week's outsized bounce in both stocks and bonds. Bad news is good news theme has been a recent tailwind, and there has been concerns about the stability of the dynamic given lagged effects of Fed rate hike cycle and FCI tightening. In addition, while recent data has been framed as Goldilocks, dampened growth momentum adds to the scrutiny surrounding double-digit percentage growth estimates for 24 earnings. A fairly quiet day in terms of news flow. Initial claims rose in in the latest week, with the prior week revised a bit higher. Continuing claims rose again. More Fed speak, including Powell on an IMF panel discussing at 14 Eastern, 2 p.m. Powell did not comment on policy in remarks yesterday. Once again, bond markets expected to get outsized attention, with Treasury selling $24 billion of 30-year bonds early this afternoon. Very quiet elsewhere. China's CPI turned negative again in October, largely due to pork deflation, while PPI deflation worsened slightly. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda told the Financial Times that the central bank will proceed carefully with policy normalization to avoid market volatility and adverse impact on the financial sector. Disney profitability better, with takeaways focused on cost-cutting traction and related free cash flow tailwind. ARM's September quarter results strong, but royalty revenue missed, only in line, and December quarter guided light. Take-Two confirmed Grand Theft Auto trailer coming in December. Hubs beat and guided in line despite macro worries. App boosted software platform momentum. Twilio beat and raised with stock helped by load expectations. MGM revenue and EBITDA ahead of better regionals and better than feared Las Vegas. Affirm GMV growth ahead of the takeaways focused on better funding dynamics. Lyft EBITDA beat and street positive on disclosures, though contribution margins seem down in Q4. MODG down big and big on a big miss and reduced guidance with focus on softer Topgolf visits. And AMC beat with a contribution per patron a bright spot. China's CPI fell back into deflation territory in October, negative 0.2 versus expectation of 0. Cloud Software Group, which owns enterprise software-bound Citrix, is seizing business transactions in China, becoming the latest U.S. company to pull back from China. In an email to clients and partners on Monday, seen by the WSJ, Cloud Software Group said they had made the decision to cease all new commercial transactions in China, including Hong Kong, on December 3rd, cited rising cost in the market. White House hopes to announce new commitment from China to stem the flow of fentanyl in the U.S., along with the resumption of military communication following the Biden-G summit. Bank of Japan Ueda says the central bank will be careful when raising rates to avoid creating volatility. He added that some progress is happening towards achieving the desired level of inflation, though there is still some distance to cover. Mario Draghi has delivered a downbeat view of the EU economic growth, forecasting a recession by the year end, as he warned the European project's long-term survival depends on urgent political integration. U.S. strikes Iranian weapons facility in Syria in retaliation for attacks against Americans. America's long streak of population growth is expected to come to an end. Census Bureau released Thursday shows that under the most likely scenario, the U.S. will stop growing by 2080 and shrink slightly by 2100. Slowing growth would produce a peak U.S. population of almost 370 million before we ebb to 366 in the final years of the century. Hollywood actors and studios reached a tentative deal to end a 118-day strike. The contract, worth over $1 billion, included unprecedented restrictions on the use of AI and the first ever performance-based bonuses, the actors union said. Apple risks having to pay $31 billion fine to Ireland. Don't worry, there is more, my friend. I even got some pre-market movers too. We could get these up too. I don't know if you multitask well, but there they are. Market more focused on Treasury auctions than payrolls data as a potential driver of yields. Some investors further worry declines in yields could keep Fed hawkish in stance for longer. Japanese investors bought most Treasuries in 6 months in September. Rising Japanese bond yields are drawing insurers away from U.S. Treasuries. China asked brokerages to restrict leveraged stock trades, sources say. Bank of Japan tweaked YCC to maintain market functioning, discussed gradual dialing down of stimulus. Bank of Japan Ueda says central bank will move carefully on raising rates due to serious nature. Former Bank of Japan executive believes NERP will end as early as January amid rising inflation. ECB de Guindos says that rate cut talk is early or clearly premature. ECB Villeroy says central bank done with rate hikes unless it has to deal with any more shocks. Disney streaming subscriber growth tops expectation. Company plans to accelerate cost cutting. Amazon Prime members in the U.S. can now get low-cost primary care. Fed scrutinized Morgan Stanley's wealth management business over losses in process to prevent money laundering. EU court backs Apple tax blow in a bill to tech giant. Chinese local media says NVIDIA plans to release these 3 chips to the country. Hollywood actors reached tentative deal covering streaming royalties and AI protection to end strike. New UAW contracts add even more challenges to economics in making and selling EVs. FDA approves Eli Lilly's obesity drug tirzepatide, which will compete with Ozempic and Wegovy. Unpaid commercial property loans hit 10-year high at U.S. banks as higher rates in uncertain economy weigh. China falls back into deflation, reflecting lower food price and soft demand. Japan could give $13 billion in aid for chips and generative AI and stimulus budget. Japan's current account surplus tripled to record in the first half, but misses forecast. Israel troops in heart of Gaza city as G7 urges humanitarian pause. Blinken says Palestinian authorities should should rule unified Gaza and West Bank following war. U.S. fires upon weapons depot in Syria. Biden and Xi may announce resumption of military-to-military communications as help to global stability. Treasury's Yellen, China's vice premier, he to meet premier APEC friction as officials downplay expectations of breakthroughs. Bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers wants Biden administration to raise tariffs on Chinese-made vehicles, and crude prices dip to 3-month low as geopolitical fears give way to doubts about demand. And one more, EU set to propose extension of emergency energy measures in light of Middle East risks. Well, there you go. So that's probably why oil is getting murdered. They're going to keep those emergency energy measures. Chattadonia, what time is it? We got a lot of time? I think we got a good time. I think we got some good time. I don't know how you want to do this. You want plays? You want plays? You want the news? Let's see. Let me see. Let me take a second. 9:15. All right, I think they're gonna go on now. I'll give it to you, and then we'll get to the place, and then we'll have some time. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Get ready for Powell today. Market, I can't believe we're up 0.35 like this. What a wild one. What a wild one, baby. Good morning.
Calm times.
I will be right back.
The economy frequently surprises us. But our economy is flexible and dynamic and is subject at times to unpredictable shocks, like a global financial crisis or a pandemic.
That was yesterday. Fed Chair Jay Powell giving markets very little to chew on. Potentially a different story today, with investors bracing for fresh remarks at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Speaking at an IMF panel in Washington, D.C., here's why Mohamed Al-Erian thinks the Fed might be done.
Why is the Fed done? Because they're going to get the air cover from headline inflation coming down very rapidly. So even though core inflation is going to be sluggish, they're going to get air cover from headline inflation.
Let's continue that conversation. John Hancock's Matt Miskin, Allsprings, George Bory. Matt, do you agree? Is the Fed done? Is it all over?
We do. And, I think what's interesting is the core conversation there, because what we're seeing in core is that 70% of core inflation has been driven from shelter, and housing is going to be really a big part of that. And right now, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is still calling housing prices up 7% year over year. Data we're seeing from like Zillow or other resources are looking more like at flat year over year. So we actually think core is going to be coming down. Headlines still going to be whipped around with gas prices, but there's a lot of disinflationary developments as of late. We think that is going to help inflation get lower into 2024. And we think as a result, the Fed doesn't need to raise further from here.
What's the price we've got to pay to get inflation lower from here? George Bory, is it too early to get comfortable with this somewhat painless retreat in inflation?
It is a bit too early. I mean, as we just heard, there's good indicators to suggest inflation continues to creep lower. So directionally, inflation is pointing in the right direction, which does give the Fed air cover. But as we know, what the Fed does is important, but what we think the Fed will do is really what's most important. And so where the Fed has air cover right now is that the market believes that they want to ultimately get to their target. And so while they don't need to raise rates any further, at least not at this juncture, and they've been in this holding pattern now for almost half a year. And then the need to do so, to move, is really non-existent right now. But what
Cover me, I'm
Powell and
reloading.
the team are doing is they're playing.
Powell's done. We have air cover,
game, if you will, with the market.
Enemy air cover online.
To believe that they will move.
We'll get air cover again next time.
But in reality,
air cover. I don't know why they keep saying air cover, but I got two things for you. One, Mohamed Al-Erian saying it's done. Again, you have a lot of people echoing it. Like I've been telling you, there's a big question mark over what we're going to end up calling this when it's all said and done. And maybe this will be the belief of Powell. But now here's number two. Are you guys ready? CPI on Tuesday. That's why I think the next 2 days are going to be very interesting. Honestly, I hope don't get yourself clapped in the next 2 days. And at the same time, I wouldn't read too much into the next 2 days because we do have CPI next week. But here's the deal. Used car prices came out yesterday. I didn't hear much headlines on it, but they plummeted. And they were supposed to go up because, what's it called? You had the UAW strike, and people thought that auto prices were going to hold up and all of that. They plummeted. So remember, anytime the Manheim Index and you get big auto drops, I mean, we have seen good things for headline CPI, but don't let me get ahead of myself. We're going to have a lot to talk about. 10 minutes till the bell, baby. But now let's go over some of the pre-market movers. AAP, they're up 13% on earnings. Hub, 6.8 off earnings. Grab, 6.3. TTG, up 6.1. Twilio, up 5.8. Disney, 4.4. Again, not only do they have earnings, but also the tentative agreement of the SAG, SAG-AFTRA, the worker strikes. MGM, up 3.2 off of earnings. Take-Two, up 2.5 off of earnings. WBD, up 2.4 off of the strike being resolved. ATO, up 2.1 off of earnings. AstraZeneca, earnings, and then the strike. Why are they mentioning AstraZeneca? That makes no sense. NVIDIA, up 1.7 to launch 3 advanced chips in China. BAK, up 20%. ADNOC, said to make new offer to acquire Braskem for 37.29 a share in reals. BE is up 18.1 off of earnings. Ramp 17.5, Affirm 14, Duolingo 10%, PYCR 9.8, VSAT 7.4, CPRX 6.5, HBI 5.2, UTZ 5.1, Wix 4.6, RKLB 3.9. These are all earnings. RXRX 3.7, Nomad, NOMD 3.6, STNG 3.5, Paras because of the strikes. PSEC up 3.2 off of earnings. SPR, Wolf Research upgrade, and 9 million share secondary offering at 22 a share. ERI up 3.0 off of nothing. Oscar Health, they were running yesterday, up 3.0 off of nothing today. SN up 2.8 off of earnings. WRK 2.6. OBDC 1.9. APLS up 1.7. Goldman Sachs initiates buy. CDNA up 18 off of earnings. TAST up 19 off of earnings. PubN 16.9. Oatly 11.7. ESTA up 11.3. Confirms National Medical Products Administration approval for Motiva implants in China. KRRO up 9% off of nothing. SPCE up 9.3 off of earnings. Honest 9.2 off of earnings. ADMA 8.0 off of earnings. METC up 6 off of nothing. HIMX up 5.3 off of earnings. And then GSL off of earnings. All crypto plays going absolutely insane. Vive down 7.3 off of guidance. Earnings for ARM down 6.7. BDX down 5.8. Sony down 2. And then Cisco down 1.9 off of nothing. FLT down 1.1 off of earnings. MODG down 22 off of earnings. AMLX down 16 off of earnings. And then Bill down 11.7 in advanced talks to acquire Mello Payments in cash and stock deal valued at $1.9 billion. And then CCCS down 8.2. 65 million share for holder, secondary price at $10.50 a share. Muhammad El Ari, he just said the Fed is done raising rates. We just had him on right there. All right, Chattadonia. I think that's it. Again, the Morgan Stanley news from yesterday didn't have too big of effect, but Chad, we got a couple of minutes here till the bell. We still got to do the pledge. We got to get a little bit more hyped up. NVIDIA is announced 3 new chips to China. That's why they're doing good for now. But Chattadonia, what do you got for me, man? What's the first play of the day? You heard El Arian. You heard the people on the TV. They're talking about it's done. The rally is continuing. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. What do you got? TQQ, Tesla shares, Tesla calls, AMD, NVIDIA 485, Bitcoin long, Tesla 240, SPY puts, Tesla shares, short SPY, SPCE calls, Apple calls, not seeing anything on the leagues, Take-Two 155, QQQ, Uber calls, buy NASDAQ, MS short, GM, DraftKings calls, from the watch list, NVIDIA, BOK, Riot shares, Affirm, XOM 110, SPY puts, MP calls, SPY credit spreads, LL Coin, SMCI, Uber 65, GLD, TMV, UEC, USO, E-mini, NASDAQ, sell Tesla, NVIDIA, super calls, Bud put, probably playing Disney, SPY calls, IIPR, NASDAQ long, short the Fed, Disney 105, Uber shares, Meta puts, Irrational long, TQQ, SPY puts, Lung calls, Beto puts, Biden puts, Meta calls, Disney calls, Meta calls, Sweden real estate, holding SPY 441, sell Disney calls in short, NVIDIA puts, NVIDIA, Tesla, close out for a loss, selling out the FANG, buying the short, long SPY puts, UPS puts, Axon baby, ARC puts, Jesus calls, sitting on my hands, calls on Josh, NVIDIA and Tesla, SHIB, short Mulan, ESPR, and the final plays. Buying back, MSTR put leap, holding my long, starting to feel sweaty, and bear calls. Oh, man. Welcome to day number 9, Chattadonia. Let's see what happens. Oh, my goodness. It's Friday, Junior, man. You better get hyped. Israel says unidentified UAV hit residential building in Eilat. That's all hitting red on the wire. As far as my plays, Disney, they did good again. They got the little actor strike thing helping them, as well as their earnings. Cost cutting's the main thing. Then the MES at the bond auction. We talked about that yesterday. I'm going to be keeping my eye out for that. Then gold and oil as well. Again, people are talking about the oversold on oil. I was just telling you yesterday, there's a shit ton of calls on it, and oil and gold have been a trip. So again, depending on how things play out, I would just watch those. Then Netflix and Cart. Cart was up and then it came back down, so we're still in that. And then the Netflix, we're hitting our 440. This is the breakout point, so going to be watching that. Then Lyft, Take-Two, Hubs, all of the post earnings. Lyft was bad, the other two were good, so we'll see how those play out. And then Morgan Stanley talked about it. They're getting that Fed Pro, but doesn't seem like it had any legs coming into this morning, so we will see. Try to watch out for any big news. Otherwise, if we go red, that's okay. Just remember, it's been 9 days in a row. If we go green, everyone's going to get hyped. Your 2 events are at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern. And then before you know it, we go from there. And I do think Powell may talk today. And the reason is your boy Powell, he's going to be at the it's an IMF thing, and the title does have monetary policy in it. So hopefully he says something about it. But Chad, there's somebody in a group of people more important than Powell. I don't think y'all feel me, baby. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to that person and those people who are so important, sacrifice more than most of us ever have and ever will, and have given us this wild sense of freedom that every day we live our lives and take it for granted. That's why before I try to do anything, man, I don't want to take it for granted. The least I could do is say thank you and shout out to all the veterans, baby, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, even the families. For real, thank you. God bless you, and I hope all of you show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. So big shout out to the vets, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the police officers, the janitors, the coaches, people giving back, helping out, making things run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, he's dying. He's dying. Oh, my goodness. Let's go, baby. It's game time. Oh, yeah, he's dead, dude. Oh, I didn't make the other Amazon order. Dang, I didn't do it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's good. You hear that? The horn is like, dude, I see after 9 days of rally, 8 days, the horn is like, nah, man. I need to order these. I got 2 minutes. Hold on. I got to order these off Amazon real quick before I forget. Because then I can't go without the horn. You know what I'm saying? I can't go without the horn. Where is it? All right, it's not letting me do it. Hold on. But yeah, we got about 1 minute, 24 seconds. Okay, like the video. Call out anything. You need anything, you let me know. And then literally just 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., that's going to be the data, and then we go from there. Wait, didn't order. Hold on, I'm ordering party horns right now. We can't mess this up, guys. Can't mess this up. All right, 47 seconds. If you need anything, you let me know. All right, I don't think I'm going to get this in time. It's giving me too many addresses to send this to. It's trying to send it to my Airbnbs. This is bullshit. All right, man. This is bullshit. Either way, you drove 8 hours yesterday for an interview? I hope you get it, man. I hope it works. All right, baby. So 20 seconds. Again, like the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. I don't think we'll have anything too crazy to open up with. But again, I mean, these last first hour or two, it does get a little bit crazy. So we will see how it plays out. Do I have a P.O. box for gifts? I do not. People have found ways to send me shit. They just either send it to anybody I've already met. That's what they ask me. Round 1. Fight. Eli Lilly. All right, you're up by 0.21 here on the SPY. Dow Jones is up by 0.13, and then NASDAQ is break even. All righty. So Netflix 437 again. Remember that 438, 439. That was the breakout point we were looking for. ARK. Those contracts are wild. And then Disney's up 4. I think they were pricing in 8. But see if that is able to do the back and forth like Roblo. Remember yesterday you had those Roblo contracts. It lasted for like 5 minutes. That's the only thing that sucks. But again, if Disney, they do have a couple of pieces of news that might be able to help them out. VKTX up. Tesla, Rivian. Let's see the banks here. Again, Take-Two, Hubs, Twilio. There's a lot of good earnings here. Again, Take-Two also had the hype from yesterday, I believe, as well. Tesla's down 1, which is interesting. And then Amazon's in the green. Google's in the green. I don't know about big tech. We'll see. We'll see the equal weight and see broadly if that stuff is holding up. So, again, damn, you just hit another high. Are you kidding me? So, again, you literally have already hit a new high from yesterday. And then, honestly, equal weight is doing better. Holy crap. So this is where today gets a little weird. So right now, if anything, your tech is showing more weakness than the equal weight S&P right now. The ELF downgrade. Very, very weird. But, again, because Estee Lauder was awful. Awful. Disney's hitting another high. Let me see these contracts. What? Oh, it's because it's Friday. Bro, all the Disney contracts are red. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, so most of your Disney contracts are literally in the red from yesterday. It's not Friday? Oh, well, I mean like the contract Friday. Like, I figured y'all would make the assumption. But yes, it is Thursday. Say that contract only has one more day, and they're all down, even the next week's though. So Disney's going up, SPY coming down again. Equal weight is the advancer to start off. MGM's on the low. I think they did good. Even the bulls want to pull back. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a pullback. That's what I was saying. I said it twice on the watch list yesterday. Like, if we go red, I would not think much of it. If any, again, this just doesn't happen where we run like this day after day. I wouldn't even call this rigged. Why? Because if it was rigged, you would see this a lot more. This does not happen as often. And again, everybody's just asking why. Like I'm telling you, the only answer you're going to get a week or a month or 2 months from now is that this little rally was all because everybody legitimately believed Powell was done, and then the data and info was able to prove it. That's all. Because at this point, it just seems like you are getting a very, very, like, crazy-ass rally on it. But like I'm saying, too, there needs to be some red. I mean, I'm not, even if I own stuff, I got decent gains on things that came back here, but I wouldn't be like, I would not think much of it if it went red after this many consecutive days of green. He not done, though. Well, that's where, again, we've made premature policy shifts and assumptions that Powell would be done or this and that, and then it didn't materialize. So that is pretty much the worry of what brings us down, is that you make all this movement and then come to find out that, maybe Powell really isn't done, and then we have another problem. It's small green days. I feel you. They're very, very small, but it just, I mean, you saw it the last 3 months, you know, just even the smallest green day sometime could be hard to accomplish, but it just, you really don't string day after day after day after day after day after day after day green. It just doesn't really happen that often, whether it's small or large. You know, imagine how vast the market is to get that many green days across that many stocks consecutively. It's quite phenomenal. But then again, you know, you do have outsized influence from just a couple of names. So you're back at the level now. The interesting part, this is the top level, though. I hope you guys realize that. So remember, yesterday, you're working your way up. Yesterday, we hit this top level, and then we came down to the bottom one, but now you like got really above it, right below 4,400, and then now you're here. Disney, the contracts have gone up from down 30 to negative 20. So again, you might be able to go after the Disney. The question is, do you go for the shares or the options? The options might be a little froggy. Again, they are still down. So that's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but I'm telling you right now, again, November 17th options, they're starting to go green now. But like, look at what I'm showing you. Go through the chain. The ones in the money are green, and then you start getting to the ones just barely out. There's only 2. They're already in the red. So they were pricing in way more, and then the stock just took an additional, what, $2 off the open? So even then, wait, though, because in a weird way, if those contracts do come down one more, they should be a really good deal. Yeah. Again, I just think it's not moving as much. They were pricing in 8%. Earnings was good, and then it just moved 2%. So now in the morning, I mean, unless you're like in the money, even if you're in the money, you're making a small gain on it. But I just think the options were pricing in a way bigger move. Could have been worse in this case, and now they're just gently melting up. But now all the options are clapped. Again, puts and calls are generally clapped. Like I'm saying, most now, all right, never, ever, right? Now some more calls are going green now. So I think I just gave away the secret. I just saw 2 or 3 more contracts just go red to green now on the chain. So there's your window, Chad. God bless you. A firm 52-week high. Microsoft. Again, Twilio and Hubs. Again, we had those previews. Hubs came down. Hubs was doing good. And, bro, why is the SPY just straight red to open up the morning? It looks so much different on this chart than the TD. The TD looks aggressive, but E-Trade makes it just look so red. So you're about to fill the gap right now. Literally just gapped up 0.3 for no damn reason. Again, you had bad China data and a lot of other things, and then you just sell off right at the open. Disney straight up, Boeing and a couple of other names. Again, ironically enough, Dow just flipped red. SPY and NASDAQ are about to go red, but the equal weight index is doing green. The 100 car. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Disney options were messed up. Again, how it's priced, but now they just moved another $2 off the open. So Disney has had more of a move, I think, in intraday than even the pre-market. It moved 84 to 88. You did like half of that here. You just did half of the post-market after-hours move just off of the first 10 minutes here. Mara, Boeing on the high. Boeing getting 2 big candles again. SPR, Disney, one more again there. MSTR, high of the year. Again, crypto's going nuts. Yeah, Disney's still running up here too. Bro, SPY has been like 10, 12 red candles in a row though. So, again, like we were saying, I wouldn't be surprised. RTX trying to come up a little bit. Hubs did do well. There was a little bit of softness, but they still guided up. SPCE, didn't they have earnings? They're on the high, up 22%. Burlington on the high. Again, SPY has not had a green candle since the bell went ding-ding. So you just filled the gap. We'll see if this is it for now. And then, again, a lot of time until we get the next set of fake catalysts. I call them fake because it's so weird we give them that much attention. AMD came down here. Again, I don't know where NVIDIA is at. NVIDIA had the China chip news positive this time around. NVIDIA is even slipping a little bit. Data cow. Yeah, they're going up. Remember, they had good earnings the other day. They went up like 20, 30%. MSTR still holding at the high. Disney, $89, bro. That's it. Those options went up. They went up 100%. They were red to 20. Now they're at 40. And now you have like 4 contracts in the green near the money. But even then, that's wild. All right, P. I know, bro. If I don't blow it too loud, it's just fine. But I don't know. It don't have the same hype. Coinbase website down, man. I mean, crypto's going nuts. So again, you only had one green candle today. That second one looked like it was going to hit there, but it is not. All right, I ordered them. I've made sure we got this. I ordered the party horns. How many? I should have 100 coming. We'll be good. We'll be good for the next 3 years. God willing. God willing. Oxy's on the high. Again, Disney's still trying to hold up here a little bit. Tesla's on the low. Fed Barkin says wide range of potential outcomes for economy. Fed Barkin says anecdotal evidence at odds with the latest GDP report. Says believes slowdown is coming, needed to lower inflation. Fed Bostic says policy likely sufficiently restrictive. Bostic pump. Again, he's not even a voter. I think Barkin is the voter. That's the funny part. No, Barkin ain't even a voter either. None of them are. So it doesn't even, low-key, it doesn't even matter. But Bostic saying sufficiently restrictive, that's bullish. Or Bostic did, and then Barkin, he's just kind of saying 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. The Bostic bounce. We'll see. I mean, bonds are already down today, and again, weird relationship between the two. But like I was showing you yesterday, I'd watch for that 4.5 on the 10-year. Again, I think it has a lot of weight right here. And all eyes are on it. And even yesterday, briefly, we went below 4.5. So this is what we are looking for. Again, yesterday you set a new peak. In the wee hours, we went down to 4.47, which set another, pretty much low on yields from that first little drawdown that we had. So very wild to think about, but I would watch that. But unfortunately, the 30-year auction is going to get in the way today. And like I said earlier, if you're not familiar, the 30-year auction always tails. So the 30-year auction usually always has a lack of demand. So that's why no matter what, it should come in a little higher today, but we're going to see how the market takes it. So again, you all red candles to open up, filled the gap right off the open, and then you're bouncing up off of there. But let's see if it's like legit and actually has some weighting. All right, Uber's rocketing up there. Where's Lyft? Watch cyclicals. The equal weight right now is the one that's up, but even in general, I think I'm not getting caught up in. I'm just following Powell from now on. We even said this last year, and then if you fell for the trap of just taking trades and the timing of it, I don't think this is that complicated, as weird as everything sounds. We could watch whatever we want, but the level of control by Powell and the Fed and dictating and loosening and tightening financial conditions, I think that's the only thing that matters. Otherwise, it's either we're going to have, and even right now, how to interpret anything, it's either we rally or we don't, and both of them don't really mean much right now. If we keep rallying and we confirm with rate cuts and yields, then that means something. But like I'm saying, if we go up or down right now, whatever is moving or anything, if the next data or next Powell tightens or loosens conditions, what does this matter? So that's why I'm saying, that's why I'm a hold long term, collect cash, collect yield until the rates come lower. But at the same time, we watch this stuff every day, every minute, and unfortunately, we need patience. And how we look at it is we don't look at it in a way that gives us patience. We watch minute by minute. we watch the wind. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like when everything right now, economy, the data, lagging, this and that, it's boiling down to Powell. Again, Powell plus the data, loosening or tightening financial conditions. If there's a problem, they will panic. If there's not, everything is going to just slowly float in this weird dynamic. And again, we will get the answers from Powell, I believe. It's not going to be as, direct as you think, but I do think it is going to be what's it called? I think, just like the dot plot and everything else you'll see, but we're going to need a lot of patience here, unfortunately. Clapped? Who's clapped? Am I clapped? No. It says I'm still connected. Chinese automaker NIO still debating 2025 entry in North America. NIO considering any kind of partnerships. I still have RXRX. That play got clapped. Again, those are part of the August plays. We were up on them like 10, 20%, and then they all just flipped and got murked. But I'm still in it today. It had a little bit of a rally, but it's still way down. Builder Mara. Crypto's going insane. Again, I think it's because people are suspecting. Here's the funny part. Are you ready? It started yesterday on one of those pops, but SEC Gensler, he put out a video talking about how crypto is a fraud. It was like a SEC informational video. And one of those reporters was just like, hey, every time the SEC puts out one of these videos, within 4 days, they approve something they don't want to. So they're saying that the last 2 times the SEC put out a video talking about how something in crypto was a scam, they were approving the Bitcoin futures or something else all within a week. So that's why some of this optimism is starting to happen right now, because literally they did it yesterday, and then look at today. Look at this gap up. Yeah, Bitcoin tops 37 as the optimism for forthcoming ETF. So it's probably going to bid up until there, and then it'll have one crazy pop on the announcement and then sell off. Pretty cool, though, huh? That's your reasoning. Snap. Why is Snap going insane? And SPY a little bit off the bottom, but bonds, again, you don't have it. Like yesterday, we were moving a lot, but remember, the bonds were just strong all day. There's also a rumor that they don't want to approve one spot because they don't want to make a king, so they're going to approve 3 or more. That'd be crazy. They're like, you wanted one Bitcoin ETF? Well, we gave you 5. Shout out the SEC. Brr, 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 brr. And they're like, yeah, CBDC. No? Okay. USB, banks on the low. Oxy's even flushing. Oh? Yeah, XLF is coming down here. So XLF just went green to red. KRE's down 0.4. Again, equal weight was doing better. NASDAQ still green. SPY already went red. And then Dow Jones is red. Russell surprisingly in the green. Well, let's see what happens here. SPY just went red on the day. NASDAQ will be the next one. What is this? Fed Bostic says policy likely restrictive. That was old. $4,380. You hit another low off of that. Again, this was kind of where before we started dumping yesterday. I can't believe yesterday we went down to 43.59 after hitting 43.90. Lyft just went break even. They were down earlier. Again, bro, some of these like smaller value plays or names that were beaten down, like even Snapchat's up 3% right now. So again, this is equal weight bouncing off the bottom now. So equal weight gapped up, just filled the gap on equal weight index, and now we are starting to move still again. But very, very wild day. Low ticker still very active. A couple names on the high. NVAX. NVAX is up 8%. They're running MSTR again. Watch the crypto plays as well. Mara, up 21. They're all going nuts. Dollar still dropping. Dollar's at 0.03 green. Still below 29.81. Dollar's not too much of a problem. The bonds, though. But here's the problem. Like I'm telling you, all day today, we're talking about the 30-year auction, and it usually has less demand. But you'll notice something. Every other day of the auction, like the 7-year auction, you were getting a bid. The 10-year, you were getting a bid. Today, you're not getting a bid coming into this. So it's going to be very interesting because I don't think the demand is there for today. But I want to see because just like yesterday, if the yield is high coming into the auction, I wonder how that will reflect on the actual performance. You're done for the day. You're in Vegas, MGM. You're going to do some gambling and jamming out to lemonade. Let's go, baby. Enjoy life. There you go. You done it. Let's go to the spa, baby. It's 6:50. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. I love you. Talk to you later. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. That Netflix again? Yep, Netflix 439, 440. This is what we wanted here. So again, they're coming back up. Very weird day though. Again, I think you're getting way more move than anything in big tech. Am I going to save Tesla? Probably not. The NVIDIA sweep calls. I think the NVIDIA news is wild. They're just like, yeah, we're blatantly skirting this sanction with new chips. And everyone's like, yeah, Disney on the high as well, too. So Disney's starting to pop up here. Disney's back at 90. Damn, wasn't it just at 70-something? So bottom to top, 79. You got like $11. Still very good. That's over 10% from that in the last like week or so. And then Disney still going. Check Roblo. SPY right back to VWAP. Ukraine says 20,000 cars blocked on Polish border crossing. Those November contracts. Dude, if you hit those, you tripled up. So, again, I didn't want to gamble on the options. I wanted the shares, but it was up. But, again, like I was saying, these were already negative there. They were in the 20s. And then they just already shot up to 60. That might be a different contract. I think it was these ones. One of them went down to 20 and then shot up. So it just depends on the bid now. About at least 100%, though. Whoa, Netflix, why is it getting bigger volume like that? Again, this is the breakout point for Netflix. I was telling you that 440, this is where things get crazy for them. November 9th. Studio stocks rally. No. Tesla getting rocked. Again, it seems like most of these like companies and streaming, they're benefiting off of that SAG stuff today. Ionic on the high. You guys were talking about that a lot yesterday. Coin going up. Uber as well too. Again, Ionix up 7. That is not bad at all. Again, Uber's right under 50. Didn't they get that last time? Put your deposit in Bill. The one on Schwab, but my E-Trade, I'm still connecting everything. My deposit hasn't even fucking hit. That's why everything's so slow. But for the most part, still gonna be, if everything keeps running up too, I'm definitely holding it in Bill. It's frustrating. Oh man, you should have seen it when they put my account in limbo. This is the easy part now. I just have to wait it won't let me automatically connect shit for some reason, so I gotta wait till they do all the wiring stuff. But oh man, I literally for about a week and a half, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, I lost access to the account. I'm telling you, it was just right in the middle of it was in purgatory. So that was the worst thing possible. Well, we good now. It's ridiculous. It is, and they don't care, and you can't do anything about it. Now that's what I learned. They didn't care who I was. They didn't care how much money. They're just it's out of our hands. It's out. Once you send it to clearinghouses, it's a world that we just unknown. Uber, big volume at the high, breaking out of 50 now. Marvel 3-4. Wasn't there just another one very similar to that running? A firm 52-week high. Bros as well. So I feel like these are all the smaller, not mega cap names that had earnings either today or yesterday. They're starting to run a little bit. DraftKings. I put Disney. Bro, Disney's up 7. That's a big... So literally, those contracts, you had that in the morning because they were pricing in 7. Now they're back to break even. You didn't move 7, and then you ended up moving 7. So very, very crazy there. But that's a giant move for Disney. If it gets above here, where was it though? It hit 93 and then came down. But you already recovered your last quarter very quickly. So yalla Disney. Yalla. SQ1. Oh, remember yesterday they were going nuts. Bros is on the high too. Spies above VWAP. Bonds stopped going down, but they're still hugging the low. I don't think we're out of the clear just yet. But again, you're back to a green market. Dow is red. Let's get the market breakdown. It's been about just under 20 minutes. And you are looking at 14 names red on the Dow Jones, 16 in the green. S&P 500 or NASDAQ 100, 42 red, 59 in the green. And then S&P 500, 211 red, 286 in the green. Yeah, Square's running up there. Uber, again, Uber's an interesting one. VW senior executive looks at bringing under 35,000 EVs to U.S. or Mexican market in 3 to 4 years, looking at localizing assembly battery packs for under 35,000, not scaling back plans for EVs in U.S. Upstart pop-in. Squared was up. I think Upstart was the one that did good. Yeah, they're still up 4. Again, keep an eye on crypto too. Coinbase in the high, Beto, MSTR. These things are all literally on fire here today. Microsoft's in the red. Interesting. Apple's barely green. Again, your big tech is the one making baby moves. Everything else is moving big. If you could get green on the banks, that could be very helpful for the market. AMLX is popping. They're down 20, trying to go into the high right now. AMLX. And then Coinbase and crypto, like we just said, they're starting to break out another leg here. UEC, NVIDIA, block trades. MU 52-week high. And then Boeing also, that was making some movement. Heard Heard from any Fed speakers this morning? Yeah, Bostic and Barkin. Bostic said sufficiently restrictive for policy. Barkin says a slowdown is coming and needed to lower inflation, and that's about it. Nothing too crazy, though. Again, I think 1 p.m., 2 p.m., bond auction, Jerome Powell, that is going to be your important stuff. Trap the Bears. I don't know, man. Everybody, I think the dialogue of the last couple of days has been hilarious. It's like every morning someone's like, it's going to die today. Are you ready for it to die? And then it's a bull trap. It's a bear trap every single day. And it's the wickedest back and forth movement after extreme tightening through bonds and other assets. And then a very abrupt loosening off of a idea that is potentially, very far out in the future. It's quite fascinating when it's all said and done. It's quite fascinating. So again, the back, everyone's saying the same thing. This is the giant debate that everybody is having right now. So TLT hitting a new low. This isn't. I think the 30-year bond auction is probably going to be bad. Again, we know it's going to be bad, but because it usually is. But like I'm telling you, you're getting one of those days where you're just selling off now into it. Every other day we've had a good one. UBS upbeat on oil despite recent slide as supply remains tight. I want to say I rebuke Satan. I love you and I love your energy, Josh. All right, man. Amen. The lion seeks whom he could devour. You said, get out of here. You know any companies that have medium to strong negative correlations that are not ETFs? There's one, but it doesn't do it anymore. AUK. I own this one in the long term, but like water. So but then that's the problem is that ever since like 2021, 2020, a lot of things morphed together that we didn't have prior. So like a lot of these like negative inverse plays, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that would go one way when something else goes the other. Like you just don't you don't see that as much anymore. Again, ever since the bond correlation broke, it's just very few and far between. I would like to say oil, UNG. There's definitely names out there, but in the last couple of years, they don't really they don't move the same more or less. Tesla getting clapped. Market suddenly dropped 7. You should have seen yesterday. I'm telling you, man, every day this week is such a trip. And like I said earlier, man, just be careful, in the sense that we watch the wind. You know, you're sitting here every day. Your boy watches a 1-minute chart. You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, it's like, you're going to see a lot of different things, but it's like I definitely encourage everybody to try to juggle, try to take a couple steps back and view the markets as one element, view equities as another, and then see the broader sentiment, global tensions, all of that. But there's like equities and fixed income right now, but it is so like, 1 day, 2 days, 1 minute. Nothing is giving you something good to it's not really telling. Again, just a week ago, 8-9 days ago, people really thought like, the pessimism, we really thought this was going to be awful. So we'll see, man. We will see. But that's why I'm like, every minute, every day, every week, you might get an answer to something, but it might not be there. See, bonds are dumping though, but I'm gonna go out on a limb. Oil's rocketing now. First time you had that in a couple of days here. But I think the 30-year bond auction is gonna be dog shit. It was supposed to based on demand, but now you've already given up the gains of yesterday. You're back to yesterday. I guess not too bad as long, but you're now below. You're back below the non-farms level. That's the level I wanted to hold. That level, I got excited there. Black Swan Monday. I'm going to slap you. It was 4 weeks in a row, bro. 6 weeks. They're like Black Monday, Black Monday, Black Friday, Black Monday, Black Tuesday, Black Thursday. It's going to crash Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Tuesday, every day. Look at it. Look at it. Monday, you're going to weekend war, Black Monday. I was like, okay. And it felt like it, though, like low-key, though, because it would go down another 2%, and then you'd be like, all right, and then you get a good Monday, and then the next week you're still down another 2.5%, 3%, 4%. So it makes sense, but all right, 4-3, you just literally shot down like 11 points right there. Monday. So you are hitting a new low now. I think this could be everybody playing along. Nah, equal weight, dude. There's a lot of names holding up right now. It's funny. That means today now you're getting more of you have way broader of a rally here today, but your bigger names are weighing down. And I also think, again, like I'm saying, financials. I think those are getting in the way here. Financials could get a lift. That would be great for the market. And then oil up this time around, which is a lot different than the last couple of days. So, again, I don't know if you see it. Yeah, oil 76. Wicked, bro, wicked. Tesla flushing now, and we are back down. So, again, last time we started selling like this off of morning, we did end up bouncing. Was it yesterday or the day before that? I think it was on Monday. But these candles are a lot bigger. This kind of looks like yesterday, so we'll see if we hit the level or not. But, again, you're down 0.1. You're selling off pretty quick. That's a big candle there. That's 4 or 5 points in 1 minute right now. Another flush here into the low. VWAP still holding up, but like I said, big tech, that's having an outsized influence on the SPY, and a lot of those big tech names are red. Tesla is down 4%. Meta is going red right now. Google is already in the red by 0.3. Amazon hitting a low at 0.3. I think Apple would be the only one green, and it might have given it up right now. Yeah, Apple's are also going red. So all your Magnificent Sevens clapped. Again, NVIDIA just barely hanging on. Spot Palladium falls below 1,000 for the first time since 2018. Uber's been killing it. But like we said, again, you hit a new high today. Every single one of these days, we're hitting a new high and then talking about the downside. It's kind of wild. Powell, Lagarde, and the bond market still on the same page. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope the bathroom break doesn't make it flush, but it'd be okay if it did. Remember, man, we've gone up so much, man. So much. All right, I'll BRB.
For joining us. So coming up, more insight into that question of the day. Are Powell, Lagarde...
I'm not. I'm gonna be right here. I thought I was like, wow, great timing. Great time. I need to go to the bathroom. I mean, a lot of water in the morning. I get hyped. BVI.
Enforcing the distribution companies to spend a lot of money on expanding capacity rapidly, and yet it costs Amazon nothing for the transport. So what we've created here is an open path for big tech to essentially decimate, let's call it.
Interesting perspective there from Malone. You also heard it from Maffei, talking about net neutrality and the impact that it's having on their business in terms of the ability of the massive tech platforms to pay whatever they want for sports rights, and then obviously those who distribute it are actually bearing a lot of the costs. We're going to have a lot more from my interview with John Malone. In fact, we'll have it later this hour, and tonight, 8 p.m., full interview available. It's a special report. You know, I didn't know we were calling it Leaders. I like that. In fact, I had a show, Carl, about 20 years ago called Leaders.
Was that before
I didn't know
or after?
I thought it had died.
Strategy session, the list. Your filmography goes on and on, David.
It was after bull session, but before strategy session.
Okay.
And it was prime time.
Well, to Malone's point about how media evolves, so do we. We look forward to that tonight. David Faber, of course, with Leaders. As we go to break, take a look at the roadmap for the rest of this hour, including more on David's deep dive with Malone, why he says streaming is not working for most players that are trying it.
Plus, the CEO of Charter will join us in an exclusive you do not want to miss later this hour.
And after the break, we'll talk the road ahead with the CEO of Lyft as those shares fall despite some decent results from that name, with the Dow now down 78. Don't go away.
You guys hear? Okay, there it is. It's like, what was that? My mouse just disappeared. Oh my goodness. 4375. So you did go a little lower. Yeah, I was trying to find the unmute. It was crazy. It's crazy. TPST going again. That sounds familiar. This pullback is healthy. Everything. I think we're going to be range bound until Tuesday. That's what that was my conclusion after yesterday. We sold off and still managed to close green. You hit the level. You have pretty much like slightly higher 4,300 to 4,400. I would not be surprised if we just chilled here now. Maybe a little bit of a baby green or not. Doesn't even matter. Because CPI's on Tuesday. It's Friday Junior right now. We get through today. The bond auction will probably be bad. And then Powell, we don't know what he's going to say. And then let him do his thing, and then you're going to digest that on Friday. Again, if it's good or bad, you can move down 100 points. You can move up, you know what I'm saying? Still keep you in the range, and then boom, before you know it, weekend, everyone's going to freak out tomorrow on Israel headlines, and then we're going to go right into Tuesday. It's before you know it, the CPI. So then it's just going to be the data. I think the data is going to be the one who speaks rally or death to the markets. Unfortunately, we wanted it to be Powell, and Powell, told the market that he's not going to raise, even though he said he is going to raise, but they heard it like that. So now I think, again, just we've gone through a lot of time. It's already been 9 days now, 8 days. So just before you know it, that big data is right around the corner. So, I think a little bit of sell-off, a little bit of gain, none of it matters anymore because I really, like I'm telling you, we're in a holding pattern. We're following Powell, the data, the story. And it's forcing you to be patient. This is what Powell wants because now it's going to take 4 more days before you could really see a meaningful tightening or withdrawal of financial conditions. Volume has been very low the last 3 days. So you guys see this, man? We went from like active again, and you were at higher prices here too, but we just kind of went from several 100 million days to just 67, 64, 61. So it's like every single day so far we've slightly declined in volume. What news event is next week? CPI on Tuesday. Yeah, Ethereum 2K. You guys have been saying that. Bitcoin's nuts right now. Yeah, 2050. Wow. So it hasn't been here since April of this year. Damn, it was already here this year. So Ethereum got a long way to go. A very, very long way to go. That's actually insane. Market sentiment is flat. I think we're just getting a lot of just let the jitters run out through here. Everybody is still, though, focused on today. But I do think, I would temper expectations for 30-year auction. No, I don't have a short on any crypto. That was the beginning of the year. I took a big loss on that early on, and I didn't touch it again. I got over that. That one, I really didn't like it. Again, the Sam Bankman still to this day, but I'm not going to deal with that shit. Abivai down 3. Could be. Uber, another candle there. I wonder if it's off of the patent thing or anything related to some of those healthcare, but even then, there's a lot of healthcare kind of murk today. The whole entire XLV is down. That's a real big drag. But I don't know why Abivai is down like that. Coin again on the high. Palo Alto Networks. If they pump Bankman debt, it's easier to pay. No, I think that little synthetic risk plan is a way to take 10% unsecured crypto credit and then sell it off to people. Three times levered ETFs. They're good for a little bit. That's it. In the moment, they'll hit. But, after enough time, the law of diminishing returns comes into play. Or theta. Time. Roblo about to give up all of the earnings gains. Is it really? Nah, they still got 4. That's another 10%. That's what's crazy, but they did. Where was homie yesterday who wanted the 40s, bro? He didn't wake up? That's crazy. That suck. If he ain't here right now, and then by the time you wake up and go back up, I hope not. That's the market for you. Here? There you go, Donnie. There you go. Oof. I'm going to say, man, you better be awake. Yeah, bro, you got it. You got everything you wanted. You're like, I need it tomorrow, today. Nah, it's 24 hours. 24 hours, Habibi. 24 hours. No chat meetings. What did you miss? Not much, honestly. It's not like data. You only had jobless claims in the morning, but for the most part, we were kind of just moving up here. We hit another new high, proceeded to sell, and now everybody's still debating on, are we going to crash? Are we not going to crash? And then anticipating Powell and what goes happen from here. Too many in disbelief. There's a lot. There's a lot of everything. It's funny. I mean, I think there's so many things, but I think this is Powell's mirror house to try to there's so many things you could debate and look at, but it's just like, watch Powell. That's it. Keep your eye on the ball. It's Powell. That's all. And Powell doesn't even want to say anything. Powell is just playing a game. He's trying to buy time. Still, we know it every single time. Every time. You're calling it Santa rally after CPI. If CPI is good, I could get behind it. And again, CPI has good things in its favor. That's where it's funny. Today, everything is against you today. You're 9 days up. You should have some relief. 30-year bond auction is always dog shit. So, and then Powell for day number 2, but then CPI next week, that will be, if Manheim autos have already plummeted and that number shows up really, really low, I mean, you're going to get people excited, and then we'll be doing the 4,400 dance already. I work in the used car biz. It ain't slowing down. Really? That's good to hear. You're the first person I've heard who said that. But, like, are you talking in terms of sales, or, like, I'm talking in terms of prices? So I feel like you could still sell cars, but, like, have the prices came down a lot? Have you noticed that? Have you at least, like, I mean, are you selling the same car for more money than you were last year, or is it a big difference lower? You still use commercial? You sell used commercials and prices are still up? Commercial trucks? I fix them, but they selling like hotcakes. Pay attention to the prices, because that's I don't really doubt the activity, but I do know that the prices are lower. Auction prices are up. Well, maybe we could blame the delayed data, but again, the latest data that came out from the Manheim Used Car Index, it's negative. Let's see. So, like, from last year to this year, October, used car prices are 4% down. And last October, again, there was a way bigger drop. But, like, here, so this is now, I think this is the biggest recorded drop. What was that? I think it was tweaking out. I don't think that was a real candle. Siemens Energy secures provisional deal for guarantees, according to sources. Prepare to provide some guarantees. Deal not final yet, with some details under discussion. You just bought a 2015 M4. I don't regret it. Amen. Enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it. But yeah, I don't think that candle was real. But like, this came out, and like, why I'm bringing this up today, because there was a time earlier in this year where I brought this chart up, or I think it was last year. But when the Manheim Used Car Index drops or rises, sometimes it feeds into CPI heavy. Especially with how important used cars have been. But if you go through it, you could see here again. Where is it? So I guess, how do you compare it? Yeah, prices dropped by like 9 points. So in 2021, the index, I mean, just for index value, is at 244. Today it's at 209 in terms of pricing. And I think this is wholesale prices too. Or they have it. I'll have to go through it. Disney above 90 again. The ultimate driving machine. You sold a 21 Subaru higher than when I bought it for? And you bought it in 2020 or 2021? But I want to see how it's going to be at the end of the year. And then you got all the taxes. I wonder what that, we'll see if commercial trucks and other stuff happens. Don't worry, I'm pulling it up now. I already know what you guys are going to ask next. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. They laughed at us, man. They laughed at us when we brought this up. And now it's became widely popular. The Lamborghini index. So it says 435, 453. It won't show us higher than this number, though. I would suspect the number's probably at 700 now. But again, every time we look at this, the prices are way lower. This is expensive. That's weird. That's a Performante, but still very, very. Usually these are just dirt cheap, bro, compared to what they were going. Like last year and the year before that, this car would be going for $300,000. This is $215 now. That's actually insane. Again, all of these. Again, a Urus, a brand new one. This is newer than mine, and it's cheaper, which is insane. All of them. We do this every single time. That's a cool color. So, yeah, it's all clapped. Still holding up, but now, like, you don't have the same, like, here's the deal. If you bought, like, one of these cars thinking, like, oh, yeah, it's going to hold its value, like, you fucked up. Like, that's all. It did not, because there was 2 years where, like, you were buying any supercar, and that shit was just going up, bro. You were just holding, even the Ferraris came down. Again, like the 812 super fast, that's the one I wanted for I was going to buy that before the Lambo, and then that thing rocketed up, but then those are coming down too. Like it's actually ridiculous. Unfortunately, we're not. That's good though, because again, it trapped more people than it helped. You know what I'm saying? So like there was a lot of crypto money, there was a lot of new money. If again, people were buying watches, a lot of things, but then if you were like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a Lamborghini Urus, it's gonna, you know what I'm saying? And then you ended up top ticking it because the prices were for 2-3 years now. The last 2-3 years of a Lamborghini Urus, they were charging above market for that vehicle, and now you could go buy that car brand new at lower. And again, just slightly used are selling now 10-20% below sticker, which is a wicked concept considering. So again, there's a lot of trapping in that. If you thought like bull trap, bear trap, I think cars and certain cars at certain prices trapped a lot of people. You got one for the shop at 130. Used to be 400 new. Are you talking about the Ferrari? But it's crazy. If you were able to wait and you wanted something like that, it's good. The part that has people scared now is people are worried about just if that continues. Again, like if you that's it. If it goes down, then that's it. It's nuts. Why is the Range Rover 300,000? Is it a long wheelbase or a SV? They have crazy Range Rovers, and there's a new body style. I think those aren't even manufactured as well too. Like those are limited quantity. But there's still, some cars hold better than not, but it all depends. But like most of them have come down considerably. At least for the luxury ones, if it doesn't have a rarity factor to it. But even then, that is questionable. Tesla, no. Not a fan of Tesla here. Like the company, though. Yeah, we've been talking Tesla in this like $20, $30 range for the last couple of weeks now. Netanyahu rejected ceasefire for hostages deal in Gaza, sources say. As a seasoned technician, you'd take a Range Rover over a G-Wagon any day of the week. I mean, respectfully, I think you're high. I don't know about that one. But again, I've never worked on cars like that. But nah, man. I don't know. Range Rovers are shit, dude. Range Rovers are dog shit. I love the cars though. They're great. They drive amazing. They're beautiful, but nah, I don't know. But then again, if you've worked, anybody who's told me about working on Range Rovers, they say it's the weirdest thing ever because it's like so computer. I'll take a Land Cruiser over both. Maybe. I mean, I'm talking only Range Rover, man. I just know Range Rovers suck. All right, you're still hitting another low, man. You haven't had one set of upside here, just like yesterday. Yesterday, we dropped till 9 o'clock, so you'd have another hour and a half of this. And then literally you're already halfway through. Where were we at this same time? 7:35. You were a little higher, actually. So you were a little higher around the same exact time yesterday, but very, very similar to what we did. Powell is going to be talking about monetary policy. So it's the 24th Jacques Polak Annual Research Conference. And the policy, it's titled Policy Panel on Monetary Policy Challenges in a Global Economy. It's going to be hosted by Jita Gopinath, Jerome Powell, Kenneth Rogoff, Amir Yaran, and Pierre Olivier Gornichas. There it is. There's YouTube. Yeah, that was whack. Yeah, so you guys need to go to the Twitch though. If that I didn't get disconnected. I only got disconnected from YouTube. So I was talking to the Twitch the whole time. That was really weird. So again, everything on my end was working, but YouTube throttled me once again. So use that Twitch as a backup. Yeah, you should refresh it. You'll be good. But that was hella weird. Again, I was just showing the Twitch, bro. They were able to see my back end, and you could see like the internet on the YouTube will not go through, and then everything else, my platform, all of it, it's all there. So if you do get Josh withdraws or anything else happens, you'll be good there. Thought my internet, they're hating us. Ricardis. What's up, Gert? Josh has delusions of grandeur. He once thought he could move the market with his trades. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm a mad narcissist, too. I'm laughing because I had this conversation, bro, and it didn't play out how I thought it would. I had this conversation the other day. My girlfriend was like she was showing me a picture of her, and she was like, my girlfriend was just flexing on how beautiful she is, right? And then I'm with her and her mom, and then her mom is just like, you narcissist. And then we just start laughing. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm a narcissist too then. And then her mom is like, yeah, we're all narcissists. And I'm like, what? And then I was like, this is supposed to be a joke. And then it just got out of hand. And then I was like, wait a minute. So we're all narcissists then. But I don't think that word hits the same way it used to. 2 years ago, bro, you used to say narcissist, bro. But now everyone's like, yeah, I think people have learned to adopt it. That's the word. That was the word of like 2020, 2021. Everyone could be a narcissist. That's cool, man. I'll take it. I've learned the vibe. you know? I learned the vibe. Tesla. Oh, shit. Cart got destroyed? Boom. All right, so I'm down on that. That sucks. Oh, we had a bag on it, too. I thought they did good. Again, they're still negative earnings, though. I think it was before Trump you heard narcissist. But still, I don't know if it's the same. And then the word became gaslighting. That became the word of the year. And then now, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where it takes us. Out of the Tesla. The word was once transitional. We still using Fleek? I haven't heard that in a while. I started trading the stock market 9 days ago. I'm wondering what this red color is. Is this a bug or something? Yeah, I don't know. Red just you don't see it too often, but I don't know how to explain it. It might be a glitch. We'll see. Check back at 1 p.m. If it still shows up red by 1 p.m., you should call customer support. They'll be able to help you out because it should. We'll see by 1 p.m. Pacific time. YouTube down. It was for a little bit. Again, it was very, very weird. Only my YouTube went down. NVIDIA, I said this yesterday. I'm pleasantly surprised with NVIDIA. You know, like it's there. That's the crazy part. It's like I don't think NVIDIA, like, you know, I love to doubt it in the beginning, but, you know, their earnings have been good. So assuming nothing is fake on NVIDIA, I actually like them. But, you know, NVIDIA last quarter was a crash course in, hey, you could guide up by 50% and still go down 20% on your stock. So unfortunately, that is that's the problem. But I don't know about playing it, but I like them. I'm not in the camp of like, oh, NVIDIA fucking sucks. They're not doing anything. It's like, no, I think they, you know, as long as they hold up, if it's real, then what they're doing is like, it's actually coming through. So I don't know what I just don't know how to value it. And I don't know what people don't like about it in that sense, and I'm sure it's probably the price, but that's the only thing. Again, like NVO, like Eli Lilly, the issue is price and value. It's not my issue with them. No, I'm not really worried about the, are they going to do something that, or are they in a profitable business? It's like, no, they are. There's a lot of hype behind it, but they have money. They have numbers behind it, which I'm, you know, that's why I keep saying I'm pleasantly surprised by NVIDIA. Now, the only way I'm not pleasantly surprised if it's fraud. You know, we had this in our debate. We talked about this, but like we still don't know. Like people are bringing up Anthropic and BlackRock and all of their deals and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. Oh, that's a good take. NVIDIA earnings are temporary, just like the last 3 cycles they had. Crypto, gaming. Honestly, big facts, my friend, big facts. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, I'm pleasantly surprised still, but I don't know. I don't know where they go from here. I don't know if I would value them as, you know, ultimate or not, but it's definitely one you got to watch. It kind of reminds me of Tesla in the early days. You don't really want to short it, but then you don't really want to buy it. And that's kind of where you're at. But I have done good shorting NVIDIA this year, believe it or not. Good morning. We have not made any plays today. We called out the Disney ones. I was trying to give you guys, I was going to make that play, and I was telling you what I observed with the options in the morning. That ended up hitting, so if you got that, good job. But I did not make any other plays, no. We need to see some pullback. This isn't healthy nor normal. Amen. Amen. We do pullback. I don't think we need to or we need to do anything, but like I said, for all the morning, pullback isn't bad. I wouldn't, again, whether bullish, bearish, I wouldn't read too much into maybe we should have a down day after all of these consecutive green ones. I didn't go anywhere. Again, they clapped you, bro. They clapped you. YouTube went down. So use the Twitch link. Twitch has been on all day. There has not been one drop. So if you do get dropped during Powell or anything, again, it's being weird. See you there. You think we'll give a majority of this rally back? I don't think so in 2 days. So my theory is we stay range bound, maybe a little lower. Worst case, you go below 4,300, but I don't know if you're going to give back. I don't think you're going to go back to 4,200 without, what's it called? Without the CPI. So I think it's possible to give it back, but I just think until, like I'm saying, today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday, then Monday, Tuesday morning, you're going to get the biggest data. YouTube trying to stop everyone blocking ads. They messing in the background. I didn't think about that. Maybe just clapping all of the ad blockers. That would be some shit YouTube would do. Well, Powell today, he's going to, like we were just talking about before it cut off, Powell is going to talk about monetary policy. It seems like there's a chance he doesn't, but at the same time, I read you the title of the speech and everything else. It's pretty good. Teladoc, I like the company, but again, I think their debt and valuation is the problem. But it was a very cool service. Again, I think telemedicine, it sucks. It reminds me of like EV, where it's like, damn, it's a great concept, but I don't know who's going to win, if that makes sense. And then everybody is swamped to it and all of that. It creates, this weird competition thing. So I like telemedicine. I think telemedicine is again, even for me, I'm very busy. Have you ever been busy and needed to go to the doctor? You're not feeling good, It's annoying if you have to, but telemedicine is very good. I like it. It's convenient. I think a lot of the next generation will embrace it. Again, people in my generation already have. So I think it's good, but I don't know about the values. I don't know about the investments when that's all said and done. Are we going to place calls on the SPY? I might do a future. No calls, but I think at bond auction. However, I am suspecting bond auction will be bad today. But we'll see. News. Kirby says Israel will begin to implement pauses in North Gaza. That was 1 minute ago. And then Biden says he supports UAW efforts to unionize at Tesla and Toyota. Hot dog. Yeah, George, get Elon. Union. I'm the biggest champion of unions. Come on, what's Elon doing? Huh? Let Elon do what he wanted to do. But you got to pay your workers. Let your workers unionize. Come on. It's a dignity, Elon. Abivi, let me check for Abivi for you. I don't know. People have been bringing it up. I think healthcare is just murdered. Deutsche Bank initiates coverage on Abivi with a hold rating. Price target 150. I see. Hold on. Abivi initiated at hold. That's it. Remember, hold is analyst way of saying sell. Unless they really want to get aggressive. Hold is the new sell, but that's the only update I see. Low ticker's getting active. Yeah, Abivi again. Healthcare is doing really bad though. There's a lot. I think XLV is the worst on the day. You see that video of Biden pushing up, telling a union worker he'd like to take him out back. What? I don't know. I've given up on Biden. I think a lot of people have. It's just, at this point, you got one more year till the election. It's funny, I didn't watch the Republican thing, but your boy Vivek, he came, bro. He tried to become Trump. That's it. They were like, you know what? We got to get a little bit more inflammatory here so we can make it to TikTok and the viral videos. He was going off yesterday, and that's what everybody was talking about. But for the most part, it's simple, bro. There better be another candidate than Biden. Like, y'all let another Democrat win. I want RFK to run for a Democratic nomination. It sucks he's going to be independent. But other than that, like I said, I've given up. I've moved on. That's it. If they aren't, I'm going to vote anything but. You better give me another alternative. Anybody, please. But I like RFK. I still don't trust him fully, but I mean the fact that he's already getting cucked, I mean, it makes me want to listen more. Jon Stewart would be dope. Please vote this time. I feel like I will. If the only thing is like, and that's it. But I mean, at this point though, I'm very full blown. Just please don't make the same mistake again. That's all. Like that's what I'm saying. I'll vote. I'm down to vote for anybody. I'm not gonna vote for another 4 years of this shit again. And then they're gonna tell us we only have to pick between Biden and Trump, which makes it harder. But unfortunately, it's just like I've given up on a lot of it. The new John Kennedy videos. I've seen a couple, but you never voted, fam. I know I never did. We had this talk yesterday. So again, I don't take too much responsibility for it. You know, those of you who vote, you wanted this. That's the crazy part. Unless we wanted to or not, I don't know. But yeah, it is kind of useless. But I am, like I said, that'd be crazy. There's an article yesterday that was talking about it, and I agree with it. That's why I'm like, oh my goodness, it's crazy because like this is what makes it so scary is that it's like a lot of people don't want Trump, but it seems like everybody is trying to force you to pick between damn Biden or Trump, which is awful. But then it's like you got to think about it, bro. 4 more years of Biden. With no threat of renomination over his head, he's gonna be a psycho. That's the only thing. That's where I'm like, if it wasn't, I don't know. I could do a 1-term Biden. You know what I'm saying? I could do 1-term Biden. That's fine. Like definitely. That's what I'm saying. We've already gone through. It's been 4 years, like you know, but no, bro. Dude, if you get another 4 years and that man does not have to now fucking campaign to win again, that's the end of his political career. He's going to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's literally, it gets crazy. So again, like anybody who has 2 terms, I mean, it's easier to be reckless because now you don't have to answer to anything. So imagine what Biden did and he still has to get reelected next year. Now imagine you gave him the same power and then said you're not getting reelected next year no matter what. You could do whatever you want. I am worried about Trump being a psycho too. Why? Because you just fucking bullied the dude for the last 8 years, and then if he finds a way to win, like I said this a year ago, the problem is like you don't want the Republicans to do what the Democrats just did to them for 4 years. That's the scary part about politics. You have unfair. You have people acting hella shady, but then if the other side is like, fuck that, you did that to me, then there you go. Before you know it, they're all the same. But we'll see. We'll see. Well, yeah, I'm definitely giving up, though. No, you get 1 term from me, Mr. President. 1 term from me. That's it. I don't vote, but I stand for 1 term only. Do you believe Trump can win? I think I agree when people say he has the momentum, because they're not. It's a strategy. There's a reason why they want Biden to run again, and they don't want anybody to go against him. Because in a weird way, Biden is the only one who could beat Trump, and Trump is the only one who could beat Biden, which is fucked. And I don't want to even say that. I don't even want to puppet it, because I don't even want you to think like that, because unfortunately we have a year left, and we're going down the same path, sadly. Very, very sadly, is that there. So it's like you're not getting presented options, and it's like that's what I think of, and it makes a lot of sense, because if it's only going to be Trump versus Biden, there's a lot of people who do not like Trump, and they're still there. But then at the same time, you have all of the people in the middle who have experienced the last 4 years, and then Trump already had the momentum too. So it's very, very weird. That's why I'm like, dude, just let the other guys debate. There should be RFK. There should be other people that we could at least get something. But they're stonewalling it. Even Trump's not even showing up to the debates, bro. Like Trump and Biden are not debating anybody. You all don't think that's weird? Come on. Even Kanye got up and did a speech when he wanted to run for president. Like, that's wild to me, man. It's wild. So we got 1 more year, man, but we'll see. It's a scam, but you still want to vote. It's a very weird thing, because no matter what, you get people voting for the offshoots, then all the people heavily concentrated, and then it's so fucked up. And then again, it does seem like we're being forced to pick between these 2 people. Again, you already had 4 years of Biden, 4 years of Trump, and then you're gonna put one of them in another term. I mean, it's God, my goodness. John Kennedy from Louisiana. You are being forced to pick. They've been doing this since the beginning. Yeah, but it hasn't been like this. Like, it's clear. Like, Biden's insane. Like, I don't know any other way to put it. Trump has his own insanity, but it's just like you either pick the one guy who's going to destroy the debt and everything monetarily, and just like there's so many things for another 4 years, or you get the other guy who is just going to freaking divide the country, let everybody act a certain way. Maybe it'll do better for the deficit and other stuff, but then you're going to have 4 years of everybody just manipulating stuff because they don't like the guy in office, versus they like the guy in office, so they manipulate it for him versus against him. That's all it is. So do you want it to be manipulated for the guy in office or manipulated against it? Either way, we get stuck with 4 years of people raising trillions of dollars. Again, your house prices go up, your food, your cars, you have less community but more social media. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just so weird. And again, I don't even feel ashamed by even saying it. Again, a year or two ago, you get banned or people would get up in your grill for talking about the reality, but it's getting really dystopian. And I don't know. I feel like somebody got to say something, but it's wicked. It's absolutely wicked. But at this point, it's they're just very shitty options. But then again, it sucks because it's making you play the game of who do you not like more. But that's not really a good game to play, especially when you see the outlay. Other than the crap that the media spills, what did Trump do to destroy the country? I mean, the Trump issue is social dissension and the fact that people label him as a racist. Not the fact he is a racist. That's up to you to determine that. But at the same time, that is the big focus of driving him as an enemy through the media. And that alone has caused so many problems. Just like I'm saying, it's like you have your way to process information, the way it would get spun against Trump, and then vice versa. Again, just like a thing, you'll literally watch inflation rocket in front of your face, and then the White House will throw a party saying inflation is over. It's just like it's just the spin, unfortunately. So everybody has their own spin, and Trump has his, which is again that negative spin. It's towards the words he said. It's to some things he's insinuated that makes it look a certain way. And then again, the media, the information, you got to determine what is true or not. Same applies to Biden as well. So again, it's easy to make up. Like I said there, Biden did things this term that I didn't think he would. And even though, Biden faced a very difficult energy situation, although I wouldn't have done what he did, he accomplished something that I was very impressed with, or that I was like, he fucking did something, and he actually had some more control than I thought. But like I'm saying, though, it was spin as is he's Jesus and the man is doing it. It's funny because they both get that. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump has the supporters who think he's Jesus, and same thing with Biden. So it's just welcome to the politics, baby, the modern politics. But yeah, this is all because that debate yesterday. But it was fun. The RNC debate thing was really funny, just because Vivek he pulled out a Trump card, and he was just talking shit. Barkin, we already had comments from Barkin. Who thinks Biden is Jesus? A lot of people. That's what I was saying. Biden didn't lose control of the energy situation following the war in Ukraine and inflation. I thought he was going to drop the ball so hard. Why? Because he already did. And energy was getting out of hand, the way they were communicating, what was going on, literally energy, inflation skyrocketing, and then the man is fucking dumping trillions of dollars for public goods services. You know what I'm saying? So, but I thought he was going to lose absolute control of energy, and he didn't. Again, the way the global, like I said, I wouldn't have done what he did. Maybe I don't have the balls to do it. I wouldn't have dumped my whole entire oil bank account. Yeah, fuck it. Come on. Fuck you. We'll sell it off. Go ahead. I don't care. I wouldn't have done that, but it worked. Again, getting all these other countries to agree to emergency energy policy, getting all of these nations to also, he got other people to dump their oil too. It wasn't just us. We dumped a lot, but he also got everybody else to do it. That's an accomplishment. Unfortunately, like I'm saying, I wouldn't have done that step, but my man, oil should have been at $200, and he prevented that with extreme policy. So I could applaud that. I don't know if anybody could do it because he did it hella late. Then he dumped a lot. That's why I'm like, it was a shit show. I don't think, it's not like he did it with grace. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it was like Biden dribbling down the court, spin move, crossover, breaks their ankles, shakes King Salmon, gets the SPR, boom, gets Japan on board, pulls up, step back, swish, nothing but net. It wasn't like that, bro. He was like stumbling. He was tripping. The ball got turned over 6 times in the same possession. Then he somehow got the ball back, and he just threw it up, and then it went into the rim. But then again, like I'm saying, you got the W. You got the W. So, That's Trump will use his tweet. Yeah, but now, like, dude, I haven't heard about a Trump tweet in so long. You know better the inflation doesn't happen. Yeah, the wheels are in motion. 100%. I want to say I was one of the first people talking about getting rich off of inflation. And again, it started with Donald Trump. I don't deny that. You know, both Donald and Biden unleashed the floodgates of money. But again, I do think Biden did it way more, but you know, Trump still got $1 trillion on his hands. You know what I'm saying? But they both did it. That's why it's just like it's wicked to think that we all allowed this for the future generations, and then we all stood by and were like, yeah, and then just fought each other. I think we should always use basketball when talking about politics. It just makes more sense, I feel. Israel agreed. That was older, but then I had another headline that said they don't agree. So remember, tomorrow's Friday, so you will have you're going to get a lot of Israel headlines tomorrow, as everybody thinks we're entering World War III on the weekend. That's been the weekend theme. This is America. We got a little bounce. Market liked the politic talk, but you're still red now. NASDAQ green. SPY still in the red. It's not too bad. Robinhood for the long term. I don't know, man. If they come back, honestly, like you gotta. It sucks that I'm even doing this. Like in a weird way, I would compare Robinhood to DraftKings. I know it sounds so wicked, but they remind me of each other. That's it. Like, again, I get shocked that DraftKings grows more than Robinhood, but at the same time, they remind me of each other. If anything, Robinhood has way better fundamentals in terms of not advertising and stuff like that. But, you know, I think Robinhood, if there's another wave of trading, they're going to benefit off of it immensely. However, in the meantime, it's like they're going to have to, they got to capture gamblers. They need to be able to capture, you know, people who want it. Like I said, it's very, very weird that DraftKings grows more than them, but they just remind me of the same way. Again, DraftKings, when they slow down, it slows down. When people flock to the app for a reason, it goes back up, and I think they kind of have a similar relationship. V-shape o'clock. Well, NASDAQ's doing good. Remember, the thing about today that I like is it's broad. You have way more names than just big tech. So if big tech comes up, you'll get a nice little rally there. Even Disney's holding up too. Apple's trying to climb up here. Apple's on the high. DraftKings makes up only 27. FanDuel, Flutter 47. Wait till Flutter goes public. Yeah, but even then, DraftKings, they're still holding up. But it's the same thing where I'm like, think of now, apply that to Robinhood. Where do you think Robinhood stands in terms of market share, you know? So that's why I'm like, I think they're kind of similar, and they both have abilities to both die and run up, just depending on what gets people to join them. Most people sports gamble, lottery tickets, not really cheap options for Robinhood. Well, there is, but the cheap options don't hit like they used to. As I was saying, bro, when Robinhood had more users than ever, that's because we were hitting literally 18,000% plays in a row at once every week. We literally for like 3 months, you were hitting 1,000% off a 10-cent option. So honestly, I think the market volatility, and then all of the demand for options, and then all of the greediness leading them to make some changes there. I think that's what kind of changed it around. Powell we still have the bond auction too. Again, TLT's down now, gave up most of the gains from yesterday. You're getting back up to the line now, 43.87. Remember, you only hit this like twice yesterday, so you didn't really hold it. We went above it twice, hit a new high today. If that could hold up, this one could actually be good. I did not sell out of the cart shares. No, I got clapped. I'm kind of disappointed in that one. Because I thought the earnings were good. I thought I was going to get a rally. It had a $2 pop, and then they sold off, but unfortunately, that's like the third company besides Netflix where they had a good earnings and the stock didn't go up. Versus again, Cody was another one yesterday that we were in. But then Netflix too, I'm still in that, and that went up. But I'm still going to ride out CART for a little bit. I'll give it some of the November. The thing about I went down to 24 when it dropped here the last time. So unfortunate, but we've been here. Oh, wait. I did get the Adani. I didn't even see that. That was for the Roblox, baby. Oh, Adani. Adani, baby. Adani. How am I so late on that? Oh, my goodness. My man. God bless you, bro. Horn. I hope he's still here. He's probably like, gosh, we had such a talk about it, and now you down that late on it? That wasn't the bet. That was just Adani. He was like, yo, man, if Roblo go below 40, I got 100 for you, Josh. I said, amen, bro. Amen. Let's go. We low-key melted. I mean, you're right back up. Again, it's not even a Euro close yet. You got about 20 minutes. But for the most part, and then Duolingo, that's the earnings from today. But you're back up to green now. SPY, the Dow is right there. But if we could hold this line, it does good, even better. But then again, I mean, 4,400 is the point. The equal weight came back up. Equal weight and SPY are now matched up. Interesting. You the man, baby. God bless you. Yeah, the market is going to be weird, man. Again, this CPI is just, unfortunately, Powell's just buying enough time to keep us within the clock, and then right when you think you're going to get something from him, he just shuts his mouth up and then he punts to the data a week away. That's why it's, in a weird way, I don't know if Powell is going to, even though the title is about monetary policy, after what we witnessed yesterday, I just think it's in Powell's interest to go about and just say nothing and punt to the data. If you had 5K and 30-year savings bonds that mature in 4 years at 3.2, is it better to cash out now and put it in a 5% account? I mean, is there a penalty if you cash out now? Are you able to sell out of the bond without losing, potential face value and money on it? That's the only issue. So if you could get out of the 3.2 and assuming your coupon payment so far and everything gets you to break even, and you could get out without a loss, I would do it. But then if I wouldn't take a loss, you see what I'm saying? It depends how big the loss is, unless even if the loss is smaller than the gain on 5%, then there you go. But you just got to do some math. Chances of Saudis extending 1 million barrel a day oil cut are rising. Check oil. Interesting. So it's dropped down there, but you're getting a headline on potential 1 million barrel more oil cut by Saudi. Proverbs 1:7. Fear of the Lord is the foundation of true knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and discipline. God bless you all. Horna, let's go. Hey, man, he read it, baby. He read it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Palestine Al-Quds Brigade's military spokesperson prepared to release 2 hostages for humanitarian and medical reasons. The risk is that the rates get lowered and then it offers something different. But realistically, your risk is if the bond market fails, if money markets fail, and you have a collapse. So it's virtually not risky, but technically there is a risk. But for the most part, it's if rates get cut. That's it. Because then when rates get cut, your money will be valued at a certain price. And then if now the future return is cut, then you're gonna have to. It's just gonna reprice, and then if you're still in it, you'll be at mercy of that. You'll actually have a month to react to it, so it's not like you could ever get blown out immediately, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess. Bitcoin giving up. Bitcoin's on fire. I mean, now we're trying to see if the Dow's going to go green and then if everything else is going to rocket from here. Because, again, you're right at the level. This is either going to give you a beautiful bounce and sell-off into all of this, or we're going to see. So if we get above this level and hold, it's going to be good. If not, though, this is just, again, you'll have enough time, bounce above it barely, then we just start dumping after Euro close until the auction or whatever gets in our way. How we living? We living good. Again, we've had a lot of discussion about potentially being day 9 of green today, why red could be somewhat accepted too because of everything, how we could be potentially range-bound. You had jobless claims in the morning, not too big, but better than not. China inflation data is showing deflation, and now we are awaiting the bond auction in Jerome Powell at 2 p.m. The probability of another hike is 50-50, Habibi, 50-50. I don't think it's a high probability. I think it's low probability, but at the same time, I don't think, again, I've told you this before, and we need to just stick to it. I don't want to play any other games anymore. It's in Powell's hands. It doesn't matter when they're going to hike or raise or cut or not. Powell knows it's all when he does it. That's it. Because even if you try to use the data and get ahead or not, you're going to get punished for it. It's just Powell. It's all in Powell's hands. So, again, remember what I said right when I saw the dot plot. You know, it was insinuating even potentially another cut or another rate. We don't know, but I just think this is a game of jawboning and signaling, and that's what everything comes down to. So, although I do believe the probability is low of another hike, I don't think that probability is rooted in anything foundational. In the fact that Powell, the market, it could alter and change, and they could do whatever they want, and it's clear he's trying to buy time so that he could have all of this done so that he could just say, okay, boom, this is it now. Now we know. But if he doesn't know, he's going to pivot all day. This makes you sad. It shouldn't. Should make you patient. That's what I'm trying to say. Unfortunately, I don't know what it sounds like to some of y'all, but this should be a testament to patience. So it's not a negative thing of what I'm saying. I'm not even saying it frustrated. I'm just saying it where it's just like that is the answer. And if we get distracted by all the other mirrors, we're going to pay for it. That's what I've already seen in the last year. It's just like it's so simple, but it's so difficult. But, this is why Buffett says it's the transfer from the active to the patient. And it really makes a lot of sense here where it's just like you need patience. That's why I'm even saying for this week, whatever happens, rally, unfortunately, the way Powell's punting the ball, you now still got to wait for Tuesday no matter what to unlock or trap the market if you really want to look at it, because that's going to be the big event. You now have to wait 4 days. You got to wait 2 more days of today, 2 days of the weekend, and then 2 days to start off the week. You know, that's all it is. So, but I hope it does inspire patience for all of you. And that's where it's just like, again, get your money, get your bill, and then just, if you really are looking, there's going to be little plays here and there, but like I'm saying, the quality, it feels like we're forcing a lot of shots there because you're not getting the same, reactions as you once were. So I think if you want the big moves, you want good plays, real money plays, and again, those based off of policy and macro, you're going to have the time and the patience to let that play, because you're going against Powell, who's, he'll take 5 days to make a statement, a month. He's going slow, very, very strategically and purposefully. Gold is strong. Market's coming up. And NVIDIA now, and Apple. Yep, they're all up. I think all of big tech now. Again, remember, they were red earlier. Microsoft's still in the red. How do you know the Fed wants the interest rates lower? They will eventually, but that's kind of what I'm saying here. We don't know. Everybody's assuming, and that's why I'm like, just listen to Powell. Just like what I told you a year ago, the same thing that sparked this rally, I said it in a video a year ago, where I just said, wait till they actually pause twice, and that's when you'll know. Once they really pause, you'll really know, but we don't know. We don't know what Powell wants. We don't know what the economy's like. The data is so delayed. You're getting the back and forth, but that's why I'm saying the answer will be when Powell answers it, when they go. But in the meantime, if you're going to try to answer it ahead of time, just keep in mind, Powell doesn't want things to move. Once Powell gives the green light, we're going to move. Just like the bullishness, the bearishness, if he doesn't have a problem with it, he's not going to say anything. But that is where I'm like, we don't know if he wants to raise or not, or when he wants to cut, and if he even wants to cut. Who knows? What if the situation's worse? He needs to keep it up for 5 years. We still don't know that yet. So that's why I'm like, patience, be wise, get your bill, relax, and at the same time, though, it's going to take a couple days at a time to get just very, very simple answers sometimes. We do know what he wants, 2%. But then again, what has he done every time? You're going to hit a target, and then he's going to say, we're not confident that target is going to stay there. So let's wait again. Right? I'm sure you could imagine that happening, because it does happen all the time. Remember when CPI first came down 3 months, 6 months in a row, and Powell said, that's good, that's what we wanted, but we're not confident it's going to stay there. Again, employment, real estate, anything, even if it comes down, until Powell is ready, he's going to say, well, we're not confident yet, until that happens. One institution should not have that much power. How is that free market capitalism? Because it's not the institution, as weird as that sounds. The institution is the one pressing the buttons and moving things around, but the answer is interest rates. So really, the question you should be asking, if you believe that the Fed has too much power, what would be an appropriate mechanism to set interest rates if we did not have a Federal Reserve then? Because that's what it is. It's the cost of money sparking a reaction all across the globe. When our rates go up or down, it's causing everywhere around the world to have that. So if you believe the Fed has too much power, the question should be then, okay, what is an alternative system how can you have the free market determine interest rates then? By letting it go off of supply and demand, well then how are you fund the government? That won't, that's the odd part with it. The gold standard, you wouldn't be able to trade. Prices would go a lot higher. Or you'd get massive deflation, because if gold is that powerful, then your paper's nothing, and then you can only buy to the extent of what gold is worth. So your dollar will be extremely strong. Chesky on CNBC. I need to go pee. I'm down. Chesky.
All tied to not long ago about some elements of the company being broken?
Well, it's really about the idea that we want people to really love our service. And as big as Airbnb is, nearly 10 times as many people still stay in hotels. And when we ask people, why do you stay in hotels? They say the number one reason is you know what you're going to get every single time. And we ask ourselves, well, what if we could solve this problem? It turns out we can, because we have over 370 million reviews that have been left on Airbnb. We have millions of customer service contacts. And so what we've done is taken all that data and created this new product called Guest Favorites. We're the most loved homes on Airbnb. They combine the uniqueness of an Airbnb with the reliability you come to expect in a hotel. And I think this is going to be a turning of the corner for the company, where we really now can start focusing on new ventures.
Are you considering any sort of loyalty program? Because when I hear you say we want people to really love the service, all of these changes sound great. But another reason people stay in hotels is because they have points that they want to spend and generate and then use them moving forward. So in order to kind of capitalize on the repeat customers, that's something you're considering as well?
Not at this moment. I mean, we've always felt like the best loyalty program is people loving you. In other words, it's less conditional love. They really just love your service and they come back. And the vast majority of our guests, they come back to us direct. We don't have to pay them. 90% of our traffic is unpaid or direct. So that's what we're focused on, is just focusing on making sure people love our service, but never say never as far as a loyalty program down the road. But if we did something, it would be quite different than what other people do.
As you seek to kind of grow demand from here, how saturated do you think the U.S. market is, especially with all of the regulations out there in New York City in particular? And how important is it to therefore grow in international markets where you haven't been as penetrated so far?
Well, I think we're just scratching the surface in the United States. We'll put this in perspective. 2 out of 3 Airbnbs in the United States are, according to census data, in places where there is not a single hotel. Again, hotels are more than 10x the size of Airbnb by people staying. Our prices are flat year over year. Hotels are up 10%. We're actually down 3% in the United States. Our supply is growing 18%.
He's not talking to an investor.
And that's the U.S.
He's trying to talk to you
US is one
guys.
of the highest penetrations in the world, actually second highest.
He's like,
just
why do
behind
you keep
Canada and the
supporting
United
these
States.
hotels?
So it turns out there's a whole bunch of other countries. Take, for example, Germany, Korea, Japan, Brazil, and many other emerging markets, which are some of the largest tourism markets in the world, that are growing really quickly on Airbnb, but they're much lower penetration.
You guys know
so
you don't have to
international
clean
is going to be
Airbnbs,
a big story
right?
for Airbnb over
Even
the
if
next
they
2
tell
years.
you to clean it.
Do geopolitics make you worry about that?
It just makes us want to be cautious when we're giving outlooks for the next quarter. But one of the things I've learned is we went through the biggest disruption to travel since World War II, which was the pandemic. And after our business dropped 80%, I think a lot of people counted Airbnb out. And what we saw was our business model is probably the single most resilient model in all of travel, because we're in 100,000 cities at nearly every price point, in big cities and rural communities. We cater to individual travelers and families, budget to luxe. So I'm not worried. I just want to make sure that people understand that this is an uncertain time for a lot of people, but they also really want to travel.
You won't lose your unless you damage the property. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to lose your
Brian,
deposit.
I am curious. Thinking about
if they're like take out the trash before you leave and you don't,
what
you're
you've
not
innovated.
Airbnb is not going to lose you for that, dude.
Positively
they're
or
not going to
negatively
take your money
about how the legacy hotel industry responded or didn't respond.
I think that I'm not super surprised about how things played out. I think when we started Airbnb, I think people saw us as maybe a threat to the hotel industry. We were described as disruptive. I've always believed for
Workday's
us to
popping,
win, nobody has to
WDAY.
lose. And I think we found that we've been able to coexist. Airbnb doing nearly 500 million nights booked around the world. And yet hotels are bigger and more profitable than when we started the company. I think we offer something different. If you're traveling with a group, and you don't want to stay in separate hotel rooms, if you want to live in a local community, if you want to save a bit more money, if you're traveling with a family, Airbnb is a great use case.
I don't see anything on Workday.
But I think
It's
there
popping
really
up.
can be different use cases.
And then
some
Fed
people
barking.
use both, and that's okay.
Well, speaking about
4 minutes
saving
ago
some
says
money,
continued
I'm curious
disinflations mean policy is working as intended.
Picture with regard to pricing.
Again, he was
currently,
in the middle
and
earlier. Got a couple of barking
you're
comments.
In control, or you're able to bring those prices down to bring more customers to these properties.
Yeah, so obviously our hosts set the prices, not us.
Dina at McDonald's and Krispy Kreme in talks to expand
to
partnership.
make sure they are pricing competitively. And Last year, this was a bit of an issue for us.
Nuts.
We saw prices rising, and we thought that was going to be a risk to our host community because one of our core values to the customer is to provide affordable alternatives to hotels. Since then, we've invested a lot in upfront pricing tools, better tools to provide discounts for hosts, give them visibility. And the great thing about the Airbnb model is as hosts offer better deals, they often make more money because they offer such low occupancy. So if a host is only a 30% occupancy, they lower their price a little bit, they may sell more nights. A hotel can't really do that. It's very difficult for a hotel at 80% occupancy to lower prices and make more money.
Really sophisticated look at where we are.
Oh, always. Come on, bro. Again, I'll read you the barking comments. I don't think it did much.
See you. Thanks for the time.
Again, we are approaching. Oh, never mind.
Chesky.
You're close.
More earnings ahead. We'll discuss.
All right. That's it. That was Airbnb campaign to speak to people about hotels. I don't think that was about the company. It's like, we do something different than hotels. Now we have a new place so you guys could get consistency. They charge cleaning fees and ask you to clean. Yeah, but like, you guys know that, like, right? Unless you like are damaging the property. If like someone's like, oh, I'm going to charge you for this, and like it's just to scare you into not damaging the property. That's it. It doesn't, because it's so hard to get the money. If you were like, this guy left, he didn't take out the trash. I went $250. He didn't take out the trash. No, Airbnb, I'm filing a claim. The worst they're going to do, that like there's going to leave a review on your Airbnb profile as a guest. That's it. You're just going to get a lower, that's how it's supposed to work, is that you get a review back so other guests know what type of guest you are, so on and so forth. But like, even then, if anything, like they're not to go through that claim process in Airbnb. Remember, you hear it. Airbnb is trying to keep you as customers. They don't want you to have a bad experience. So like, just think about it. You really think they're going to let you go with, okay, oh, I didn't take out the trash, so Airbnb actually took money from my account, my deposit? Does that really, like, come on, that's fear. Again, both the hosts want to scare you, but also everybody in the hotel industry. But I think it's very simple there. Because again, I mean, I've had these issues. If people don't like damage your property, you're not getting any money. And even if they do, it takes months. That's what I said. As an Airbnb host, it's hard to do a claim. Like, I remember, I think I have the picture somewhere. Have you done that before? No. I've tried, dude, literally the one time I tried to, and I got back a little bit, but it was only because of damage. But, like, they were smoking. I said, if you smoke in my house, I'm going to charge you. I couldn't charge them. What the fuck? But remember I told you that one dude left a fucking screwdriver in my toilet, and then I stole his Gucci flip-flops? Yeah. That was but I couldn't, that's why I took the flip-flops. I couldn't get anything. I'm telling you, they don't let you, they're not going to fuck their guests like that. Like, you have to understand that. They're just not going to, unless it is real damage, unless it's serious where the host is like, yo, bro, I'm never going to host my house with you guys again. This person, literally, I told you, I had somebody smoking blunts in the bed, burned holes in every bed because they were smoking blunts in every single bed and ashing it on the bed. Literally, I was like, what kind of sick fuck? This dude was literally with and there are backwoods everywhere. I got pictures of all of this. And this dude was just, and then fucking just sticking the end of the blunt into the mattress. You know what I'm saying? My dude was living, bro. I bet you he was king for a week, bro. I'm telling you, he was I could only imagine this guy just chilling in this house. This house is in Bel Air, down the street from Elon. He just smoking backwoods, just fucking ashing it into a memory foam mattress. You record your clients? I used to. That Airbnb, I no longer do it, but yes. And I would tell them. So, again, I was one of the weird Airbnb hosts, but I just said, listen, I got a camera in the front. I got a camera at the door to see who walks in, and I have a camera in the living room because I have very expensive equipment. So, because I had like a media center in there that was crazy. I still own the house, but I rented it for long term. It's no longer. I'm getting ready. I want to sell it, though, actually. But I think I'm going to sell it once the renter leaves because it's gone up a lot in value. So I'm done with that one, but it was, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, I've had a lot of crazy experiences, but like I'm saying though, when they like totally mess up the property, you'll get money back. Yeah, no bedroom can. You're not. That's against the law. Bedrooms, bathrooms is against the law. I think you can in the bedroom if you disclose it, but it borderlines runs against the law. Again, if I put a camera in the living room and I disclose it and I say that, a camera at the door, there's nothing wrong with that. But anything else is like, yeah, but that's just, I don't know. I ended up getting money. I got back a decent amount of money, but it took me about 2.5 months or 3 months, I believe. I'll have to double check. It's on the Airbnb. It's in the real estate courts. Because I even showed, I think I have the receipts and how I did, because it was a bitch. That's what I said. Like, for Airbnb hosts, if you want to Airbnb a property, like, let me tell you right now, bro, do not trust Airbnb insurance. Do not rely on that. So, like, all these people who are trying to, like, you know, if you're really trying to sublet and run one of these Airbnb arbitrage and you're, like, scraping the bowl, you know, and you're telling, you know, your money to operate next month is dependent on the money that comes in, be very careful. Why? Because if there is damage to the property, even if you have a legitimate claim, that process, it's like insurance and adjusters and shit. It's going to take you like 3 months to get the money back. You have to send in receipts of everything. You got to show that you bought something. You have to prove that it was damaged and fully not usable. And then they're going to ask you, they're like, well, can you get it repaired? That's what they asked me at first. I sent them damages, and Airbnb tried to get me to repair the holes in the bed before. I'm like, dude, the bed was $400-$300 off Amazon, and now there's ash holes in it. I'm not going to patch it up. No. This is it's simple. They eventually they gave it to me, but like, dude, you had to like go through all of the process and all of that. So just don't trust it, is what I always say, is like, just because you're not, it's not, they'll give you your money eventually if there's real damage, but you don't want to do the process and rely on it for insurance. So, but in that same respect, if you are an Airbnb guest, you know, maybe don't blame me if this ends up backfiring against you, but if there's little things against the rules, like, again, it's hard for Airbnbs to get money out of you. So do not operate in fear thinking that, oh, if I don't take the trash out, you know, the minor stuff, I don't think they're going to hold your deposit and take it. Airbnb hosts are greedy. I think it just depends. I mean, you know, it's just like the stock market. It's just like real estate. It's just everywhere. You're going to encounter the people who are just very shady, and then the people who just don't give a shit and who are there just vibing, you know? Like I'm saying, if it's something good for them and it works, you know, keep a good thing running. Like that's my view towards my Airbnbs. Like I told you, even that LA house, that was my biggest problem as an Airbnb. I fucking long-term rented it. That house gave me way too much issues as an Airbnb host. I moved on. My other Airbnbs, it's a good thing working. I vibe with it. That's it, man. That's it. Except me. No, there's a lot. I'm telling you, there's not. I think the 10 to 20 other Airbnbs around my cabin, they operate the exact same way I do. Everybody, they started lowering prices too. Nobody really gives a shit. Again, the San Diego ones, it's hit or miss. And again, LA was a nightmare. I'm telling you, my LA property was a nightmare for Airbnb. It brought in great money, and then if it got slow, it would suck because it had a higher price. But it was still, again, it was a shit show with the people. It was just the types of people. It was like a party house. It was in LA. It was in a nice area. You know, it's like, it attracted a crowd. The house was huge. So like a lot of guests would show up, but like, I don't know. It was just the people I dealt with and how the property was every single time. It was just awful. I would get people, they're like, can I have my wedding here? I'm like, no, what the fuck? Why would you? I even said, don't do that to your wife, bro. Go get married somewhere else. I said this is a ghetto area. I think I used the word ghetto in my Airbnb description for it. Yeah, Euro closed 5 minutes ago. We're kind of holding up. Again, watch bonds and next catalyst in an hour and a half. I had people, they offered good money, but I was like, I can't do that, Lord. You know, they've offered me like 4 times the nightly rate. They wanted to shoot a film, an aggressive film in the property. And I said, you guys are insane. I don't allow parties, no. But you know what I do? I tell them, I used to, this is what I learned on the LA one. I would tell them, hey, just let me know if you're going to have any parties, because then they would tell me. And then if it was too crazy, I would just say, no, bro, you can't do that. But so like generally I don't allow real parties, but like if you want to get 10 people in the crib, I'm like, I just tell you like, hey, you know, just don't piss off the neighbors, don't park here and you'll be good. But like, you know, again, I think somebody wanted to bring like 100 people or something. I'm like, dude, calm down. This is not Project X. Yeah, aggressive. I think you guys figured it out. But yeah. But it's fun, man. I got cool stories from Airbnb. You know, now that like I got good nice ones. They operate, they're on autopilot. I haven't had problems in a while, but it's just like, you know, I besides good profit on those, I've gotten a lot of good stories. You know, if you want to live a life of experience, maybe Airbnb is for you. I think those are the people who stay at the Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why, like, if you go to a hotel, bro, you don't want a story, go to a hotel. You know what I'm saying? You want to relax a little bit. You don't got time for that. You're only there for that's it. But like, I don't know. Some of you still trying to meet your wife. You trying to meet your next husband. I don't know what it is. Like, go to Airbnb, bro. That's it. You trying to have a story. Somebody like either almost killed you or gave you a lot of money or something. Go to Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's it. If you want a story experience, like I have so many damn stories. But and then the money's good when it's good. You'll get a good deal when it's good. But that's it. If you're adventurous, that's Airbnb's for you, man. You old, you a boomer, go to a hotel. That's when I feel boomer, I go to my hotels. Very simple. Yeah, it's like in between a hostel and like you could get like a luxury hostel, I guess. Sounds like Pandora's box. No, it's literally, that's what he was just saying. That's what Chesky was just saying, was that people don't know what they're getting into when they get an Airbnb. That's a problem they want to, that's a problem that they want to like answer. But it's still like, it's like buying a mystery box. You guys, do people still do that? You guys remember when that was like a phase? Even in 2020, it kind of was. Remember there'd be like those hype beast mystery boxes? And like you would spend like $100, $200, $300, and they would give you a box. You didn't know what was inside it, and it was either going to be something worth way more money or just like a bunch of little like shitty trinkets that maybe add up to what you paid for it. You remember that? It was big, and that's exactly what Airbnb is. That's why they're trying to find a way to let you know it's not a mystery box. But that's all. That's what I'm saying, you're either gonna have a great deal, and sometimes it's a great deal, but then everybody's like, where are the great Airbnbs? They're already booked. So that's like kind of the issue. And then if you book last second, it's a mystery box of you're either going to get something really good or really, really bad, or again, you're going to get a story. Bespoke post? Bespoke investment? Or is that not a box? It's a box thing. Oh yeah, I didn't know. I knew the hype beast ones, but like I think maybe I don't know if that was it. I didn't get too into them. Airbnb, because hotels are for boomers. Yeah, I mean, I feel it though. Like I'm saying, when I want to chill a little bit, that goes a long way. Powell's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern. So you got a long time till Powell. You got like 2 hours. 11, 12. You have 2 hours, 20 minutes, and then an hour, 20. until the bond auction. Tesla's selling off big. I have it here in the bottom right. Again, they're down 4. A lot of names have moved either. They're either doing very good or very bad, like in their own little pockets. Again, like Abivai's down 3. There's another healthcare. XLV's down like 1.1. Eli Lilly down. I think that one too. I think there's one more got clapped. Yeah, Tesla. I said this though. Tesla does this at the end of the year. So like, remember this was child support last year, because remember we kept playing it, and then but then like the market ripped, and then Tesla got none of it. But then again, it was going through all of the Elon Twitter drama. I didn't know if that was like an extreme event, but Tesla's been in its own little world. Yeah, well, NVIDIA keeps coming in with the news. Again, even when they have bad headlines, I mean, I feel like there's like a factory in NVIDIA's offices that just cooks up headlines, because they're like, well, we got 3 new China chips today. Exactly. Allegedly. Burke on the low. Microsoft now, they were red earlier. So Microsoft barely green. Again, Netflix holding up here too. What time is it? Euro close was 15 minutes ago. Where were we? Yields are down. 0.380. Okay. I think it's time. I want to hold it, but I think I'm going to ride out with the cart, but goodbye, my friend. Goodbye. I sold out of Netflix. That was a fucked up play. I wanted to hold it, but again, I'm looking at it. I don't want to wait till next Tuesday for the next $10 on it. So I got $13 or $16 a share, $1,600. I was down a major on that play, but that one came back. Yeah, that play was fucked up. Hideous. So I'm cool with that. But yeah, no long term. I just sold out of my Netflix shares. I held these for a while, so I bought them here. I bought them at like 425 on the margin conference day. I was trying to buy the dip on it, and then it ended up flushing, and then I went down. I was down $7,000 at one point, and then I held it to earnings, and then I sold out now for $16 gain. So not bad, but now I'm still holding cart. These are part of my. I wanted these for October. That's what sucks. So this one still came out green, but I had green on cart yesterday, but now that one just flipped heavy on me. We'll see. But now got out of that. I still got a couple other ones. I still have a big UAL play from earnings that I'm still down on, but I've recovered a lot of the gains or the losses on that. We'll see, and then I'm gonna see what happens today at the bond auction. Like I said, we could make a play on that depending on what happens, but I think it's going to be bad. So I wonder how the market will take it. When you're moving up, I saw there you go Netflix. And then if y'all going to run it Netflix, this is my breakout point. So this is what I was waiting for. That's what I'm saying. If you get here, you have another $10. And then if next week it goes good, you got $50 a share. But then again, it's on you for the risk. But there you go. I freed up some, man. So GG. Microsoft is really running there. You got 2 big candles there into the high. Yeah, Tesla. Again, it's one of those days, though. Just it feels a lot like last October with Tesla. Yeah, gold is up. Gold's hitting a high. I mean, and the VIX is up, too. Everything's in the green. What a day. What a day. Bank of Canada's senior department governor, we look to be in an era of higher levels of government debt. Canada mortgage delinquencies lower than pre-pandemic. Huh? Bank of Canada watching high levels of fixed payment mortgage debt. And then Fed Barkin says Fed policy is restrictive today. That was earlier. That's crazy. How? Mortgage defaults are lower in Canada than pre-pandemic? I don't know what's happening. Microsoft's killing it. Again, they were but it's only 0.3. Again, they're kind of moving small, but they were red earlier. Airbnb. The fixed rate from 2020 won't change till 2025. But they said pre-pandemic. In 2020, the pandemic. All right, you're moving up here a little bit. Just got out of Netflix. I added some freedom. I usually it moves like another $10 when I sell out, so I'm waiting. But you're back to this level again. And again, we are just a couple of minutes here, about 15 minutes off a Euro close. Oh, can we do push-ups? Can we do push-ups, Chad? Before it gets too late. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hi, chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. And the video's on the high. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. We'll get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, there you go. And chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. That's how you're supposed to look. That's how you're supposed to look. Look beautiful. You look amazing. You look better than 9 days in a row on the spot, bro. I'm saying, I haven't seen that in 10, 20 years, man. I haven't seen how good you look in 10, 20 years. That's amazing. Wow, keep it up. Then flex the core, tuck the hips in, all that good stuff. Relax the jaw. Then breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Oh, there you go. There you go. Your girlfriend heard and doing push-ups? Let's go. Bro, I don't even know if my girlfriend can do a push-up. Hold on, where's my resistance at? That's crazy, actually. Bro, where is it? Oh, there it is. It was underneath my sweater. I need my resistance. I don't think I've ever asked my girlfriend to do a push-up. Now that I think about it. She's usually not here when I'm streaming. And then when we go to the gym, she usually doesn't do chest. I never thought about that. I'm going to ask her today. Thank you for the inspiration. Airbnb. You guys didn't hear why? Airbnb is going vertical.
Airbnb goes vertical as millennials realize hotels are for boomers. The truth of the matter has got them to now change their view of Airbnb as they realize they don't want to be like their boomer parents. Welcome to Airbnb. Do it for the story.
Resistance. SoFi getting clapped. Well, we're getting back up to the open here. High ticker is really gassing. Again, I just sold out there of Netflix, and it breaks out. I'm doing my back workout still. But again, you're making your move here. 0.3, you're up and out, even on the Dow. Last thing that'll be red will be the Russell. So we'll see how long this lasts for. Yeah, I'm surprised Disney held up. I thought Disney would have gave some of it back earlier. Again, I really think Airbnb, I don't know, did y'all just realize Airbnb is that hotels are for boomers? Because I think that just happened there. That one's going up. Again, Netflix, I left me my dollar on the table. GG, guys, GG. The bond auction is going to be in 1 hour and 10 minutes. So you don't have that much time to wait. That's the good news. All right. 9 days in the books. No, we got a lot. You have Powell still. Dude, you have way too much today. This means not. Like I've said, bro, I'm here because I love you guys, and I'm going to get the news. But this is all bullshit up until Tuesday now. That's all I'm saying. Powell may have the chance to move something, but no, bro. This is all. None of this means anything. Again, we're stuck in Powell's purgatory. We are in Powell's playbox right now until he wants to do whatever over the time. So, like I'm saying, it's either you are going to get ready to continue this rally and do this thing for end of the year, and it's going to get confirmed by CPI next week, or we're going to die next week once the CPI speaks for Powell. Unless Powell comes in today and just says, fuck you guys, conditions are loose now, and they're not tight, so now we have work to do, then everybody freaks out. But then again, I think he's going to keep it there, and then the market will stay in a range at this point, because here's the deal. Are you ready? I don't think anybody got this yet. We keep saying manipulation, right? He's like, oh, the market makers and Max Payne, right? You guys realize everything costs more money to hold. So every extra day something takes, there's more money being generated off interest than anything else. That's why it's going to move slow but still aggressive. That's why I think they want to buy time. So if you really want to think about like how can you extract the most money from everybody, slow it down. These slower days, it's not the y-axis, it's the x-axis when interest is this high. Saying the cost of holding everything is way, way higher. Higher interest rates. People want, again, even the CTAs, any of these algos, everything is levered. So it costs way more money now. 1 extra day of leverage, 2 extra days, an extra week, 4 days. You keep the market in this range here till Tuesday. If the market is going and chopping up, doing this weird stuff until you get a data event, think about it. You're buying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of just keeping the stocks at the same price, and then you could charge everybody on any sort of short-term money that they would need to participate, from big banks to retail. So it's just there's more money made in churning this day after day at these higher points with higher rates, rather than like something just falling out or ripping through the top, if that makes any sense. So that's why I'm just saying, I really think, it's just up, down, a lot of this right now. I think we're going to stay in a range. And when it's all said and done, you got just follow the calendar still, unfortunately. A big pullback is due. Not a big one. It's usually, I believe, about 0.3%, but usually there should be a decline right about now. Fed Barkin says no reason to change inflation or Fed's 2% target. Where would that pullback? I mean, if we get any sort of, again, I think there's 2 options. We stay between 43.32 and 4,400, maybe higher if things are good today, but even then it doesn't matter. It may probably stay below 44.04. Maybe it'll stay below here. I think this will be your range, worst case, until Tuesday. And then if you drop below 43.33, then watch out for this gap fill. But then if you go below 4,300, I'm assuming something just changed, or it's going to be a little bit more volatile. But I don't see us going lower than that in the next, 3 trading days. Again, all we have now is tomorrow after today, and then just Monday, and then by Tuesday morning, that's the answer. And that's why I'm saying, no matter what, you're kind of just either going to have your down day today, maybe on Friday, maybe Monday, but for the most part, I think everybody is punting until Tuesday already. So it doesn't mean you don't do anything, but like I'm saying, like I'm kind of just already in this. I'm in the same place. Everyone's writing out like either a general idea or not. So, but that's why it's like you could only expect them to move so much in the next few days, and whether you're comfortable with that or if you're worried that something will blindside us, then you got to make your move. Like, so for me, that's why I was like, Netflix, if I have to wait till Tuesday to get the extra $10-20 out of that, I'd like it. But if the red day brings it down $10 and I lose my profit, I'm not going to be cool with that after that just happened to me on cart. So I'm like, let me just take one of those off the table. But generally, I'm starting to think just ride until Tuesday, and we'll see what happens. I guess still gotta do one more set, bro. Tesla, I don't know. There was it could be, wasn't there Volkswagen news of making a cheap EV today? I think that was a little later. There's a couple of things, but I'm not too sure. Tesla, I don't know. All I remember though is just times towards the end of the year, Tesla just doesn't perform as well compared to some of the peers. You ain't high enough already? For what? On some things, I mean, some names are green, some aren't. Some didn't recover as much. Like I said, I was green on cart, and then that one flipped, but I was green on Netflix. I didn't want that to not go green, but other than that, I'm just in bonds and a couple of other random plays still. But for the most part, I'm either just waiting for a broader play and then getting the other stuff ready. You joking? Oh, you meant like high? Like the new Loki episode? I've never watched that. Tesla, Rivian, Lucid. Intel's at the high. Fed Pace speaks at 12 Eastern. Dude, who the hell is that? Who is Fed Paese? Fed Posse? Fed Barkin, I'm not worried that we are close to the line on reserve. Still room to go. St. Louis interim. No shit. The Amazon primary care is wild. It means you could get like a primary care doctor from Amazon, right? I mean, I hope it doesn't lead to another opioid crisis, but very, very wild. $9 a month. Today's Thursday. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I may not have a watch list today. I think I have to go to the doctor for the shoulder. That just reminded me. I think I have an appointment either this Thursday or next Thursday. Why is Target dying? Go woke, go broke. Oh, I don't know. Other than that, I don't know. Again, I think consumer stocks, there was a weird effect yesterday. What was it? The Eli Lilly drug getting approved. I mean, it did have kind of a negative effect on some of these companies. That would be the only thing as of late that I could attribute it to, possibly. Pace took over for Bullard in July. I don't know her, though. I might if I see her. The same sounds very familiar, but not really. But wasn't there another guy? Pace, the central bank has time to decide the next step on monetary policy. Keyword time. Bank, you had the Bank of Canada stuff. That didn't move much. Oh, WASDE. Forgot about that. Corn ending stocks 2.156 million. Estimate 2.111. Soybean 245. Estimate was 222. Cotton 3.2 million. Estimate 2.8. And then wheat 684. Estimate was 670. I think everything killed it. Literally wheat, soybeans, cotton, and what was the other one? Cotton, soybeans, corn. All beat in terms of production numbers. Tesla flushing here. Airbnb came down a little bit. Did we hit I don't know if that was a new high. You're still decent. You went above the level again. So you weren't doing that yesterday, but third time above 43.87 and then third time selling it off. I guess the fourth time technically. Fed, is it PACE or PACE? U.S. central bank policy is restrictive, imparting modest downward pressure on inflation. Kathleen Place. Ethereum. I don't think. Oh, yeah, Kathleen Pay. Yeah, I've never seen this lady in my life. Yeah, we could listen to it, but you have to pay for it. For the ACG Kentucky. These guys are crazy. I don't know if she's a voter. I want to hear Bullard's. I want to see who replaced Bullard, but I'm not going to pay for it. It'll probably end by the time I get it on. Again, we're getting all the headlines, though. GBX on the high. Airbnb came down. Again, Tesla's been flushing on all of that. SPY's up by 0.9. Dow went back to red. And then NASDAQ is up by 0.2. Netflix. And then Disney. Disney is killer, bro. I'm glad those contracts, though. I hope some of you grab those in the morning. Because usually they don't hold up like this, man. You don't go from cheap to just run up, melt up, and then actually hold. It has barely had a pullback. This is what we need, man. This is what we need. Bond auction. You got about an hour. 55 minutes. So it's good, though. But, I mean, it's weird how we kind of look like a weird version of yesterday. But I think we bounced way sooner. So I guess we bounced here, too. But then we started dying by, like, 9. So we still have time to match up. But yesterday, by, like, 9:05, you were bottoming out. So, and then this was the bond auction right here. So we're going to get a little segment here. You're going to get 2 little blocks. 2 more blocks. You see that? I guess every block is 30 minutes. No news on Tesla. Like I said earlier, there was updates by Volkswagen, saying that they wanted to get into manufacturing cheaper electric vehicles in Germany. I think that's part of it. But then again, I think like NIO, All of the other EVs are down. And, I mean, people have been talking a lot of EV lately. You know, people have been saying stuff like that. They've been talking about how EVs, like, the demand is just weird. How people want them and not, and how companies are, like, slowing it down. And now there's a lot of competition. People are even talking about the, the union tweet with Biden. That was also today, too, supporting that Tesla unions. That was another big one. But then, what was it with the EV? They said something else recently. What was it? Oh, the chargers. You ready for this? So apparently, one of the bigger problems happening right now with EV is the chargers are breaking. So not only do they want to build 500,000 chargers across the United States or something, they have a bunch of people to go build these chargers, but now the problem is that they're running out of people to fix them. So they have all of these chargers, and now they're starting to break, and then they're even saying there's just not enough people qualified to even maintain them, which is crazy. So that, the demand questions, and now the Elon cheap vehicles in Europe, and then I forgot about that Biden thing. Biden did say he supports unionization for him. That's going to be the new job hack. I think it will be, honestly. If any of you want to get into learning how to repair chargers, like you'll be in so much demand. That's the crazy part about it. Like, is that you straight up, it's an opportunity for those if you are already in that space or want to. Nobody thought about it in a weird way. Like, everybody was so focused on building them that everybody just forgot about repairing them. But I think it is a hard qualification. Yeah, I think that's the problem why they don't have them. It's not. I don't think it's like iPhone repair. You're gonna get the shit electrocuted out you, bro. It's simple. All you gotta do is you take off the screen and brought to you by Tesla. Charge yourself. 1 year experience. What? Yeah, so I think you have to. It does require. You're dealing with a powerful electric weapon. It happens. My mom is part of the electrician union in LA. I'm going to tell her. Yeah, tell her. Let me know what she says back. I mean, if it's viable. But I think you need a lot of training. That's the only problem. But definitely, if you're in that space and you have it, I mean, you have zero competition right now. They need you. They're just, again, I think it's either 5,000 or 50,000 chargers just damaged now. But again, they literally do not have the personnel to even repair them. EVs. Well, there's different risks, but fire and electricity it gets nutty. You're telling me there's more jobs and we need higher unemployment, I guess. Repair what? EV chargers. So EV chargers around the nation, there's a problem with a lot of them being damaged. So there's a heavy demand right now for someone who could repair EV chargers. What's the premium? I don't know the premium. I think it's definitely well worth its while. Just because there's not enough people to do it. Put it in the rice. Part of the issue, they're spread out all over the country, so hard for one guy or company to fix it. Bro, I saw one the other day. Where was it? This was in the middle of San Diego, but it was in the Cut. But it was like, dude, I saw an EV charger, like fat charging station just in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, what the hell is this? It was tripping me out. But there's a lot of those, bro. And then again, from here to Vegas, it's crazy. Fed barking. I don't know if we are at the right level on rates. Hot dog. Again, Barkin's not a voter. And then Boss Dick, what he said was the opposite, and he liked it. Is it free to charge your EV? No. Not usually. Like, my Teslas are because Elon couldn't sell Teslas back in the day. So he bribed you. So I got 2 of them. But they're free for those. But, like, everywhere you have to put in a credit card. So, like, even ChargePoint. I have ChargePoint. You have to have an app. And then you put your credit card and they charge you. It's crazy. Some towns. I think there's city ones for free. But if you, like even Tesla chargers, you have to pay for it, essentially, if you use the charger. Like if you don't have a free thing, they charge it to your account. $1 gallon is equivalent to $17. No, it's not that expensive. I think it's like $5. You'll charge your whole battery, or like $10. It isn't too bad. But I don't know. Then again, I haven't paid for electricity in a long time. I got solar and a free Tesla. So I don't know. I have zero idea. And I don't like to. That's why I don't drive them. I'm not going to drive this thing. Fuck that. I don't want to charge it at my house and then it's slow as hell at my house. It's bullshit. It is that expensive? I saw the same article? No way. I did not see an article. More like $30. That seems more realistic, but then again, I mean, I've never paid out a Tesla charger in my life. Then the ChargePoint, I've paid a couple times. That's just if I needed it. I only got ChargePoint because I just started seeing them everywhere, and then I wouldn't have battery, and I was like, fuck. And then it let you plug in the Tesla adapter. Do you need $10K to buy the 2-year bonds? If you're buying it as a physical bond, the minimum might be $10K. Or it should be cheaper, though. Sometimes there's minimums, but if you're trying to buy secondary market, there might be a higher minimum. AKA, you're buying a bond that is already been issued rather than buying it at the issue. Schwab? Oh, shit. I don't know. Maybe Schwab is a little different. What do you think about hybrid? I think it's more convenient and doesn't rely on 100% on electricity. I think that's commonsensical. You know what I'm saying? Little best of both worlds. I just don't like it when they what was it? They the Rolls Royce has this. It's stupid. They put an electric battery in these cars to give it 20 miles, and then the rest is gas. But they're but then in the city, you could have 20 miles of electric. I'm like, why would you? It makes no sense. But there is a, hold on, let me see if I can find it. There's one car. There is an EV I like. Are you ready? This isn't even a promotion, and I think it's a scam, but this is the only EV I've actually liked. Are you ready? I saw this on Forest Reviews. No. That guy who did the little auto reviews, bro, I love him. And I saw this, bro, and I was like, you know what? This is exactly what an EV should be. This is exactly what an EV should be. This is exactly what I want. Are you ready? It's so ugly, too, but it's futuristic ugly. The Aptera. It's this thing. that's why I think it's a scam. They're trying to get you to invest. But I saw the car. Bro, it has a solar panel that gives you like 50 miles on the solar panel. The battery is a 900-mile range. And then it's like 10 or 15 grand for the car. That's why I'm like, this is exactly what an EV should be. 800, 900 miles, solar panel. But I do think it's a scam. That's why I think they're trying to promote a prototype to get you to invest in the shares and then just dump on you. But that is exactly what an EV should be. If it's not a scam, I would buy that. I would buy that for 10 grand. 15 grand, yeah, just solar panel. You could drive it to LA and back. You could have solar panel. Like that it's ugly, yeah. But like y'all see the Cybertruck? Mm-hmm. It's like the Cybertruck's like little brother. It looks super weird though. But yeah, I was like, you know what? That range makes sense. You've seen reviews? Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw it on Forest Reviews, and I was like, shit. But I don't know if it's just like a scam, though. For real, it could be. I mean, that's what everybody in EV has done already. I don't know if you've noticed. LA and back at 22. No, I think it goes faster than 22 miles an hour. This is the Can-Am Spyder with solar panels and a battery. But that makes more sense to me as an EV than anything I've seen. NBC reporter had it stall out. No way. Are you kidding? Oh, I didn't see that. Well, never mind. But San Francisco has very steep hills. Mm-hmm. Aptera fail? Let me see. It looks ridiculous. Where is it? I can't see it. Aptera's NBC segment. Ain't none of my shit loading.
Active on our Discord.
Yeah, How come nobody has the video? Yeah, I want to see it, but everything's just like a YouTube video rather than the actual video. But damn. So it already failed? That sucks, though. Oliver Dalton?
He said that it's taking a little bit longer than he hoped. Was he referring to some
which will add ambiguity?
Humanitarian causes.
We're building pathways.
Honoring Apprenticeship Week.
And I want to say good afternoon.
Oh, they got Kamala to go to Pipe Fitters Local? It's crazy.
Thank you for being here. And my question is...
I think your question was a follow-on to the question about humanitarian causes that he was answering, but I will go get clarity on that.
The president also
I think this is supposed to be your principal press secretary.
For a lot longer. Can you tell us how much longer he asked for? Far be it for me to go beyond what the president just shared. It's obviously more than we have shared about the details of those private conversations, so I'm just not going to go any further at this moment.
Can you give us any details on what the president learned yesterday during his meeting with senators who traveled to Israel, Saudi, and Egypt?
So last night the president had a good, productive
Spy
meeting
back to
with
red now or break
Senators
even.
Graham, Cardin,
They're on a
led
plane.
that codel of senators to Israel, to Saudi Arabia, and to Egypt. They had a conversation about the latest on the situation on the ground in Israel and Gaza. I can also tell you that the president raised at the end with this group the importance of continuing to provide funding to Ukraine to make sure that they have everything that they need to meet their battlefield needs in the face of Russia's brutal aggression and to meet the humanitarian needs on the ground there. So just wanted to add that he had also raised that in the context of last night's discussion.
Suspicious white powder sent to election offices in Washington state. Is the White House tracking that at all or paying attention?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, but that doesn't mean that folks are not tracking it. But
That dude just snitch on himself? Because I ain't hear about that anywhere. Bro, he just said they're sending white powder in the mail to election officials. Have any of you heard that?
Casualties. They want transparency
see
with all Hunter Biden jokes aside?
Is that something the White House is willing to entertain?
Well, look, what I'll say is the White House, President, National Security Advisor, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, members of this administration have continued to have very direct conversations with Israeli counterparts at every level to discuss very directly the importance of minimizing civilian casualties and the expectation that our arms are any arms we provide, those are provided, on the expectation that recipients will comply with international humanitarian law and the rules of war. So, and the laws of war. So, that is something that we've communicated at all levels very directly, and we'll continue to do so.
Olivia, two quick questions. One, did the president watch the Republican debate last night? Do you know?
I know that this meeting with the senators who came over ran into the evening. I know he was in the Oval Office until after 9 p.m. last night, so I don't know if he was able to catch any of it after he finished working. Happy to find out more, but he was in the Oval Office working pretty late last night.
And then on the decision for the FBI headquarters to move to Greenbelt, Maryland, can you discuss anything about the president's involvement in that decision?
This was a GSA-led process. The GSA worked to implement their best practice around their site selection process. They also implemented came to a final decision based on site selection criteria that was in place in consultation.
The Tesla bonds at the low too.
With input from outside stakeholders, I can tell you it was a fair and transparent process. The Greenbelt location was determined after reviewing that the 61 acres in Greenbelt is both the lowest cost to taxpayers, most transportation options for FBI workers, and we had the most assurances about the expeditiousness with which the project could get underway. So a lot of criteria there. For anything further, though, I would refer you to GSA, which has been really leading the process.
Anything you could say about reports of resumption of military-to-military communication between the U.S. and China?
I don't have anything for you on that right now. Happy to take it, though.
Is there anything you can tell us about Ambassador Jack Liu's first week, his role in all of these talks, just anything about what's been going on with the ambassador since he's been confirmed and sworn in?
I'm sure it's been a busy first week. I don't have a rundown of everything he's done this past week, but I'm also happy to take that and circle back with you.
Anything you can say about the disconnect between the president's approval ratings and the victories that Democrats had earlier this week?
Well, look, polls don't matter, elections matter. And now we've seen 3 resounding outcomes in 2020, in 2022, and in 2023 that voters have overwhelmingly marched to the polls, rejected extreme policies that, roll back women's fundamental reproductive rights, that, sell out middle-class Americans to rig the system for the wealthy, and, threaten cuts to things like Social Security and Medicare. Instead, you guys are a different crew. Voters have repeatedly embraced the president's policies, which put middle-class Americans first, and end generations of trickle-down economics that didn't deliver for the American people. Just 2 nights ago, we saw, yet again, evidence that the American people are embracing the president's policies, are embracing the progress we're making, and they're rejecting the sort of politics of hate and division and fear that we're continuing to see from Republican lawmakers, continuing to reject these calls for extreme national abortion bans, for cuts to Medicare and Social Security, and the kind of doubling down that we've continued to see despite what overwhelmingly Americans have said that they want.
Just a housekeeping question. I see we have a guest stenographer. Will there still be transcripts from this trip?
Yes. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's going to be your only press update for the day. You may not get no Kirby, no KJP, but don't worry. The day, are we halfway done? Almost. About 3 hours in. We're getting there. 5 minutes shy of it, baby. 5 minutes shy. About 30 minutes from now, 35 minutes, the 30-year bond auction comes in. We've talked about it all day. Every other day of the bond auctions, we've kind of got a little bit of hype. You know, again, yesterday was the 10-year. The day before that, that was the 7-year, or was it the 3-year? But all of those were good. And then now today you're actually watching the reverse here on the bond, so it's going to be wild. Powell comes at 2, so it's bond auction first, and I don't think that's going to be good. So that's what's going to be interesting about today, because all the other ones have been good. And then we are going to deal with Powell an hour after that. He's speaking at the IMF conference. So I have that live video. We're still waiting on that. It begins in about, I think, 90 minutes, an hour and a half. So not too bad. 30 minutes to the data, hour and a half till Powell. Disney at 91 now. Well, very nice. Where is it? Young Disney. Yeah, Disney's up 7. Crazy. Almost 8. Considering how it even opened up today was wild. No shit. Yeah, so the Disney's back in green now on the long term. That's at least good. I'll take it. I could take it. So let's see here. All right, coming down a little bit. Okay, but hold on, actually. 4381. I have to go for like 2 minutes here real quick. I think you guys might get abandoned without anything, unless it's out there. You go.
By the
Give me a
analyst.
second. I'll be right back.
Respected.
You can hear me.
Media analyst, quote, feels like Disney's back to being in control. All right, Steph, so you got fed up with this one and you sold it.
A lot higher, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
but would you buy it back? Would you buy it back?
well, I said yesterday that the CFO announcement, Hugh Johnston,
Yeah.
going to the company, made it a lot more attractive. If you think that Iger can cut costs now, just wait until Hugh Johnson gets a hold of this company and the balance sheet and that sort of thing. So I think there's more to do. Look, I mean, the quarter was good. I mean, operating cash flow up 40% for the year, and they had sub growth when everyone else is seeing sub declines, and their content costs also came down, not as much as I thought, which actually I think is a positive because I want them to spend on content. So I think there are a lot of pieces in place for this to be an interesting idea. I just think the overall space is under a lot of challenges, and it's not going to be so easy. It's a cost-cutting story right now. It's not a revenue story. Usually that's how turnarounds happen, and they start, but I'm going to just let the dust settle a little bit.
So, Josh, I know you were looking at this, and we talked about it.
I didn't buy it.
I didn't think you did. Well, you know, I think you said if it got a 7 handle on it,
yeah,
you know, you take a more serious look. Well, now it's moved in the opposite direction.
Oh, well. I mean,
no interest?
No, not here. I do think, though, that something has changed. They are playing offense. Announcing an additional $2 billion in cost cuts is important. This one jumped out at me, too. Free cash flow now expected to be $8 billion.
Okay. I'm back. They're talking Disney, though. I kind of want to listen. Again, we're up on Disney, though. I didn't know that. So that's at least good. Because we put at least, 3 deposits into that shit? Yeah, look, come on. Where do you go, man? These guys were so...
The content has not been good lately. Everyone agrees with that. So, like, is there a point where it's too much cost cutting and maybe they'll have
Everybody
to reverse course?
unanimously
So
hates Disney's
still up in the air
content.
for me. I recognize the stock has had
Like,
a nice
as of
move.
late,
I
it's
missed
so
out.
funny.
And I do think that they're taking the bull by the horns. But for me, and I've said this many times, I still think the chances of ESPN going full-on standalone app, completely independent of cable systems, and being as successful as it had been are very slim. And that's the black cloud over the story that's keeping me out of the stock right now.
What's keeping you out of the stock, Rob Sechin?
You know, it was simply the metrics, but really they're trying to pull a really difficult move of growing top line while cutting costs. Now, that's something that Meta and Google have been able to do this year. And like Stephanie, we got out of Meta last year and got back in at the end of the year when they were kind of hitting lows. And we are in wait and see mode until we see continued momentum and maybe a little better valuation. But the question we're asking ourselves is Disney the Meta for 24? And we have some more
No, we
work
added
to
Disney
do
to
on
the
that,
long term.
but
A
it's
while
something on our radar. And as you think about going into next year and top picks, this is something that has to be a candidate for New Edge.
All right. Speaking of media, by the way, don't miss a special primetime interview with Liberty Media Chairman John Malone. That's tonight. David Faber's exclusive interview, part of CNBC.
All righty. No, Disney. Again, I'm surprised Disney's holding up really well today. And then somebody said a good question during all of that. They were like, we've already had the 10-year bond auction, so will the 30-year be more impactful? And that's honestly a great question because the 10-year is very, very important. The long end is much more attached to sentiment. So my theory for this today is that we're kind of in a mood where everyone's been looking good or bad, bond auction, good or bad. So the thing about today, the 30-year bond auctions always or usually, like majority of the time, come in with less demand. They come in with a tail. It's usually not good no matter what. So I just think how everyone's going to read it today, everybody wants something good, but I do think that it is going to be lower by default. So that way it could have more effect, but you are correct. The 10-year should have been more important than this. However, longer-term bond yields and sentiment has been an important part of what's just got destroyed in the last couple of months and what we need to recover. So there's some element why it's important. And then again, I just think it's going to be our first one where it comes in bad usually. So I do think people might get caught off guard a little bit since, all of a sudden everybody's focusing on these bond auctions when prior they didn't. So you're going to see that today. We'll find out with it. But you are correct. The 10-year, we have gotten past the difficult part, but everybody is still just paranoid. So there's always going to be that element. So we will find out. I did not add Disney today. No. I just opened up the long term. So, and then somebody wanted to see it. So I have the big long term at E-Trade. It's the same shit. I haven't added to this in what? The last ad was was last month, I believe, or beginning. And then I have one deposit. It's not even deposited yet, but this is how it looks. And then I have the Schwab account for the other one. But we are now green on Disney. So remember, we grabbed Disney on all the accounts. So that's good. At least on the big one. It's funny though, like everybody for real just like is clowning on Disney's content as of late. Like, so somebody said the silent majority, but I'm like, it's not even getting silent now. Like, it's not even just the people who are like, yo, why are you putting like demon movies in here? And then even South Park is clowning them for trying to just like overly just go way over the extreme and pander. You have, so it's like, it just unanimously everybody is just like Disney's content sucks. But then again, like, we still love ESPN, the Hulu. There's still members on Disney Plus. Like, they're still bringing in $20-something billion a quarter, but it's just like unequivocally everybody is just like the content as of late is just trash. Like, there's just no, like, there's nothing. Kathleen Kennedy gonna get you. It's the classics in the parks and ESPN and like in their one good acquisition of Hulu that's holding them up. Hulu is the only thing keeping them alive. And I mean, 225 million members on Disney Plus ain't no joke, but at the same time, it's just like, they're talking a lot for the future, and then everybody's just looking at their content now, and they're just like, nah, bro, this sucks. They made back what they made. I'm telling you, Disney is a weird company. Again, I like it, but like they just got a lot of, I don't know, bro, they've spent so much money in the past. I don't know what the hell they're breaking even on. And then I feel like they're just punting, and then they just punt, and then they use it as a tax loss if they really fuck up. Because I don't know what they've been doing, man, but that's it. The news, did it just tweak out? 12:35 right on the hour. Most people on Disney because offered by their cell phone providers. Yeah, I don't know. How many is it probably? Is it probably like 50 million, 75 million out of 220 maybe? I don't know. I think that's a high number. I think maybe 30 to 50 million seems reasonable. Yeah, literally 5 of you were just like, man, I only have it because of they make $5 a member, I'm pretty sure. So they have 220 million. They have 220 million Disney Plus, After every net total, they're bringing $5 a member is their average revenue per user on there. California Adventure, and it was packed on Tuesday. I want to go. I haven't been to Disneyland since I was a child, but we were gonna go last weekend. Actually, we ended up going somewhere else. My girlfriend said something. I was like, "Let's go to Disneyland," and I was like, "Yeah, let's go." I was kind of down, and then we backed out and we went somewhere else. But I don't know. Could be good. ESPN. I'm only have it for ESPN and Hulu. Hulu's crazy though. Hulu is a fucking cash cow. I think Hulu is the one thing where Disney is it's keeping them in the game against Netflix. Not only do they just have the 220 million members on Disney Plus, it's not making them any fucking money. It's bringing in something, but that Hulu, bro, Hulu averages, if you sign up, if they upsell you on Hulu, they're making $91 a user. It's crazy, bro. Like Hulu, dude, I'm telling you, and Hulu is keeping them in the mix of it's getting them in people's homes. It's keeping them on it's keeping them in the network, but they're using it for TV, for movies, for shows, per year, per fucking quarter, dude. $91. It's insane. I said, dude, last time I told you it was at 70 or something. And I was like, dude, Hulu, but Hulu is keeping them alive. Honestly, we're up on it. They're not moving, but with people hating Disney this much, but underneath the surface, Hulu is a cash cow. And Hulu is it's keeping them in the streaming, they have distribution more or less. Disney bought Fubo. Too expensive though. That's it. If Disney bought Fubo for cheaper, and then before blowing the money on Hotstar and everything else they've spent money on, then yeah, they would have been killing it. I don't know one person who has Hulu. I know a couple people who have Hulu, but it's just people have it, man. But it's just not I don't know. It's a silent giant. I feel like. Full-time RV user uses Hulu a lot. Fubo for soccer. Letterkenny and Shoresies make Hulu worth it. I thought the ladies only get it for the Kardashians. That's the Kardashians are Hulu, and then Hulu has a couple of random. Hulu's not Peacock, is it? Is Hulu have Peacock? Why is there so many streaming services? The streaming wars. Simpsons on Hulu. It's NBC. Yeah, it's awful, bro. Oh, 9-4. Let's do it, man. I gotta go. Honestly, I'm very my shoulder, bro. I did the workouts. I don't have any pain today, and it's kind of blowing my mind, so I'm kind of excited to try it again. Bond's getting blown out once again. You're back. Dude, you're doing 1%. It's weird if the volatility's not up. You're doing 1% up or down on these days. Ah! Oh, damn it. Damn it, Chad. I just unplugged my I can't even see the Chad now. Hold on. Y'all need to do your I'm going to go do my push-ups in a little bit, but you need to get beside your desk. Dude, I can't even see what you're saying right now. Oh, I'm blind. I just lifted my desk and my monitor just unplugged. Bullshit. I don't know how we're going to do this. I think I got to lower this again. Hold on. So, yeah, you need to move the body. You need to start moving around. Oh, no. Hold on. Just give me a second. We'll get to the bottom of this. Okay, hold on. I hope this works. Very, very hard to get to, bro. Very, very hard to get to. All right, let me see. Wait, where do I even plug this in? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, man. Chat, I can't. What is this? There's a random power cord. This makes no sense. I can't even, dude, my whole... All right, man. Damn stand-up desk. I don't know what you guys are even saying right now. That's the weird part about this. Y'all, something could be happening, or y'all just roasting me completely. Oh, that was it. It's crazy. All right, we're good. Oof. All right, you guys do your push-ups. I didn't get hurt. Usually I like run into something or I hit my head. Oh, I just stepped on. Oh, I broke it. Damn it. Yeah, all right. Damn it. I jinxed it. I just kicked over a statue thingy. All right. Well, it's good, though. It's good. We good. Can't get timed out. Honestly, yeah. I couldn't even move it because I didn't even know where it was. So I couldn't have, like, directed it. Oh, now I got to move this heavy. Why is the desk so heavy? Bro. This is insane. Insanity. Okay. I was riding the dolphin. No, man, Oh. Okay. I put up the desk. That's it. I wanted to stand. And then wanting to stand, I got clapped. All right, did you do it? Did you do your push-ups, though? I hope you did. I hope you did. Okay, we're good. We're good. This is so weird now. It just fucked up my flow, bro. Now everything's all over the place. It looked different. We're good. All right, we made it. We made it, chat. All right, now I need to do these shoulder workouts. I just made a big investment for that. You can't barely hear you? You should be able to hear me. And then you got 17 minutes till the bond auction. 17 till the bond auction. Yeah, TLT going low. I think that's just a bad sign. It's just letting, because remember, the days there was bond demand on the auctions came in good, you were getting a bid all throughout the day. So now if bonds sell off like they do today on the long end, and then you get that auction and no one shows up, it's not good. Let's gamble. Let's go with the short. Like right now, it doesn't make any sense. Like right now, we're just impatient. Like I said yesterday on the watch list, if you want to play, just play the bond auction. Like that's it. Just right off the bat, I'm down to make a quote unquote gamble off of that, but I would need the data. Unless you want to go for it. If you think I'm going to be correct, I'm not willing to bet on my own idea yet just because everybody's crazy. But if you want, just short the fucking bonds into the auction, and then if it comes out bad, you'll do good. If not, you'll get squeezed. So that's a real gamble if you really want it. You see Tumnus? Mr. Tumnus? Yields are going higher. Yeah, so short the bonds. So, again, if the auction's going to be bad and if that's going to be correct, yields, look at them. But the thing is, yields are already down right now. But in general, if that bond auction comes in bad and everybody gets scared, then the bonds will sell off if that is actually correct. Otherwise, if the bond auction comes in strong and there's already weakness today and there's people like me who think it's weak and then it comes in strong and surprises, you're going to fucking squeeze on the bonds. So that's a real gamble if you want it, but like I'm saying, I'm speculating with it idea-wise, but I'm not willing to play that yet. I'm still holding a bond play, so technically I'm on the long side, but I'm not willing to add or move it for in the short term just off of this. But I am willing to play the future, so pretty much on the ES. So if this comes out bond auction ends up being good, I'm gonna buy a ES. If it ends up being bad for a little bit, I'm gonna short the ES for just a little bit. I think a bad auction will give the market some downside for an hour, though. That's the problem up until Powell. Fed bids for 30-year auction total $456 million. Not bad. That's half of the 10-year amount. Remember, that was I think they had $900 million. Total offering is half the size, though. So honestly, it might not be that bad. The auction at 1. So in 15 minutes, 14 minutes, right around the corner. You think PayPal a good buy? I've been buying PayPal, but it's a lot cheaper now. I think it's a good one to hold for the long term. It's risky, though, growth. But Square, I mean, I see why people like Square. A little mix of both of those wouldn't be too bad, but Square's up. Bid to cover at 235. So I don't know the average. Again, it's usually dog shit for the 30-year. So that's the thing. The demand for the 30-year auction, nobody, think about it. What mother effer is showing up to a 30-year bond auction? That's again, and there's no more SVB that exists anymore. So, but usually they're pretty bad. So I don't know I don't know the average bid to cover, though, of what that would indicate. Got the badge back. Even without it, we love you, Robo. Honestly, in the morning, I love saying, I see you every morning. Bro, you right there waking up with me, dog. Good morning. God bless you. Amen. Definitely not the old people about to die. Yeah, but then it actually maybe. You know what? Maybe motherfuckers are buying it. You're right. Because the people about to die ain't buying the 30-year no more. And then somehow the younger generation just fucking loves TLT. So I don't know, but I don't know any bankers going in, and you have to be a buy right now for a very specific reason, or you're showing up to that auction because you bought way more bond futures and you want to pump it. It's the only thing I could think of. But then again, and then I guess you are getting in 4 or 5 though. What would the when issued be? We could check. It'll probably be give or take around here. No, 30-year bond, 472. So it's kind of like the 10-year, but just 20 years longer. Yeah, that's interesting. It's still kind of, it's not bad. I mean, that's at least the 10 years at what right now? 4.6 after today? The 10-year. $4.8. Fed Passe says it's important to stick to 2% inflation target. Plays and buys. That's morning gang too, baby. Average bid to cover 10-year for the last 10 auctions is 238, and it came in higher. Oh no, it's at 235, so slightly lower. So it's probably going to be a shit auction like usual. But the question is, how does the market take it? Like I was saying, most people don't pay attention to these auctions until last week, or I guess a month ago when we had the bad one. So, and everybody's worried about long duration. So I wonder what they're going to say if this one comes in bad or just kind of the knee-jerk reaction. Canada's productivity woes loom large for economic outlook. Fed Passe, I expect high rates to be in place for a while. A dumb question. When the market drops, moves fast and slow to rise, like what causes that? A lot of reasons every single time. I mean, sometimes velocity is important, and then sometimes it's just like sometimes it's because of news events and like something happens and then people react and then they get over it. That's often a good reason why you do that. But then also sometimes too, there's just like natural price discovery and movement, and and quotations on the word natural, because that could be debated very, very, very highly. But in general, that is kind of the driver. Don't underestimate the randomness. Slide pop. We're just back up to the level. Let's see if we get above here again, 43.87. But seems like you're going to be holding a higher level than not. Maybe you're barely green right now. Again, I think as the day's gone on, my suspicions that this bond auction is going to come in bad. It may happen, but once we get that, we got to wait 30 minutes or 1 hour, and then we're going to get Powell. So a lot could happen at either level. Powell might be talking monetary policy. Again, we went over this earlier. The title of the thing is called Monetary Policy Challenges in a Global Economy. So that's the title of where he's speaking at. There's going to be like 3-4 other people there. Obviously, Jerome Powell is he's the Beyonce of the group. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, Jerome Powell is just straight up Taylor Swift. Everywhere he goes, bro, that's it. There's going to be 5 other speakers, but Jerome Powell Swift is going to be on there, and we're going to just get woo! I'm a Powell Swiftie. Anyways, but there's a chance he does talk about it. But remember yesterday, everybody was so hyped. I was saying, remember I told you about this speech at the beginning of the week. Everybody was focusing on yesterday's speech, and then he came out with nothing, and then this one actually has the title, but he may not say anything. We're going to find out, but that is there is a decent chance based on the title that he should talk about monetary policy, but I don't know if he's going to do anything crazy. Bad comparison? No, Jerome Powell is Taylor Swift. Again, my favorite fun fact of Jerome Powell is he is the most popular Fed chair to ever walk the earth. There has been more social media mentions, comments, memes, and videos made about Jerome Powell than any other Fed chair in history. If that don't sound like Taylor Swift to you, I don't know. That's a Taylor Swift type Fed chair. He's more like Britney? No, he ain't. He's too stable, honestly. The dude did 2 terms. Your boy handled Trump and he handled Biden. Stop it. Again, I'm still pissed about transitory and this fucking waiting game. I'm happy about the 5% bonds, kind of, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, but still, like, come on, bro. This guy handled Trump and Biden at the deepest level. And just like, and just straight, and still just command, and that's it. He did damn well bring you up 20% or drop you, and he knows it. He knows it, too. That's the fucked up part. You know what I'm saying? Powell is the hot girl that knows she's hot. He's Taylor Swift. He knows too much, but he plays dumb, and then he'll tell you nothing on purpose. He'll make you wait. It's stupid. He ain't Travis Kelce. He's okay, I guess so, maybe, because Travis made her famous. What? I thought it was Kanye. What? Trump made him famous. Yeah, or like Powell's just been plotting for a really long time. That's the thing, bro. Powell is. That's why I think he might do another term, like low key, bro. He's been plotting for ages. He's been on Wall Street, a lawyer. Then he worked at the Treasury. He worked for $1. Then he started getting in there. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Josh's type revealed. I don't know, man. If me comparing Powell to Taylor Swift revealed anything towards some of my preferences, I don't know. But, I mean, you could take that if you'd like, sir. But I don't know about that one. I don't know. What do you think my type is? I'm curious. You have me more curious with that comment than anything else. Yeah, where's my type? My type. I like Fed chair, slender blondes. Oh wow. No, my girlfriend is not a slender blonde. No. So she would get mad. But I'm not against it. I think my first crush on any type of girl was blonde girls. So like when I was a kid, Like my sisters and brothers would make fun of me because I like blonde girls. So when I was young, I really liked blonde girls. I was a big fan of blonde girls, but I did get, I don't know if it was a phase or not. I could appreciate it, but you know, my girl is not blonde though. That's the thing. She asked me if she should go blonde, and I just told her. I told my girlfriend, I have a simple rule. If you change your hair, we're breaking up. Why? Because when girls change their hair, it's because they going to break up with you. So, you know, I had to do a preemptive attack. That's why I said, yep, you change your hair, we over. I'm sorry. I know what that means. That's it. I just know. Like, come on, stop it, though. You know it's facts. It's this. Why'd you cut your hair like that? You going to dye it all of a sudden? Uh-huh. Sure. Now, I'm sure you wanted some change. I feel you. You could have just let me know. That's fine. That's so not true. Well, hey, man, I'm gonna ride with it. I'm gonna ride with it. That's it. All right, get ready, though. Around this time, you guys are going to start getting numbers. 4 more minutes till the bond auction. It is true. What do you... That's the thing. You see what I'm saying? Some of you are like totally not true. But then some of you know the exact truth of exactly what I'm saying. You guys are like, nah, that's facts. You know damn well it's facts. That's it. It's hard because it shouldn't be true, but then again, this is something that like Donald Trump would say and then get everybody like pissed off, and then, you know, it's really divisive because for some people it's really true, but some it's not true at all. Been there. It's facts. My boy crazy. Yeah, I was fine. It's cool, bro. Don't trip, man. My girl know I'm crazy too, so it's not even like like it's cool. You know, there's full disclosure and everything, so that's it. It means y'all insecure. That's fine with me. Fuck you. I'm gonna be insecure as hell. It's a belief. I'm just saying I'm an observationist. That's all. Call it what you want. It's like the people at the craps table who get mad at me when I bet on the field. I'm like, shut up. It's not your money, sir. Don't worry about me. Nope. It says 0. No, it was like 900. But look for the WI, when issued. That's the number we want. Again, you might get it early, and then like a minute or two after the hour, you'll get it. And then, again, if you want to make a play, you could pull up /ZB/EB or ESEB. Your girl dyed her hair last week. Hey, man, everybody got their own story. So that's all. That's all, man. Maybe you guys should have a talk. Just ask her how her day's been. Maybe, have you not asked her how her day's been? Maybe that's why she dyed her hair. You know, it could happen. Oh, right before the bond auction. Oh, you're a savage. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Horna. Amen. Amen. That's insane. I don't know what to do right now. This is right ahead of the bond auction, and the Peach has arrived. It's supposed to be a bad auction, but maybe the Peach, I don't know. Did the Peach just bless it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And if you got the WI, post the WI when you see when issued. Holy crap. Can't believe it. So 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's crazy. I can't believe that. I'm actually in shock. Like Peach before, bro. Like what? If you dyed your hair, Josh, what would you do with the other half of the bottle? Dog, you hella clown me and like get banned like all the time and shit, but like that's your best joke. That's hella creative. I like it. That's a really good joke. See, that's how you do it, you know? You got to jab at me a little bit, but that was like actually funny. You get it? Because like I do really only have like I would use half the bottle. Like that's fucking great. All right. Like for it. When is shit? I don't see it yet. Usually Jesus be getting it super early. But then again, I usually get it right when the results come out. What's up, Jimmy? And yeah, again, the data should be coming out here. So it's been 45 seconds. So, but again, usually like within like 1 to 5 minutes, takes some time. We'll start to get it. You'll see a reaction too. But watch, the first 5-10 minutes, you're going to have a couple of plays with it, I think. So we'll see. We're all getting quiet. Wait for it. Wait for it. United applies to fly nonstop between Houston, Tokyo, and Haneda. Comes in at 0. That'd be insane. No, there's a stop through. There's a limit to how much it can move, I'm pretty sure. Treasury 30-year when issued 4.71 before auction. Okay, look at bonds are dying off of this now. What did it come in at? 4.71, 4.716 before 24, and it came in 4.769. So you went up about like 0.5, like I was telling you there. So again, it was supposed to come in bad. Well, market might try to eat it up. Bonds just got wrecked off of that. Okay, I shorted 3 MES. Oh, they gave me a good fill. Fuck yeah. Oh, I should have went with a big one. But I'm going to go with, again, I think it's going to move a little bit and then Powell's going to come on. I don't think we're damned to death. Do you guys understand that? I'm taking a, why did my SPY just halt? You know what I'm saying? So I don't think, something's tripping out, bro. SPY and ES are bonds are going crazy. Yeah, bro, my E-Trade, I'm up a little bit on that play already. But yeah, E-Trade's tweaked out. E-Trade just broke off of that move. Yeah, bro. E-Trade just broke off. The SPY's almost at the low of the day right now. What the hell? So, again, here are the futures right here, but you just dumped off of that. It's bearish, but I told you this was going to happen. It wasn't. It was like, what, 0.01 up maybe or 0.05? So, no squeeze, 4.769 when issued 716. So it went up by like 0.5 instead of 0.001 or 0.09. But like I told you, yeah, yields are going to run off. I told you this right before. If my boy took that gamble, he asked me if you wanted a real gamble. I said, take that bet if you believe me. Otherwise, that's it. I just said, wait, and then I'm going to play the trade. But yeah, I'm up 130 on that future already. That one's already kind of hitting. Again, bonds are flushing. Oh, my goodness. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe me either. Shit. I mean, I believed it, but I didn't want to put money on it because I know everyone's a crackhead. And now E-Trade's broken. What the fuck just happened? So look at this. You're dumping on. Dude, those 3 MES. I caught a quick 20 off of that. Oh, that's sad. I should have gotten the big one. I did. I grabbed 20 puts. You should have shorted the bonds. That's even crazy. I can't believe that just moved like that too. That just blew my mind. Again, the bond auction was bad, but, I mean, you have been warned about that all day here. Okay. All right, I covered. I made 150. That would have been way better as a normal one. I covered the short here. Maybe it gets a little bounce. But usually if I cover that too early and we run, it's going to be a 200-point day. So let's see. Bond market just got wrecked. But I'm surprised because that wasn't it's what I told you, the problem. That wasn't that bad of an auction. There is a large tail on there. But like it's because everybody is hyper-focused on this shit. You see what I'm saying? I was saying from the morning, these are always bad, but now you have everybody like, oh my God, the bonds, and then the bonds are already down, and then the auction comes in. Like, yeah, exactly. You've seen a way worse auction with way less of a move, not breaking the platform. So it's like, hold up. All right, you got a nice little bit. I covered the short. That was just 3 minutes there. Again, I think it could come back down, though, until Powell. So that's what happened yesterday. I'd watch the bonds. I mean, we could try for it again if you'd like. Yeah. All right, shorted again. 4385. 3 MES once again. That one's already... Dude, I'm getting filled great. Bro, I'm hitting... I went up $30 instantly on that. Usually they fuck me on these fills. Powell's in an hour. This is hilarious. It's just everyone's tweaking out. I hope you make your best trade ever. You front ran the bond auction. I hope so, man. That's what I'm saying. I mean, again, sometimes you guys wait for me to do shit, but like I'll tell you the idea. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll give you the idea all day, bro. Like, you know, you don't wait for me to do it. Sometimes I feel it. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes even again with the market, like I'm saying, you got to operate with caution. But, you know, I got a lot of ideas, bro. I got a lot of ideas, but it's not all of them. Again, sometimes they'll fuck you up. Sometimes they're not. But it really does depend on, you know, what type of exposure you want and what you're going after. Greedy short. I just took the MES. So see right here, this is a good level. Maybe we go down into the range. It's either you're supposed to bounce there or not. Again, that's why I shorted here, re-shorted again right here, and now I'm back up almost $100 on those. I should be hitting the big ones, but then once I do the big one, it's gonna blow me out by like 5K. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Volmageddon. I just think everybody. This is what you get for focusing on this event. You know what I'm saying? Like this isn't a big event, but everybody wanted a hyper focus on bond auctions. Well, you focused on the worst one now. The first two were great. Like we said, the 10-year has way more implications than the 30-year, and the 30 years are always bad, but you know, just everybody was looking at this for the event. But then keep in mind, you're going to have Powell here in a little bit. Bonds going down. That was crazy. 3 standard deviations. It's you threw a lot of gasoline on a very low event. That's all. Like I'm saying, just somebody said it perfectly. We've seen way worse auctions with way less of a reaction. I just think people weren't bracing for impact because they thought it was going to be like the last two. Powell, no, just wait. Now Powell gets to talk whatever he wants, and now we're going to get a move to the upside when Powell talks. That's the thing. We're not done just yet, but now you're finally getting, you know, one of these wicked bond auctions. You could have shorted /ZB. I told you this literally 10 minutes before. You could thank Jesse because Jesse was like, Josh, let's gamble. And I was like, listen, if you want to gamble, do this. But that's about it. You just long bonds. Let me take a look at that again. I'm still holding the second ES short. 4361. All right. All right, close that. I took 120 on that one. So literally shorted here to here, re-shorted here, and then took it out right here. They killed the bonds. Where are they? Oh, they're back to Monday. Treasury 10-year declines 15 basis points. What the fuck? All right, I grabbed 2 of the ZBs. I'm with you, open face. So I had that old one there. I was break even on that shit yesterday, and then I just dropped on that. But I'm down for a quicker flip on that. It's either bonds are going to get double flush or Powell. I could be too early, and then I have a little bit for another, what's it called too? Another MES. I like that. Again, it just flushed one. This is a 3 standard deviation move, but I don't know if the data actually warrants that. So if I could get, that's why I'm doubling up size. If we could get a bounce and flip out with a bag, I'm down. 20 more minutes, I'm with you. I feel you. But Powell is the risk. Powell could still smack the shit out of us on that. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Biggest miss in history. It shouldn't be. I don't think it was the biggest bond miss, was it? There's no way. Biggest tail on record. Yeah. But that's not, it wasn't as, in terms of like the demand though, and like actually showing up in a way where you got clapped, I don't think it was like the actual gap between the when issued and not, that doesn't make you too crazy. People, again, no one showed up for the last 30-year one. Yeah. Well, that's what, I mean, we did get a little violent, I think it was around here, then you bounced, and then you died as the data confirmed it. All right, so kind of coming up. That's crazy. I can't believe it went down 15. Let me see the 10-year. That's interesting. That's a fat-ass move, though. That was a fat-ass move. That's kind of, I didn't think people's tensions, like I said, I knew people were going to get disappointed. I didn't know it. I was suspecting it from the morning, but it's crazy to watch that, bro. Again, bonds, too, TLT down 3% in one day. All right. Didn't squeeze. Well, nah, you still have time for a lot. That's like I told you guys. That was a monster move, right? You're still very well in the range. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, and then you still have Powell right around the corner. So, and then we have one little piece of soft data tomorrow with inflation expectations, but it's all about Tuesday, bro. Like I'm telling you, it's just punt until the CPI. Punt until the CPI. Did people short TLT? If you wanted to gamble, I mean, it's just, we had a funny discussion before that. So I'm glad some of you were able to, use this channel how it should be. Take information, make your own plan. I get, and I love it, but it's just funny how that all played out right there, because that's wicked. Because that was a 3 standard deviation move in terms of you shouldn't have moved like that, but everybody was just so hyped up on these auctions that it just blindsided everybody. Bro, it broke E-Trade for a second. Even I was like, wait a minute. The candle wasn't moving, and then my short instantly just went up $100. I was like, what's going on? They needed data to dump. Yeah, but there's a lot of people too, though. Like I'm saying, there's an outsized attention. I've been saying this day after day. There's just been an outsized attention to these bond auctions as of late, just because the one about like a month ago, it was like a 5-year, 7-year auction. It shocked everybody and destroyed it. But then afterwards, with the rates and everything else, people started getting really, really paranoid about it. Greedy long, that's what I was thinking, but then I just went for the bonds. But I am thinking one more here, but just watch out though, because again, it still has within the timing. But I hit the first two perfectly, so those played out exactly how I thought. But it depends on what Powell says. I do think Powell can lift the market up, but I went for ZB because again, I was break even on that. I want to make a bigger average down because that's 3% in a day, so I already got 0.5%. That average down. I'm up $500 on it, but we have to make up the rest now. I'm hoping it makes a bigger move, and then we could just totally clear up, and then hopefully get back to just easier data reads. There's your pop, though. Now you're making a move. Again, see if the bonds carry with it, but again, the market could go up without it for now. The odds we stay for weeks. Not for weeks. You have till just Tuesday. That's the beauty. Unless the CPI gives us some effery, but really, I think after Tuesday, we should know if November, Santa rally, all that bullshit is going to happen or not. Again, the CPI, there will be other data in non-farms. Again, there's still 3 more sets of data after Tuesday, but considering where the market is at, I think we should get momentum after Tuesday and clarity. Otherwise, you get clapped and then go home. Bond auction came in weaker, a lot weaker than the last two, but then it caught everybody off guard. I don't know what people were expecting today with it, but it definitely hit them. Bond auctions, usually they're announced. So, like, all of last week with everybody freaking out about Yellen, it was about announcing what was going to happen this week. So, usually we have a schedule. If you watch the watch list, second link in the description, I've been talking about this since Sunday. And even last week, too, we've been going over all of them. But every single day this week, you've had 1 p.m. 3-year bond auction, 7-year, and then 30-year. You flipped the lawn with you, too? I'm out of all that. If you got the upside there, that was the only other one. I just went for the bond play. But I'm trying something with my average down, though. So if you hit that ZB from that bottom there, like low-key, I might want to take profits. But if I didn't have the other position, I'd probably take profits. But like I'm saying, you just caught $500 off of that little bond purchase if you hit the same position. Otherwise, wait here. There is a little bit of upside here, but again, I don't know how to play that one until we get a little closer to Powell. I would just wait. And if it moves, we end up at VWAP, then just a lot of knee-jerk reaction just to end up in the same place and stay in the same range. The VIX popping, it better be. That was such a wild move. That was fun. That was fun. Kind of crazy. You just missed a wild bond auction. How much did you have to buy to gain the $500? I think that would be like, it was $8,000 margin requirement. So you made just under 10% of the, but then again, you could lose more than your margin requirement too. But I think every ZB is $4,000, $4,400. If you did it with the small one, it would have been good. You closed the long one. I think they want me to do first in, first out. You saved you with that. It's good, man. I hope so. But again, just a little bit of teamwork. Like I'm saying, I gave you the idea. It was on you to whether act on it or not. You know what I'm saying? And like, if you were able to make something out of it, fuck yeah. So hopefully you got to learn a little too, and you got to put on, you know, at the end of the day, you are the conductor. You know, I slid an idea across the desk, but you have to, you know, the execution, like I'm saying, different risk tolerance, following all of that. This was the 30-year Treasury auction, yes. Explain why the lower yield from the bond auction is bare. This was a higher yield. So what ended up happening was that the bond, they did an auction. They sold $20 billion of 30-year bonds, and people bought them, but the bond was supposed to be at 4.5. It ended up selling for 4.519, I think, 197, which means that they had to offer a lower price because there wasn't enough demand. So when the yield goes higher on the auctions, people don't like that because that means that they had to lower the price and offer more yield just to sell that amount of bonds. So as of late, people don't like that because that means people aren't buying bonds. Yields are going high. There's a lot of impulse to go higher. That's why people start freaking out. And then again, the Treasury's dumping a lot. This literally destroys the current narrative. No, it does not. I disagree. Because again, your bonds are right back to non-farm levels the day after, right? But the problem is that this bond auction, you have seen worse. Again, the tail, and not just the tail is a portion of the auction, right? So it's like the tail is like there's a cutoff price and then like the average price, and it's pretty much letting you know like where a larger point of the borrowers above like the lowest price or the highest price paid. So pretty much it's saying that a large tail means that a big portion of the buyer was just only willing to pay the lowest price, essentially. That's why, again, there wasn't that much demand if you want to use it in that sense. But then again, the cutoff there and the price difference wasn't that much. So that's where you're getting this little reaction here. But you have seen worse. That's why it's not, again, you've had times like the one time, I don't know if you guys remember, it was like a couple of months ago, you came in like 10 basis points higher, 15 basis points higher from the when issued. So at the very least, this is what I'm trying to tell you is that you had a 30-year bond auction that was able to hold the same rate as last week, which is exactly in line with your narrative. It's just still holding this Powell. It's holding the Powell non-farms bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So you're still, and then now we're waiting for Powell and then CPI next week. So it's tempering you. It's not killing a narrative, but it's not furthering the narrative, and it's tempering it a little bit, and then we're getting a little bit more. At least that's my opinion on it. But I just think you're getting this reaction. It's what I've been saying for days here and all throughout the day today. It's just everybody got too hyped on this damn bond auction, and they thought it was going to be something else, unbeknownst that the history of the 30-year bond auctions are always dog shit. So everybody was so hyped, and then the dog shit that was supposed to be dog shit came in, and then everyone's like, oh, shit. And then you have this reaction. But now, again, we're kind of halfway back up, but you have Powell right around the corner in 30 minutes. Would this consider the market doing the jobs, the market doing the Fed's job? Yes. And that's why I keep saying why I think Powell's going to punt, because every little one of these events, if they're getting everybody focusing on him, the data is going to speak more than Powell. Literally, that was a bigger move off of a 30-year auction than I think Jerome Powell. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Jerome Powell, non-farm payrolls. Look at your TLT chart right now, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? Why does Powell doesn't need to say shit? That's it. He's letting it. That's all. He has scared the shit out of everybody. That now you have the bonds doing exactly whatever it is. So it's like if you were worried about 3 days of tightening, they are loosening. There you go. That whole week now we were going up, but now you're doing back and forth CPI. That's what I'm saying. CPI in the data. Powell doesn't need to say anything anymore. I think, and again, he has already paused. Doesn't need to talk. He'll just stall for however many months until the things happen. But until he says something, that's it. Appreciate the bond auction play. Thanks for passing it along. Oh, and Jesse Toad, thank you. 2 for 2 on the flips. God bless you. All right, man. Don't go too crazy, though. You've been saying you're like, I'm gambling. That's it, man. And like I'll tell you guys plays, but just don't ever hold it against me and don't be a little baby back bitch about it. And that's all. But at the same time, be wise with your money. If you're not, like I told you the other day, like I feel like a schmuck sometimes when I could get free money and make bad trades. But like I said, I had a motto last year at the end of it, and I'm still like, again, I have a different level of fear with certain things, and it's like I'm ready to lose it all. But like if you're not ready there, and you have not set up your long term, and you have not what I'm saying, split things up there, like be very, very cautious though at the same time. But that's it. And at the same time, it's hopefully we get volatility and we move from there, and hopefully it's something good. But you've seen a lot already, and you should be prepared to just know what's up with it. And paying the fine. It's fine, whatever you're doing. But like I'm saying, just know when if you know that you're gambling when you're gambling, and like I'm saying, just don't let it turn against you and hurt you. That's all. If you're gonna gamble with what you're comfortable with. That's it. It's good for the Bulls. I think we're still, dude, we're barely down now. We're still coming back up here. Well, let's see what this shit does. It's just going to get wild. Minute from that minute. That's good. That's cool. I'm glad to see people, take an idea and go off of it with their own judgment, though. That's why I'm like, I hope you guys found your own plays to do it. You found something that worked in your budget. But again, too, you hear a lot of ideas. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's on you to give the green light or not. And I'm more impressed by that. So good work. Do you think playing the chart is gambling? If you're not holding it for 10 years and you're not holding it for 5%, it's gambling. If it's not, that's it. That's the way. Unfortunately, though, that's sadly what these last 24 months have showed us. Because, again, there's a lot of up and down, but, like, if it's not paying 5%, bro, and or you're not planning to hold it for 10 years, it's gambling. Just because, again, you're getting just look at the back and forth and how everything's going just crazy with the bonds and everything. It's nuts. It's just like every year, 3 years in a row of bonds dying. That hasn't happened ever, or at least I think that this is the worst bond history in 50 years, 100 years. It's all crazy stuff. Best way to play for when the VIX dies, UVXY scalp. I mean, back in the day, you could have just shorted it and bought options that used to go ham, but it's kind of hard. You hate how right I am? Please don't. That's, because I don't know if that's why, like, when some people act hella weird, I'm like, why you even, like, get mad? Like, no, just have love, baby. I don't even know. I told you in the beginning, I wasn't right. I just had an idea. Again, I didn't put a bet on it. I wanted to be more cautious. That's what I valued in this marketplace, and I said I'll play it afterwards. But, other than that, nothing to hate, man. All love, all love, all love. And I'm glad other people went off on it, man. Like I'm saying, that's what you need. You need people who can, are willing to trailblaze paths and take it. That's why I'm like, good work. You saw someone going all in on 20-year bonds. The only downside would be just not holding to maturity and unrealized losses. Yes, for a very long time. If you bought like a physical 20-year bond, I mean, you'll get the coupon payments, but it is quite bad. Like, if that's not your plan to hold on any duration of that, like, you could lose literally, again, hypothetically speaking, if the rates go from 4 to 8, you just lost like 100% of your value, or like you'll go down 50% unrealized. It may be more. Why? Because, again, the rate's just your potential and now what you're getting paid on it, and then the value. Remember, when you buy a bond, it's at a lower price, and then every day it goes higher to get to 1. So remember, you buy a bond, you buy it at it matures at 100, you buy it for 90, and every month it goes up by 1 penny, getting you closer and closer and closer. So now imagine the new bond goes for 80, you're at the 90, so you still get paid on it, but the general idea is you could spend 10 years just trying to get back to that level, because now if all the other bonds are there, you're just getting blown out. It was a 30-year bond auction that destroyed us here. We're still, I mean, you're near the first low of the day, but this was the 30-year. Again, I think it just caught people flat-footed when we were just looking at a lot of other bond auctions. People were expecting something else, and then just switched gears on them. But it's good, but we talked about it all from the morning, so if you were here from the pledge to the plays, whatever, you should be good on it. But now, and then we made a couple of trades, and now we're waiting for Powell. Powell comes on in 30 minutes. No plays on Twilio. That's the crazy part. You have Powell literally, like, today, right around the corner now. Again, monetary policy challenges in a global economy. Anyone got Square for the long term? I think some of the people who either grabbed PayPal or didn't grab PayPal, some like to more. In Disney still up. I sold out of Netflix today too. I took the profit on that. Dealing now, I got large muni ladder and large unrealized losses. Have them maturing every 3 months. So munis are tax-free. I don't know if you do anything in bill, though, or whatever. The beauty for any of those unrealized losses, you could write off all of the interest you receive. So that's the beauty of it. Again, or at least if you do it on the end of the year and how it's recognized. But so that's the only real advantage if you have anything. But then munis, you don't even have to pay taxes on munis. saying people will default. You're talking about 20 years? I mean, I don't know if we're going to default by then, but remember, we have kind of had a weird technical default. Like in the past, there's been times, but you haven't had like a real default ever. But I don't know about 20 years. I mean, everything is very. I don't think I'd ever think these words would come out of my mouth, but we are starting to hit like unsustainable levels of debt and everything else where it's kind of shocking, but then again, I've been completely brainwashed to not forecast a bond default in America. Does that make sense? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see it, the possibility, the probability, but even the history of all of it. So it's quite a weird concept. Mm-hmm. 100%. SPYD pays 5% 30-year yield. Why? Why would you go for the 30-year? Again, I'm telling you, bonds don't make sense unless you buy for the duration that you're buying. So again, if any of you see something that says 20 years, 30 years, that's literally what it means. Everything else is pure. The only benefit that you get by buying 20-year bonds, 30-year bonds, the only benefit you get as a speculator is if the price of that bond changes immediately. You following? That's why I'm saying some of you would be better off with a real money 2-year bond than speculating on a 20-year, 30-year bond. Why? Because in one instance, you only benefit off of an immediate price change, whereas the other instance, you benefit off of both the price change as well as no downside, only collecting yield and principal. So that's why, like, a 30-year, I wouldn't, any 30-year, like, unless I have any intention of that long, I wouldn't touch it. Again, and this is just the SPY high dividend ETF. I don't know if this is a 30-year bond ETF, so this probably might be a little better. Yeah, you wrote that. Yeah, I was going to say, that's not, this one, honestly, this one just check what it's holding, probably has some high yielders, as long as it's not. But if it is what you said initially, that it's like a 30-year 5% yielder, like, fuck that. Like, don't just, again, Bill or your actual bonds would be better off for your long term or short term. But like I said, just match up the duration with what you want. That's all. Again, long duration, you only benefit if it changes quickly. At what rate would you put everything in bonds and collect for 20 years? 10%. I think 10 or 15, because then even if you roll over the coupon too, I don't know if you can, but if you find a way to reinvest it there, if they let you, you can you'll make all the money back. 10% is amazing. You're already halfway there. Anything higher than S&P? Well, no, just like literally just I don't even care about the S&P. That's the thing. If you start offering me like 10% on my money and you're telling me I could get my whole initial investment back in 10 years, oh, fuck yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's it. Why wouldn't you? I wouldn't buy a stock for a long time. I say, fuck you. You guys have fun. Do you believe that true inflation rates are in reality double? Oh, I think everything's so far removed. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, if y'all want to do another 4 years of this and then another 8 years, if you want to do any, like, that's all you guys. But go look at your house prices, the price of everything. It's insanity. All of that. Like, of course, inflation is way higher than 4%. That's the problem, is that the way that inflation is communicated, it's communicated in a very obscure metric that is a year-over-year change. Bro, that would, like, imagine Like, imagine if your gas tank in your car was like month over month, year over year type beat. Like, what if your gasoline tank in your car showed you how much gas you had based on the last 10 miles you drove? And it was just like, well, 10 miles over 10 miles. Well, actually, looking at the rate of change, you got a lot more gas in your vehicle. Oh, now you used a lot less gas than the last cycle or stoplight. I don't know if that's my best analogy, but hopefully you see what I'm saying. It's just it's a rate of change that we've been monitoring year over year over year over year over year over year, month over month over month over month. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like your inflation isn't 3%. Your inflation, go look at the price of things. Like, you know, it's a wicked concept. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China ransomware attack reportedly caused disruptions in the U.S. Treasury market, as per the Financial Times. SIFMA informs its members that Industrial and Commercial Bank of China has reportedly been targeted in a ransomware attack. No way. That's kind of crazy. Dude, we never hear about China companies getting ransomware, no? Yeah, this is foreign, ICBC. You can't pull it up. But literally, China Industrial Commercial Bank of China has reportedly been targeted in a ransomware attack. Kind of lit. Yeah, bro, you never hear about China getting, like, when was the last time I don't think I ever heard of a Chinese corporation getting ransomwared, now that I think about it. That's weird. That's coming out right now. I just got a headline of that. Spy going, bro, the bonds have recovered. This is actually crazy. I'm still holding them here. If this is going to give me a green light, that's nuts. Yeah, GG. I was gonna go with the futures, and then you said bonds. I was like, bro, I'm with you on that. I'm kind of down. Because again, I was break even on the first DB, and then that auction just fucked it all up. Bond auction, it came in a little worse, but everybody was just we got a taste of our own medicine of overhyping events. That's it. I think, again, we've been overhyping these bond auctions all week. Everybody on financial media wants to tell you bonds and Yellen is more important than Powell, but it's not. It is, but it isn't. You know what I'm saying? But then we got really hyped. 30-year bond auctions always come in bad. It came in bad again today, and then everybody just vomited. It was like a 3 standard deviation move. Again, instantly, you just plummeted. Powell, it could be big. Again, I'm thinking bullish after Powell just because I was thinking bearish bond auction, but at the same time, it does depend on what he says. If he says nothing, I think you'll get a little bit of lift, but it also does depend on where we kind of follow up here with bonds and everything else. AbbVie, what was the news? I think it was just a downgrade today. Or they got like coverage at market hold by Deutsche Bank. He could mention rate hikes. This time around, we don't know the composition of what he's saying. Usually we'll know in advance, like right before, but the title of this speech is called Monetary Policy Challenges in a Global Economy. Do you always talk this much, or has this channel made you talk more? I mean, if it's to answer a question, yeah, I've always talked this. Like, I got Riz, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I look like a lizard. I'm a pretty ugly dude, but, like, you know, I've been pulling way out of my league for a minute now. And it's because I got the mouthpiece. You know what I'm saying? So I always talk, but especially if people have a genuine question, I talk for days. Easy. Yeah, I'm the Rizzard. You know, you got Riz, then you got Lizards. I'm the Rizzard. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What? I mean, hey, man. I'm just telling you what it is. What it is. The sauce. No, the sauce came later. That's the crazy part. That's what I say in the other day, bro. The sauce came later, but I always knew how to talk. You know, I was always very ambitious, too. So that's it. The sauce came later, man. That's for all of you. You always got to the sauce will always come later. That's how y'all need to get the long term. Don't worry. The sauce will always come later. That's it. That's it. Let's hear some lines. You think I got this much riz by telling people lines when they said, let's hear some lines? No, man. It's got to be in the moment. Sweden's SBB is faced with a demand for bond repayment following a breach claim. Bro, some of these headlines wicked. News was bond auction. The 30-year came in worse. It was the biggest tail on record, but like even from the last couple of days, it was our biggest gap between the when issued and the actual results this whole week. But it was slightly higher. We've seen worse in the past, but everybody was focused on it. 30-year usually comes in bad, and then everybody gets crazy. Cutting out. Go to the Twitch. We've had weird issues. The Twitch, though, like we got cut out for 5 minutes today or something, and it was like 2 minutes. But the Twitch was like up nonstop. So just in case during Powell. Land auctions. Why do you want to? Don't even go to a land auction. Honestly, like, depending on where you want to live. I don't like land myself personally, but like, you could always finesse a good land deal because most of them just sit there. So like, you realistically, I'd find the land you want and negotiate with the seller. I think you'll do way better. Because like some of the auctions, it just depends. Auctions, you could get them real cheap, but then you have no idea what's up with the property, the zoning, all of that. It's a lot more convoluted. I was gonna buy a mountain one time. That's the closest I came to buying land was a mountain at a tax auction. It was, I thought nobody saw it. It was like a couple thousand acres, and it was like I looked it up on the map and I was like, yo, this is literally a mountain. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. The one with the LA guy, that one was just, that was the building, but this one was like a mountain. But then people bid on it. I wasn't the only one. I was like, all right, never mind. Bearish. I'm actually kind of bullish for Powell. Because look at, like, that's the paradox. What just happened was bearish but bullish for Powell. Why? Because guess what? The market is, the bonds were exact. I guess they're a little higher now, but they're exactly where Powell was speaking Thursday. Does that make sense? You got Powell. Literally, everybody was worried that conditions would loosen. And then what happens? We get one little set of data. You get immediate bond tightening like we were talking about. Again, the market's still up, but that's the only thing that's not as tight. So now let's see. But I don't think this does not compel Powell to say anything new. You know what I'm saying? Like, this just compels Powell to just toe the line and be hella neutral. But then if he doesn't use the opportunity to clap it, then there you go. You're going through old memories. 2 years ago, we had Chad Thanksgiving, played Squid Games, Roblox, top crypto with lending. Are we having another Chad Thanksgiving? We are. We do it every year, actually, believe it or not. So if that was 2 years, man, God bless. But yeah, we do it every year, man. Thanksgiving, I come on, I buy a turkey, I cut it up I turn on the camera. If you Chads want to spend some time here, you know what I'm saying? We play some video games. You know, that's what you do on Thanksgiving. It's Chad's giving, baby. So I don't know. I'm still no promises. You know me, but you know we did have the Chad. I got to meet Colt Real Estate over the last couple months. I got to go see them in person. I can post it on my Instagram, get you guys hyped up. But I am considering doing a Chad's Giving in person. But then now I gotta see though. I might have family, and like now my girlfriend's family wants to do shit, and I'm like, man, I don't know, but or maybe I got to go back by Black Friday. But I'm thinking about it. A small one though. That's it. I don't want. That's it. Like I said, it's gonna be, like however we did it with Cult Real Estate, it was fire, bro. I'm telling you. So it's how we got to do it. But I'm definitely at the very least, we always got somewhere for you guys on the holidays, especially Thanksgiving. I'm a big proponent of being thankful. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily about celebrating the holidays and, I don't know. But, in general, my heart, I'm very thankful. And I'm very thankful for all the Chads and the journey we've been on and where we're about to go, baby. Stop playing with me. But above all else, we will have somewhere here. So we'll see you there. If anything, we'll be cutting up the turkey. Oh, but that's the thing. Twitch? We can't do like a separate Twitch YouTube Thanksgiving thing though, unfortunately, because I can't. I'm gonna hold the ZBs into PAL. I think so. I'm up a lot on them, but I need to make back I'm up 1,100 on the ones I bought today, but then I'm still down. I'm still down off the $2,000 from being literally I was break even, and then this move from here, I'm break even here or up 100, and then now I'm down $2,000 here. But the average down got me a lot. But you give me one pop, I'm walking away with everything green, and then I could even reposition lower. First time meeting girlfriend was dude, that's crazy. You guys fucked my head up with that. When I realized, I was like, I didn't realize I've been going out with my girlfriend for 3 years, because this will be my 3rd Thanksgiving with her. And that's kind of wild to me. I don't think I've spent 3 Thanksgiving with anybody. I don't know if I've told her that, but yeah, that's it. It kind of tripped me out. Same. Yeah. I've spent 4 with you guys. It hits different. No, it just hits now I know why everybody's like, oh, you getting married? I'm like, oh, man. Oh, dude, dude, I had the trippiest moment. Oh, this was on the weekend. I was playing 2K. And this dude, bro, dude's playing, and he has his mic unmuted, and what do you think he's doing? This guy is just on the mic playing. He's like, and he's making the same. I was like, what? And he didn't it was tripping me out because it sounded like me, and I was like, I thought I'm the only one who does that. Wait a minute. Yeah, you did that. It was tripping me out. And then Powell in 10 minutes. Have no fear. Again, we're getting that all situated. Welcome to What We Hear. It's nice, though. So do you not like it? Because, I heard it. It was kind of I had a great game. It was kind of relaxing, the tone and everything. I was like, this is a vibe. It makes some just... It's good, man. It's good. I saw your request, and then I reopened my thing, and then it disappeared. But add me. You had it. Stock Market Live. Chat is now available on desktop for live broadcasts. Reminds you of you and Chad's parked by that dude in car. Are you going to start streaming on X now? I don't know. It's hard to stream on more than 2 places, and then everywhere has its own vibe. That's it. I think I survived on Twitch because I'm a nerd, and you know what I'm saying. But I don't know, man. Twitter people are different. TikTok people want me to thanks for the roses, and I don't know. The Twitter is just I don't know. I've never tried it there, but I haven't even seen like a Twitter live. Market live, yeah. I don't think you have to capitalize it. Twitter people, they're not even like aggressive. I just feel like Twitter is just, it's where you want to go if you wanted to join Mensa, but you didn't join Mensa. Instead, you just joined Twitter Premium. That's, in a weird way, that's kind of how I view. That's why I'm like, it's just always, there's just like a lot. But then there's very good stuff there in education, but then there's like a lot of like, there's just like a lot of fluff and arrogance that's supposed to be like intellectual or this and that, and then it's mixed in with half of the posts are like live leak fucking dead bodies everywhere. I'm like, okay, man, this is getting intense. And then it's political drama, and then if you hear one thing, you're like, oh man, maybe that sounds good, and then you click on it, and then they're like, their bio's like proud Republican, proud Democrat. I'm like, this is all just politics, bro. My goodness. Ooh, spicy chili. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. Don't worry, Powell's not going to say anything. Don't worry, inflation's transitory. I messed it up. Who would you want to meet, Powell or SBF? Powell. And even then, I would have good questions for Powell. You know, I think it'd be a cool discussion. But I don't really care anymore. That's it, you know. I'm living in peace, my brother. You know? That's all, man. I'm going to get me and my Proverbs, bro. You know, live life amor fati. I can't control what you think. I can only control myself. That's it. Just vibe, bro. Vibe. Would you choose hot wings or pizza? Dude, y'all had way too much fun with the bond auction. There's no way these are the questions leading into Powell. So would you rather have pizza wings for the rest of your life or a pizza just without the wings? And I asked why watch the 20 or 30 instead of the 5 or 10 year. I go back and forth. So depending, like literally half the year I've been looking at the 10 year, and then as the long end started to freak out, I've been putting up TLT up here a little bit more. So it just depends. But realistically, my main focus, I think the 10 year is the most important tenure on the bond curve, and then the 2 year, 10 year, that's a thanks for the roses. 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 All the banks are sound and resilient. And that's enough for the week. Thank you. Thank you. Will you sell anything if market goes to new highs? Fuck yeah. Not like long term, but yeah. I'm a natural man. I'm the original AI. Y'all were calling me an AI before there was even TikTok. Y'all were, that's it. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't think it would turn into a watered down version of that just turned into, like I told you though. How many times did I tell you back in the day? I told you. I said, I'm a glorified street performer. That's why I said some of y'all need to calm down with me, relax, stop getting so mad and jealous and being weird. And then some of y'all need to, don't put me on a pedestal, but at the same time, you need to show respect before I smack you in the face. Why you bothering me? I go to my corner and I speak my truth. I speak it. They ban me sometimes, and that's it. I just told you I'm a street performer, and then y'all thought I was an AI, and then boom, both of those combined on TikTok, and now you have AI street performers doing it for money. And then that's it. Come on, bro. You saw it here first. 3 years. That's all. It's wild how it played out, man. All wild. Crazy. Josh is AI. Hey, man, before you knew what AI was, you thought I was the first version. Do you eat? No, you don't eat? It's crazy. Do you really talk this much? All the banks are sound and resilient. Inflation's transitory. All right, man. 4 minutes till Powell. I hope you had fun. In the meantime, I hope you enjoyed. Ooh, actually, perfect. Perfect. Oh, it already, damn it. I'm going to go with 1 then. I grabbed an MES. I was going to grab with the other 3, but like remember I said I wanted the upside. I wanted to wait, but now you just hit the bottom again. And then, well, not the actual bottom, but ahead of Powell. I went 1 long MES, still in the ZB. So, again, Powell's in 4 minutes. We're going to use all our tools to get inflation to 2%. He's going to push back on things, but, I mean, the only difference is today now the bonds are already weak. So, like, what is he pushing? That's the irony of all of this. You're right at Powell, the close of Powell, give or take. Long MES. That's a micro future. That's what I traded. So, if you were listening to the ding-dings earlier, I was trading the futures to the short side, but I went with a micro one, a baby one, instead of a big one. And this time I went with 1 instead of 3. Airbnb? What just happened? I think E-Trade broke again. Biden speaking. No, bro, you just flushed. Yeah. Hold on. Is Powell, I don't know. ICCB unit informs markets about a cyber issue. Again, a bank in China is having a cyber attack. I'm getting another headline. Powell's on in 2 minutes, but you just got a fat little dump there on the low ticker. Again, a lot of tech, a lot of names that were even kind of holding up earlier. Google and a few others. Cyber attack. It's weird. Again, I think it's ransomware. Again, I don't have any Powell statements yet. That's the issue. So usually by now, if the market starts moving, there'll be like a Powell statement, you know? But we ain't there yet. Usually, well, again, it's written statement usually comes out, but he's not live. Again, it's a 1 minute and 20 seconds. Some attacks have happened before to Chinese universities. It's good. We were just talking. We're like, you don't really hear that too much. I can't really recall another moment. So it was a good counter. All right. Still going lower. So maybe I'm glad I went with only 1. I'm down $20 now on the MES instantly. Where are you? So are you hitting a new? This is lower than before, actually. That's wild. Mr. Cooper. That was the other day with the mortgages. This one's for a China bank. All right. Waiting for IMF now. So Powell should be live. Speech is scheduled to start. I have it queued up, but they don't have any feed coming through. Then you do have Biden. He looks. And, I'm gonna play him. He looks great right now.
Can't be here because they're in
He looks like my dad right now. Will my dad wear a T-shirt over his little dress shirt like that?
Tirelessly for the people of Illinois, and Durbin busted his neck in this job too.
I'm gonna play this till Powell comes on.
Look, folks, they've worked nonstop to bring good jobs back to Belvedere. Two people of my team are here who did so much to support UAW negotiations. Our acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Sue. Where are you, Julie?
Whoa, bro! It's.
I think Sean.
These flushes are.
They did a hell of a job.
I feel like the pre-written statement has to be floating around somewhere. This is wild, bro. I don't know. I think the pre-written statement might have came out because you're getting these little drops and aggressive moves as if something's already there, bro. Yeah, Powell not confident we've reached stance to hit 2% inflation. Powell not confident we've reached 2% inflation. Says Fed won't hesitate to tighten more if appropriate. Again, that's what he said the same day until Nikki Timmerhouse came in. So hold on. I could just be the, again, that was remember that headline. We will continue to move carefully. So you're getting a negative reaction on it for now. He is not live yet. So this is pre-written statement did come out. That's what I'm saying. There's no way you did that 2 times in a row without that. Oh. All right, I got one feed working. Powell, process of getting inflation to 2 has a long way to go. All right, I got audio.
You're next to me, my friend.
So again, Powell's statement starts with the bearish comment he said at the last meeting that was pretty much unwound by Mr. Nicky T. All right, you're getting a lot of momentum down, Miss. You broke the level, so that is the first. I thought we would hold this a little bit better. Now watch, if you break 43.33, that's where we really get into a trouble here. Otherwise, if it bounces from there, we could be good.
Why don't we get started? Of course, this is a moment many of us have been waiting for. This is our policy panel in the annual research conference, and the theme for this policy panel is a theme that is going to resonate with all of us, of course, monetary policy challenges in a global economy. Now, as we all know, in recent years, the global economy has been going through a major inflationary episode. Pretty much every country, everywhere, with a few exceptions, have seen inflation rates that they had not seen in many decades. This has been accompanied by a number of additional shocks as well. A war on the European continent, an energy crisis, rising trade, geopolitical tensions, and of course, in response to this surge in inflation, central banks in many
Again, you just did 10 points off of those headlines.
Tighten monetary policy also to an unprecedented degree in a long time, including in the US, but in many other places as well. Now, the good news is inflation is on a downward path in many places, even though it remains still quite high and above desired levels. And many central banks now appear to be near or at the peak of their hiking cycles, so they are communicated about that.
Let's see, wait for the first bounce. If that first bounce don't hold,
is an important time
I might flip to the downside.
To take stock.
But I'm still holding
and
the
this panel will aim to shed some light on the trade-offs and the challenges that policymakers face today. Has the monetary policy response been sufficient? Has it been effective? What can we say about spillovers? And more broadly, is the central bank toolkit fit for the task at the current juncture? Now, to help us think about some of these very complicated issues, we have a really phenomenal panel today. I really cannot think of a set of people who would be more qualified to share their views on these questions. And so I'm going to introduce them briefly in the order in which they will speak. We'll start first with Jay Powell. We're very fortunate to have Jay.
Jay starts first. Jix is on the high.
Chairman of the Federal Reserve System since 2018. Arguably, many would say, the most powerful policymaker in the world. He served as a member of the Board of Governors since 2012. Prior to the Federal Reserve Board, Jay worked in investment banking.
Yeah, that little green getting eaten
up
already.
He also served as Undersecretary of Treasury for Domestic Finance in a George
Watch
W.
if
Bush,
the bonds slip.
each Bush administration.
Dollar trying to rocket
Amir
above
Yaron,
29.81.
Has been governor of the Bank of Israel since 2018. That is for almost as long as Jay's tenure as chairman of the Fed.
They got this.
Before that, Amir was professor of banking and finance at the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania.
They got the Israel Fed
and
chair?
He's a world-renowned expert in macroeconomics, monetary economics, finance, and financial economics. And we're particularly delighted to have Amir with us today.
I think, I don't know if you could verify that. I think that's Bank of Israel up there.
No introductions, I think, especially in these walls. But she is the first deputy managing director of the International Monetary Fund. Previously, Gita had my job as chief economist and head
governor
of
of
the
Bank
research
of Israel, Yamir
and prior to
Aran.
joining the IMF,
Iran.
she was the John Swanstra Professor of International Studies and of Economics at Harvard Universities, with a world-class record of research on exchange rates, trade, and investment, international financial crisis, monetary policy, debt, emerging market crisis, a very, very long and distinguished list. And then last but obviously not least, Ken Rogoff. Ken is the motivation for this year's annual research conference in his honor. And we're very happy to have him today and tomorrow. And currently, the Moritz Boas Professor at Harvard
regionals
University,
got destroyed, bro.
Also a former chief economist at the IMF.
You're not getting any stability here.
2001,
You're below 43.55.
Another turbulent time for the global economy.
Again, 43.47.
Ken has written
that's the
several
first level, and then
extremely influential
43.44.
books,
But then this
and
is danger
of course,
zone.
Many research articles on debt and financial crisis. He has written what remains to this day a reference textbook. Graduate textbook.
Again, pre-written statements are hawkish from Powell. He reiterated that comment about wanting to raise rates again.
Maury Upseld in 1996.
He said it on the same time.
Known for his pioneering
last
work
Thursday.
on exchange rates, central bank independence, sovereign debt, financial crisis, among many other topics. And Ken has long ranked among the most cited economists. I checked quickly, and I think his RIPEC ranking, which is something us for academics or former academics, we check carefully very often. I think his RIPEC ranking is number 11, which is totally astonishing. And his Google Scholar count is, off the charts, astronomical. And for those of you who don't know, I have to all mention this, Ken is also an international chess
This guy is
grandmaster.
introing the F out of this.
Now,
you
we
know what
will
I'm saying?
start
Like, he really
with short interventions from each of the panelists for about 10-12 minutes.
Yeah, dollar
followed
rocketing
by,
isn't good.
A quick discussion between them, and then we will open for discussion with the audience.
All right, I
There
think
are
you're gonna get 10
mics
minutes of Powell.
in the aisles. If you are at the point at which we reached that stage in the panel, if you want to ask a question, please line up behind the mics, and then you will have a chance to do that. I will only ask that, since our time is counted, that you keep your questions brief, and you also keep them focused on the topic of the panel, which is monetary policy challenges for the global economy. Now, with this, let's start with Jay. I believe Jay will talk about the nature of the inflation process in the US and the appropriateness of the monetary policy response. It's up to you, Jay.
Thank you very much, Pierre-Olivier. It's great to be here, particularly in honor of Ken, whom we're proud to count as a member of the Fed family. So my assigned topic is U.S. monetary policy in the current global inflation episode. So I'll begin by briefly addressing the U.S. outlook, and then I'll turn to three broader questions raised by the historic events of the pandemic era. So to begin, U.S. inflation has come down over the past year, but remains well above our 2% target. My colleagues and I are, of course, gratified by this progress, but we expect that the process of getting inflation sustainably down to 2% has a long way to go. The labor market remains tight, although improvements in labor supply and a gradual easing in demand continue to move it into better balance. GDP growth in the third quarter was quite strong, but like most forecasters, we expect growth to moderate in coming quarters. Of course,
Jerome Powell, by refusing to treat climate change like a systemic
Okay,
risk
thank
that
you.
people are putting us at
Thank you very much.
Damn, they did it again.
Thank you very much.
No, not today, fucking climate protesters.
Thank you.
Bro, they
Just
went
close
up
the
to
fucking
him.
door. Close the door.
Close the door. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Oh, dude, I need that feed. Bro.
We are putting like
Look at it. Bro, they went up some. Oh my god. Dude, what the hell just happened? Oh, they just got. Dude, that's insane. Bro, did you see? He's like, close the door. Close the door. Look at this. I don't know if this was.
Jerome Powell, by refusing to treat
Look at
climate
these.
change
These
like
people
a
just came.
systemic
Bro,
risk that-
somebody was near him. I don't know if he said close the fucking door.
Thank you very much.
Bro, this is. No,
you
someone
very
was
much.
near him.
Yep.
He's like.
Thank you. Just close the fucking door. Close the door.
Yeah, he said close the fucking door. Jerome, no, bro. Yeah, no, dude. That's like, I think Jerome Powell is just put in a dangerous scenario. Dude, he just said close the fucking door. Dude, did you hear the, like, awkward, like, the, okay.
Of course.
Okay. Like, you could tell he was in a situation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Just close the fucking door. Close the door.
Yeah, and then they cut off the feed. Dude, no way that happened again. They muted the mic after Powell literally said, just close the fucking door. Dude, that is insane. No way that has happened again. And this is on one of these well-televised speeches, but Powell sounded nervous. Now we know what Powell sounds like when he's nervous. I don't know if they intended to do that, but now you really know what he sounds. Dude, that was insane. Again, markets are that just fucked up. Now the algos don't know what to do. First of all, this is the second time in a row one of these like little Powell things is getting interrupted like that, but the volatility is unreal. That's going to make it weird. I don't even know if people are going to like, is Powell okay? Can we get a confirmation Powell is safe?
By refusing to treat climate change like a systemic
Okay,
risk
thank you.
you are putting us at
Thank you very much.
This makes no sense. Bro, I'm just dude, and you're telling me the governor of the Bank of Israel is sitting right next to Powell and you guys are getting raided by fucking climate children? Come on. What? Hold, like, think about that for us. So it's either security is really bad or this is cannot keep happening. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. How do they keep getting in? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, you have like major world people up here. This is insane. Man, Greta. Oh my gosh.
Gratified by this problem. Thank you. Just close the fucking door. Close the door.
That's crazy. I didn't even know Powell knows how to cuss. That's insane. Again, I have the feed still going, so watch out. They're going to start talking randomly, but so far everything has been cut. So Fed Powell says I don't even do. Where's the headlines though? Hold on. You're not even getting like crazy headlines right now, dude. This is very, very weird. Oh my goodness. Powell got interrupted by climate protesters, and and even Powell said, just close the fucking door. And then the headlines, check your headlines if you see anything, because they haven't even given us an update. It's been about 5 minutes or so, maybe 7, and we haven't even heard. I don't even have like a headline saying he was rushed out or anything. So this is at the IMF meeting. That's why I'm like, dude. Again, you had a Bank of Israel governor there. It's the International Monetary Fund.
Little interlude.
Oh, there it is.
Of course,
all right, they're back.
Issues are important. Keep the questions on the topic for today. Okay. So, monetary policy challenges for the global economy. Thank you.
I'm buying 2 more MES. Now let Powell talk. I don't know how we didn't just die off of Powell saying close the fucking door.
Yeah. No, I don't.
He said security detail?
Let me check. We might have to go too.
Dude, what is happening? Okay, never mind. I'm on. No, okay, never mind. I'm selling those MESs. I'm taking my $80 loss. Now that hold on, yeah, this is getting way too weird. No. I was still in the bond play, maybe, but dude, did you hear that? They said, okay, now they're clapping again. Oh, you guys are fucking crazy. Then he said something about security detail. He's like, no, we don't got one. Like, I'm like, what?
Okay, where was I?
Holy shit, dude.
Inflation was coming down. The labor market remains tight, although improvements in labor supply and a gradual easing in demand continue to move it into better balance.
Dude, there's
GDP
not even
growth
one
in the
headline
third
about
quarter
the
was quite
speech getting
strong,
interrupted.
But like most
That's
forecasters,
fucking
we do
insane.
expect growth to moderate in coming quarters. Of course, that remains to be seen, and we are attentive to the risk that stronger growth could undermine further progress in restoring balance to the labor market and in bringing inflation down, which could warrant a response from monetary policy. The FOMC is committed to achieving a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. We are not confident that we've achieved such a stance. We know that ongoing
it's
progress
just getting
toward
reported
our 2%
right now.
goal is not
like
assured.
as I'm telling you that.
Inflation
so
has given us a few head fakes along the way.
One report about
If it becomes appropriate
No,
to
I closed
tighten
out the
policy
MES.
further,
I was going to go
will
for
not
the
hesitate to
upside,
do
but
so.
then it got weird
We
with the
will
speech. I
continue
closed
to
out of
move
all of them,
carefully,
$80
however,
loss.
allowing us to address both the risk of being misled by a few good months of data and the risk of over-tightening. We're making decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity, inflation as well as the balance of risks, as we determine the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time. And we'll keep at it until the job is done. So with that, let me turn to the three questions that I've posed that have arisen from the receding but still
it's the
elevated
same phrase
inflation
from last
we're
week, though,
experiencing
but
today.
this time the market
The first question
wasn't
is,
as
with
happy.
the benefit of 2.5
Dollar going
years to look
higher
back,
off of that.
what we can say about the initial causes and ongoing policy implications of the current inflation. After running below our 2% target over the first year of the pandemic, core PCE inflation rose sharply in March 21. Economic forecasters generally did not see this coming, as shown by the February 21 survey of professional forecasters, which showed core PCE running at or below target over the subsequent 3 years. So the real-time policy questions for policymakers were what caused the high inflation and how policy should react. And at the outset, many forecasters and analysts, including FOMC participants, viewed the sudden upturn in inflation as mostly a function of pandemic-related shifts in the composition of demand, a disruption of supply chains, and a sharp decline in labor supply. The resulting supply and demand imbalances led to large increases in the prices of a range of items most directly affected by the pandemic, especially goods. In this view, as the pandemic abated, our dynamic and flexible economy was likely to adapt fairly quickly. Supply disruptions and shortages would diminish, labor supply would rebound, aided by the arrival of vaccines and the reopening of schools, elevated demand for goods would shift back to services, inflation would ease reasonably quickly without the need for significant policy response. Indeed, although monthly core PCE inflation spiked in March and April of 21, beginning in May, it declined for 5 consecutive months, providing some support for this view. But, of course, in the fourth quarter of 21, the data clearly changed amid waves of new COVID-19 variants, with only gradual process in restoring global supply chains and relatively few workers rejoining the labor force.
So this is all his reasoning
That
why
lack
he's
of
saying
progress, combined
he's giving
with
you
very
evidence
strong demand from households,
to why you should
contributed
believe he's
to
not
a tight
done.
economy and a historically tight labor market and more persistent high inflation. The committee signaled a change in our policy approach and financial conditions began to tighten. Of course, a new shock arrived in February of 22 when Russia invaded Ukraine, driving up prices of energy.
Look at what he's showing you. He's showing you core
By the time we
PCE
lifted
coming
off in
down
March, it was clear
and then
that
rocketing
bringing
up.
down inflation
This is
would
all
depend
hawkish evidence,
both
essentially.
on the unwinding of the unprecedented pandemic-related demand and supply distortions and on our tightening of monetary policy, which would slow the growth of
Again, I don't know if it's
demand,
anything
allow
crazy. The
supply
market's
time to
already
catch
just
up.
taken the same statements negative.
Today, these two processes are working together to bring inflation down. The FOMC has raised the federal funds rate target by 5.25 percentage points, and we've reduced our securities holdings by more than $1 trillion. Monetary policy is in restrictive territory and putting downward pressure on demand and inflation. The unwinding of pandemic-related supply and demand distortions is playing an important role in the decline in inflation. For example, wage growth has steadily fallen since mid-2022 by most measures, despite continued robust
Dollars
job
above
gains,
$29.81, that keeps going
reflecting a
up.
resurgence in labor supply, thanks both to higher labor force participation and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. While the broader supply recovery continues, it's not clear how much more will be achieved by additional supply-side improvements. Going forward, it may be that a greater share of the progress in reducing inflation will have to come from tight monetary policy restraining the growth of aggregate demand. Turning then
And
to my
market
second
liked
question.
it when he talks
For many
about
years,
wages
it has
coming down.
generally been thought that
But he's
monetary
talking
policy
long-term,
should limit its
so
response
it's kinda
to
odd.
or look through supply shocks to the extent that they are expected to be temporary and idiosyncratic. Many argue as well that in the future, supply disruptions are likely to be more frequent or more persistent than in the decades just before the pandemic. A second question then is what we've learned about this standard looking through approach. The idea that the response to the inflationary effects of supply shocks should be attenuated arises in part from the trade-off presented by those shocks. Supply shocks tend to move prices and employment in opposite directions, whereas monetary policy pushes each in the same direction. Therefore, the response of monetary policy to higher prices stemming from an adverse supply shock should be attenuated because it would otherwise amplify the unwanted decline in employment. In addition, supply shocks have most frequently come from the volatile food and energy categories, and they've passed through quickly. While food and energy prices critically affect the budgets of households and businesses, the policy tools of central banks work more slowly than commodity markets move. So responding aggressively to quickly passing price increases could exacerbate macroeconomic volatility without supporting price stability. Our experience since 2020 highlights some limits of this thinking.
That's interesting.
To begin with, it can be challenging to disentangle
talking about
supply
not
shocks from demand shocks
making
in real
sure
time,
they could
and
accomplish
also to
that, but
determine
without
how long
crashing the
either will
market.
persist,
He kind of just said
particularly
crashing
in
the
extraordinary
market
circumstances
doesn't
of the
bring
past 3
inflation
years.
down. I don't know if I
Supply
heard that
shocks
correctly,
that have a
but
persistent effect on potential
interesting.
output
If it is, that could be a
call for
little
restrictive
bullish, but
policy
see if
to
everybody else jumps
better
on that.
align aggregate demand with the suppressed level of aggregate supply. The sequence of shocks to global supply chains experienced from 2020 to 22 suppressed output for a considerable time and actually may have persistently altered global supply dynamics. Such a sequence calls on policymakers to use policy restraint to limit inflationary effects. Policy restraint in this case is also good risk management. Supply shocks that drive inflation high enough for long enough can affect the longer-term inflation expectations of households and businesses. Monetary policy must forthrightly address any risks of a potential de-anchoring of inflation expectations, as well-anchored expectations help bring inflation back to our target. The sharp policy tightening during 2022 likely contributed to keeping inflation expectations well anchored.
No, we reacted. This move was because of the bond auction.
Then is the level where interest
Don't
rates
underestimate
will settle
this.
once the effects of the pandemic
This is bond
are truly
auction.
behind us. By
This is Powell.
2019, the general level of nominal interest rates had declined
You moved more in
steadily over
3
several
minutes off the
decades.
bond auction than this whole
As
thing.
the pandemic arrived, many advanced economies had below target inflation and low or mildly negative rates, raising difficult questions about the efficacy of interest rate policy when constrained by the effective lower bound, or the ELB, as we call it. Over 2 decades, an extensive literature had identified a number of possible changes to the widely used inflation targeting regime, including negative policy rates, nominal income targeting, and various forms of makeup strategies, under which persistent shortfalls in inflation would be followed by a period of inflation running moderately above 2%. Today, inflation and policy rates are elevated. And
Okay,
the
you're holding
effective
up a
lower
little. This is
bound
where I
is not
closed out. This is where I
currently
thought
relevant
if
for
he
policy
started talking,
decisions.
we could run.
But it's far too soon to say whether the monetary policy challenges of the ELB
Again, the
will
content,
ultimately turn
the
out to be a
shocker was
thing
in
of
the
past.
beginning. Anything else he said, I
The
mean,
prolonged
again, you're
proximity of
reading
interest
between the
rates
lines,
to
but
the
nothing
ELB
really
was
new.
at the heart of the monetary policy review and the changes we made to our framework in 2020. We will begin our next 5-year review in the latter half of 2024 and announce the results about a year later. Among the questions we will consider is the degree to which the structural features of the economy that led to low interest rates in the pre-pandemic period will persist. With time, we will continue to learn from the experience of the past few years and what
I
implications
know, right?
it
Yeah,
may
it's been
hold
really
for
calm.
monetary policy. These are just 3
He
of
just
the many
scared you with the
questions raised
bearish
by these
comments he
challenging
made
times,
that
and of
Nikki
course, we're very
T
far from a complete
made everybody
understanding of the
ignore.
answers.
But then
Again,
nothing
it's great
else
to be
new.
here
That's
today,
it.
and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
Yep, that's it. All right, you might be able. Again, I wasn't. He literally just repeated the whole thing. If the Bulls are really hungry,
Thank you
see
very
what they
much,
do.
Jay,
You might
and I
get
think
some
we're
questions.
Really off to an excellent start with your remarks. Let me now.
Excellent start? This is a
turn
shit
to
show.
Amir, Israel is a small open economy, faces very specific challenges. like the US and many other countries, it's seen an increase in inflation in recent years, and the Bank of Israel has been acting on it. In addition, like other small open economies, it faces potential spillovers from monetary policy decisions taken elsewhere by major central banks, with a potential impact on currency and capital.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll close green,
We'd love
though.
to hear your views. So,
you have to really,
floor
like,
is
get
yours.
squeezy to close green. But I don't know if... Okay, this is Israel now? Damn it. Because, again, they're going to ask questions. So Powell's still live right now.
First, it's a pleasure to be here.
So we have to go through
honor
these
of
guys
Ken
to get to the
Rogoff.
questions.
We all
The market's
cherish
bouncing,
and
though.
follow his distinguished contribution in academia and practice. Sort of in a sharp turn, as we're all aware, Israel is currently at a war following the October 7th inhuman brutal attack by the terrorist organization
The
of
Governor
Hamas.
Bank of
This
Israel.
is a crucial time for Israel's security, and we thank all those who support us. Our hearts are with the innocent victims of the war, and our hope is for it to end with a safe return of hostages and with peace and security. And now I'm going to turn now. I want to turn now to address the issues
Jay
and
looked
questions
really
presented for this session. An important question is, to what extent can a small open economy like Israel, or for that matter, any SOE, conduct its monetary policy independently, or should it rather follow the steps of the major economies? Another question is, what are the spillovers from the policy taken by the major economies to small open economies, and how do those impact local conditions? The answer to these questions depends on the development of the economy, its specific areas of exposure to the global economy, and the particular shock it might need to react to. Generally, local monetary policy cannot be entirely disconnected from that in the major
No, we could talk about it while he's talking. I'll say it, because Powell didn't say anything. Again, Powell, the thing that got you, remember, you had a bigger reaction to the bond auction, the pre-written statements of Powell reiterating that he's willing to raise rates. That first comment was what he said to Nick Timmerhouse, and then remember, he put out that tweet, and then the market rallied. And I was telling you, the market's trying to bully him. So he opened with that, and his pre-written statements were all the bearish things, talking about everything else. So that's why when he started getting into it, there was nothing else. We started going down a little bit. You had to deal with the whole protesters and all of that. But now, again, he's going to be asked questions. So there is part 2 to this. We're not done, but for the most part, you are trading. This was about, again, right when the speech started. This was right when the pre-written statements hit. So keep that in mind, but nothing too crazy yet. A little, just a bearish bias from the bond auction, and then again, after 9 days of green and going down, and then reiterating the hawkish comments. But let's see if there's any other follow-up.
Having said that,
that's
the
loud.
differential health shock
Why so
and
loud?
related steps, fiscal policy differences, and exposure to supply-side effects and commodity prices led to somewhat different policies, consequent inflation, and activity outcomes. Consequently, there was more heterogeneity in monetary policy exiting COVID than upon its entry. Israel was fortunate in that sense, with relatively small share of tourism sector and a relatively large high-tech sector, which actually benefited from the increased dependency on remote work. These circumstances led to a wedge between global monetary policy and the required domestic monetary policy. This slide shows that for these reasons and others, inflation in Israel is in the lowest quartile of rates in the OECD. In particular, headline inflation in Israel was low because its natural gas supply and prices were shielded from global developments. The next slide shows the swift recovery of the Israeli economy from the COVID crisis. The level of GDP exceeded its long-run trend already by the end of 21 and stayed somewhat above this trend by Q3 23. And we'll come back to this recovery ability of the Israeli economy. An additional key attribute in Israel that affects potency and effectiveness of monetary policy is the large share of mortgages that are directly tied to the Bank of Israel. Therefore, raising rates influences the stock of almost all homeowners, not just new ones. This is another cause for possible differences between global and local monetary policy decisions. The Bank of Israel was one of the first central banks to respond to the increase in inflation. As a first step, we shrank the unconventional tools employed during COVID, that is, QE, FX intervention, and special funding to commercial banks. Relative to its rate of inflation, Israel has been among the first movers. This is another evidence for only partial dependence of SOE on policy.
I had no idea this
was
Israel's governor till like 10 minutes ago. So he's just one of the speakers. That's why, again, there's like two other people on here. But we're waiting to get to Powell's questions right now.
The Bank of Israel has in fact set in recent years is consistent.
I'm still confused.
With
the protester got into this event
we are aware
with even
of the
him
fact
in the room
that
too,
domestic monetary
as well as Powell.
policy cannot deviate too much from
HLT
global
buyback
conditions,
news got a little pop for now.
At the same time,
I think we're trying to work our way out of this or
policy
not.
should be set according to specific shocks to our economy, taking into account its fundamental attributes. And you could see over some cycles are shared and some are not. Let me show you some specific shocks. We learned over the years that there is a strong connection between the S&P and NASDAQ indices and the shekel dollar exchange rate. This is because Israeli institutional investors react continuously to changes in the value of their foreign-denominated portfolio. This slide shows this pattern very clearly. The orange tracks the blue. However, as can easily be seen, since the beginning of 23, this strong connection has weakened. This was the time period that potential changes to the judicial system ignited a widespread
literally said,
civilian
close the
opposition.
fucking door. Wild.
Similarly, the Israeli and U.S. stock markets, who tend to move together, also displayed a weakened connection. According to the assessment done at the bank, if the exchange rate were to follow the NASDAQ in the way, the pattern with the NASDAQ
That's how you know
index,
he got Wall Street. He worked on Wall Street.
Previous periods,
that's it.
The shekel would
in the
have
heat
been
of the
about
moment,
15%
the real Powell. Close the
stronger
fucking door.
relative to the actual foreign exchange rate in September 23. You see it in the gap at the end. Given our estimates of the foreign exchange pass-through to inflation, this amounts to about 1 to 1.5% additional inflation. This demonstrates, again, the power of local significant developments that might have on financial markets, on inflation, and therefore on policy. I want now to move and discuss current developments in relation to monetary policy. An important part in the analysis is, of course, the initial conditions. The Israeli economy is strong and stable. It has robust and healthy economic foundations. We are a global leader in innovation and technology. The Israeli economy has known how to function and to recover from difficult periods in the past and to return to prosperity rapidly. I have no doubt that the same will be the case this time. You could see the growth rate after different military events in the past. Importantly, over the years, Israel has shown responsible fiscal position as demonstrated by the declining path of the debt-to-GDP ratio. Israel entered the war with a very solid fiscal stand. Our debt-to-GDP ratio is just under 60%.
Powell has already spoke.
And a budget deficit,
and then
which
they're
going
to ask him questions. NVIDIA,
1.5%
yo,
in
NVIDIA
23,
flushing through the bottom right now.
22.
A lot of prints on the low ticker for
the war
NVIDIA.
will have fiscal implications and generate budget pressures. According to initial projections of our research department, which of course, and I cannot emphasize this enough, are accompanied by extreme uncertainty. And assuming the war is primarily concentrated in the southern border and lasts till the end of this year, GDP growth is likely to shrink by about 1% in 23 and 24, and the debt-to-GDP ratio is likely to rise to somewhat more than 65% by the end of 24, as costs are larger than it was initially projected. As I mentioned in my opening, Israel has been in a war for a month now. Above and beyond the vast human, security, and political consequences, there is no doubt this is a major shock to the economy, to households, workers, and businesses. Economic policy, fiscal, and monetary, which we in the BOI lead, takes the necessary actions in order to alleviate the difficulties accompanying these challenging times. With the outbreak of fighting, significant depreciation pressures were seen, which were reflected in early trading in foreign markets. The Bank of Israel responded rapidly. Already on October 9th, before trading opened, we implemented a plan to sell up to $30 billion of reserves and to put into operation swap transactions totaling up to $15 billion. Within the framework of the program, the bank is acting in the market to moderate the fluctuations in the value of the shekel and to supply the liquidity required to continue the orderly activity.
This guy gets like
of the
2 more
markets.
minutes. Otherwise,
the initial high
he's
level
talking
of the
way
Bank
longer than
of
Powell.
Israel's foreign exchange reserves at about
Again, I don't know what
$200
the
billion.
schedule is. There's going to be questions
40%
afterwards. They're
of
going a little
GDP,
lower.
gives
That
us
bounce did
ample
not work.
space to act to achieve this target. In addition, the bank also put into operation a shekel repo transaction plan and a monetary program focused on small businesses. In parallel, and that's the other side to the approach, from the beginning of the war, the Bank of Israel rapidly formulated a uniform and agreed upon framework that was adopted by the commercial banks and was expanded to credit card companies as well. The framework is focused on those serving in the Army reserves, the population on the borders, and the families of the victims and hostages. These populations will be able to defer for 3 months payments on mortgages, consumer credit, and small business credit without costs. Many of the banks have extended these steps, a very welcomed outcome, as they are stable, resilient, and have ample capital buffers. In our interest rate meeting on October 23rd, we kept the policy rate at 4.75. This is consistent with the bank foreign exchange
Right when I think
activities
he's
and
going to
inflation
end, it's like a
endeavors.
new slide.
This array of policy steps that were
Interest
taken by
rates,
the
I'm like,
bank
oh, man.
in the last month reveals the sufficient and necessary independence that the bank enjoys.
Honestly, he's probably
and that it
talking so
has the
Powell could
adequate
catch his.
set
Maybe
of
Powell needs a
monetary
break, bro.
tools that can ensure
Powell
financial
seems stressed.
stability.
That was
Avoiding
insane.
a
You're hitting another
reduction
low
in the
right now.
rates is in line with operating in the FX
4.349.
market to
Technically, you
moderate
haven't hit the
large
low of the day, but
depreciation
you're there right now.
fluctuations. Moreover, the steps taken by the bank vis-a-vis the banking sector allow in practice some monetary easing, but targeted at those who need it most, without compromising the need to deal with increased risk premia in financial market. Let me say, 1 month in, we can cautiously say that the policy mix we applied contributed to the stability not only of the FX market, but also had positive spillovers for the stability of local financial markets. The developments in the markets also indicate that the public understands that the BOI enjoys the required
You got
independence
2 more
in
points.
order
This
to
will be a
take the
level
necessary steps
43-47.
at these times.
And then
Inflation
43-44,
expectations, as you can
and
see
then
in the
danger zone.
slides, for the short term and the long term,
And you still got an hour and a half left.
substantially stable, and our target and are stating that we will be back in the inflation target. The exchange rate has depreciated a lot, but by now is back to the level prior to the war. Let me, so you could see the red line, this depreciated more than previous military events, but it's now back to where it was. Let me finish here. Fiscal policy is, of course, central.
So I said, right
and
when I think
crucial
he's going to end.
for the ability of the economy to overcome this crisis and to resume growth in the medium and long term.
This is the Israeli.
The government is working on various fiscal
Israeli
support
governor. I don't know what they
plans,
call it.
which the bank is
Central
playing
bank.
a key role in advising in its role as economic advisor to the government. The bank has stated the importance of finding a responsible balance between supporting the economy and maintaining a sound fiscal position. While it is clear that overall fiscal needs will increase, the bank advice is and was to utilize the 23 budget, yet demonstrate fiscal responsibility by introducing several important adjustments and cuts in less necessary activities in 23 and 24 budgets. I'll finish here. I have no doubt that, as always, Israel will prevail and has the right
they each were
to
given a
spring
topic.
back to its great
So they're all going to
economic
cover
potential.
an economic topic.
We all hope for
Quite
calmer
frankly, we're only
and more
listening for
tranquil
Powell's
times.
questions
Thank
now.
you.
And then the market's still stuck in the range. So again, Powell came on already. He got interrupted. Literally, quote from Powell, close the fucking door, end quote. But that was because of the protesters. Powell came on, reiterated the hawkish statements from the FOMC about wanting to raise more and how thinking the job is not done. But again, he said talking about raising rates higher and that not being restrictive yet. Market reacted. Again, it was right here. You had the reaction, and then we kept going lower as he talked. But it wasn't anything new besides that. Then the two other speakers now after that guy, they're going to go on. They're going to talk about their topic that the guy gave them. This is an IMF meeting, and then they're going to ask questions afterwards.
Firstly,
who's this?
As a former student and
Colleague of Ken, yeah. So there's some guy, Ken, that's in honor of Ken. But at the end of the day, the market's kind of staying within the reaction. It's bearish. It was bearish. The bigger reaction was the bond auction. We're going down even more. Nothing. You didn't dodge your bullets today, right? Bond auction, bad. We went down. Powell did not say anything good, at least not yet. Went down, and then we're still, off of the 8 or 9 days, and then we're going from there. But, we'll listen up here. Questions could be the final thing, but that's pretty much it. It's not like anything new. I'd watch if we break out the range.
Living through a period of heightened uncertainty. We know that there are multiple shocks that the world has faced, and unprecedented shocks, the pandemic, wars, conflicts. The uncertainty that I want to emphasize, though, here is about how the current episode of monetary policy tightening has not been your typical monetary policy tightening episode. And that generates its own source of uncertainty about how to go ahead. So what exactly do I mean by that? So yes, we have had inflation go up quite dramatically in many parts of the world, and central banks have appropriately raised interest rates quite sizably in this last year and a half, couple of years. And we've seen inflation decline. All of this is
flushing.
standing.
Bro, low ticker has a lot on there.
If you look under the hood, I think
so again, you're almost down 1% on the NASDAQ, down by 0.8.
Is that this decline in inflation has not come along with a rising rate of unemployment, a significantly increase in the unemployment rate, or a significant slack in the labor market.
43, 47 flat. Watch here. This could be a level.
Because usually the way we think
again, if we don't, you got like 3 more points. It might go a little air breaking.
Aggregate demand,
but after, if you flush 43, 44, it gets a little bigger here.
Through higher unemployment. Now, this is true if you look at the US, you look at the Euro area, UK, but also several emerging markets, including Mexico, if you look at emerging Europe, and several others. So what has helped?
He looked like a protester. He's too young to be there.
Decline?
It was him.
Much of the work has been done.
There's only one young guy in that whole crowd.
Improved supply. And
better question him.
I'm talking about the decline in energy prices.
He looked like he was 17 years old. Everybody was 62.
Headline inflation. The improvement in global supply chains have helped bring down core goods inflation. The business that's still left.
Why not mute the speech? Do you not see all of these people watching it too?
Variables like wage growth.
Everybody's just waiting for the first word, man.
Services inflation, or more services
inflation. That room is packed.
Generally,
a lot of reporters.
Remains elevated.
Because again, the action starts when they're all done, but
the job
we don't know.
Is not
we
done.
don't know.
But this can be tricky in terms of communication, because on one hand you see inflation all headed in the right direction, but on the other hand you realize that this last mile will likely be the toughest. So if you look at measures of core services of inflation, let me just give you a couple of numbers. The US is now at 5%. The Euro area is at 4.5%. These numbers are well above central bank targets. Okay, so what does that mean in terms of policy going forward?
Okay, so 43, 47. Watch, it's still got a little bit more to hold, but you can even go down to 43, 44.
Premature easing of monetary policy, either through action or through words. Now, this is going to be a challenge because we are living in a difficult period in terms of reading the signals. We are going to see labor markets have greater slack. We are going to see unemployment rates go up. So that's going to be a difficult message to stand by and say that, well, we have to make sure that we get the job done.
She definitely has not
The other
talked as
reason
long
this is
as the
going to be a
last guy.
challenge
Why y'all calm
is
down?
because we have
It's been like 3
lived through a
minutes.
period of inflation that's been high, and the persistence of inflation makes it more difficult to then see through supply shocks, something that Jay mentioned, which is that we still live in this environment where there are numerous potential shocks that can hit the world economy, including the terrible conflict that's in the Middle East that Amir talked about. If it were to spread into a more regional conflict, we could see a sharp increase in oil prices.
Okay, so 43, 47 for now is holding.
Inflation numbers.
Just watch her
And in
get
an
back up
environment
here.
Where inflation
Otherwise,
has been
4
high
more
for a
points
while,
lower.
that can dislodge short-term inflation expectations. And our research has shown that it's very important what's happening with short-term inflation expectations. Because if you can keep that close to your target, then that makes the job of central bankers much easier in being able to bring down inflation while at the same time not needing a big loss in terms of output. So it improves the odds of a soft landing. The other challenge that comes up is what's happening with long-term rates. We've seen long-term rates in the US go up quite significantly in the last several weeks. It's bounced around a bit, but still these are much higher numbers than in the past. So this raises a question, which
I get
is
like 5 comments like she talked too much, 5 comments about the stock market, and 5 comments about you guys are just, some of you are creeping me out, but I don't know. I'm vibing still. I'm vibing still.
That's working for higher long-term rates. And here again, this is tricky.
All I'm getting is like,
so
man, y'all better not do this to women in real life, man. You know what I'm saying? I get it when girls are like, oh, I feel unsafe. I'm feeling unsafe reading some of y'all. I'm like, she's just talking monetary policy. Calm the fuck down.
Then, in fact, a higher long-term rate should actually signal a need for even more monetary policy tightening to offset
I just feel unsafe.
Expansionary effect that it's having on the economy.
Y'all making me feel
US,
unsafe. I don't know. I can
increases,
defend myself, but still, y'all making me feel unsafe.
The US deficit is around 8% this year, and it's projected to be around 7% over the next 3 years. Now, there is a question mark of how stimulative that is on the economy, but when you have high levels of deficits, that certainly is something for a central banker to also incorporate when they're trying to make their forecasts.
I don't think anybody got banned, but I'm going to just ban you for talking out your ass.
My second point about what it means for policymaking in this environment
is it, man? Nightbot just gets you if you say sexy or rocket.
Prepared to respond to renewed financial stresses, especially if inflationary pressures persist. So again, there is the last mile that has to be done, but if inflation remains far more stubborn or further it goes up in some more because of other shocks, then that will require interest rates to stay even higher for longer or even increase.
Yeah, so she's
and
hawkish
we could
too.
Be then in a situation
Israel guy wasn't hawkish,
but
generally speaking, Powell and her are hawkish. I don't know if the theme of this meeting is hawkish because people will read into that.
That one could have, and one certainly should not rule that out. In that scenario, again, some of our research has shown that we would have a large number of
MKL,
weak banks.
Up $10 one candle.
1/3 of global assets.
Regional stopped dying too.
In advanced economies and
she's
in China.
talking about rates globally having to be higher for longer,
that would be a very difficult
and the
place to
impulse
be in,
of inflation coming back up. And literally, she just said it. Rates could even be higher than where they're at for now and be there for longer.
Strong supervision, robust stress tests, and it's also important for banks to be able to augment their capital buffers at a time when they're making currently very high profits. Banks should also be prepared to quickly access central bank facilities if needed so that we don't have a repeat of an SVB phenomenon. And much more efforts need to be made to address the risks in the non-bank sector. The third point I'd like to make about policy in the current juncture is that policymakers have to be prepared for more cross-border pressures from increased divergence across economies, increased divergence in policies across economies. So let me give you an example. If you compare 10-year yields in China in its own currency, to 10-year yields on US Treasuries. For the first time, the numbers have flipped around. So we actually have yields in China Treasuries. 10-year Treasuries are now around slightly less than, about close to 2% lower than the yield that you can get on US Treasuries. Now, that obviously puts lots of pressure on exchange rates. And so I'm going to conclude with a few thoughts on what it means.
She's like right on time. She's at like 9 minutes.
Especially of a smaller open economy that's facing pressure from weakening currencies in this environment.
It's not on members only. I mean,
could look very different for
if you get too creepy, you just get added to a watch list, or you don't get laid.
This is based, by the way, on a lot of research that we've been doing in the fund.
These should be Twitch-only comments, but I'm waiting for Powell, bro. I'm waiting for Powell. So I'm listening too.
Exchange
like I said, she's hawkish. The other guy wasn't as much. And then so is Powell. And then we wait for the next one.
That the exchange
I think only one more than questions. They get 10 to 12 minutes each.
It's being driven a lot by fundamental shocks. So it is being driven to an important extent by interest rate differentials, which means that in such an environment, exchange rate flexibility has a very important role to play, and it helps you with adjusting. But of course, on the other hand, what can happen is in an environment of heightened uncertainty, you could see exchange rate movements entering zones that then pose a risk.
Yo, man, why are you attacking me, bro? I'm chilling, bro.
Especially if you have shallow
why are you coming after
markets.
The faceless man? I got a face.
And there's also this risk, which
Calm down, like the video.
that you might have exchange rates going past some psychological thresholds, which then can lead to non-fundamental behavior in these markets. So in this environment, of course, in these specific
watch 3 more points below. You're coming back down.
FX intervention can play a useful role. But this is going to require judgment, and this is the hard part, which is telling apart when is it truly fundamental and when is it non-fundamental for which intervention should happen. I think the basic policy has to be not that the only thing that matters is if you see a sharp movement in the exchange rate. A sharp movement of the exchange rate can truly affect.
Some of y'all turned into him right away, no matter what.
But it has to be a sharp movement in the exchange rate that then interacts with some friction in the economy. And you should be able to, you can see that through, say, deviation.
That's what it is. That perfectly describes my thoughts. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Like, that the shock is getting amplified through
some of y'all turned into quagmires so fast.
Interventions can help. And the last bit on FX policy is just to remember that there is no free lunch. Countries have a certain amount of FX reserves. If you use it, deploy it at a time when it's not really needed and prematurely, then that, of course, means that you're going to have less to use when you are in.
So again, she's cautioning against raising rates. She's
not
not Powell,
30
but
seconds just to conclude and just to remind everybody in terms of the 3
just to remind
points I made,
everybody, do not lower rates.
The job of bringing down inflation is not done in many countries, and that requires.
I don't know. Maybe Powell's not trying to talk as much and let them do the work. But again, nobody listens to them the same way as Powell, clearly.
Second, it's important for central banks to be prepared to respond.
Powell's
to
sitting up there. We're waiting. They're going to do a Q&A after this.
The financial system. And third, for policymakers to be prepared for more cross-border pressures because of increasing divergences in policy stances across economies. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, you're coming back lower now. Every speaker finishes. You go up a little bit, then you hit a new low. So you just hit one, 43.47 again. If that don't hold, 43.44, and then it can start moving 10 points at a time.
When you were in policy, but as an academic, over many, many years, you've touched on all of these issues. And I think, as many people have mentioned already today, your both sets of contributions, academic and policy, completely irrigate our own thinking on these matters. And so I think we're very eager to hear your views on all this.
Oh, damn it. I thought that was the intro to the questions.
So first I want to thank the IMF for hosting this conference.
Sound hella boring too.
This panel, Pierre, Lydia, Amir, Jay, and Gita.
That's how my hair gonna look soon, though. So
Jay, I
gotta respect
appreciate how valuable your time is, and Amir, I don't know how you found time to come here. but thank you. It is an extraordinarily difficult period and in terms of shocks. And I know when you're giving the World Economic Outlook, Pierre Olivier would probably always say that. But
okay, 1 point below, quick bounce, but hold on, it could turn red real quick. It still is red.
Block, and this is pretty bad. I mean, I think you'd have to go back to the 70s to think about a period that really compares to this.
Hey, I like this guy. The 70s.
Even if you don't encompass the global financial crisis, but just have the pandemic, and I don't know how to say this, apolitically, but the rather radical shifts in U.S. policy from one president to the next, and the various implications of that. The pandemic, war in Ukraine, now war in the Middle East, and this really fragmentation of globalization is really.
You think you're related to Janet Yellen?
Extraordinary, and is a very difficult.
You kind of sound like
I think that
Janet.
has implications for a lot of things, for policy, for
Hey man,
macroeconomics.
I'm short. Please,
However,
no short jokes in the
before
chat.
I
Thank you.
Get into that.
Y'all say whatever you want, but no reason to attack the short kings.
One silver lining.
Yeah, y'all already have the advantage in life. I don't know why y'all keep coming out of left field and making side-eye attacks, bro.
Seems to have done right, then it may immediately go wrong. But the thing that has surprised me, and it surprised me a lot, is how we've had the pandemic, global recession, rising interest rates, inflation, and we have not had a major emerging market debt crisis.
There's more reporters. There's more people piling in for the question.
We just haven't had.
And now they have
that's
their security.
You can go on to other markets. It's really stunning, and again, we don't know what's around the corner. But I actually would give the IMF a little credit here. And there was all this, for years, talk about the Washington Consensus and the evils of the Washington Consensus. And you may not have followed it, but there were many alternatives, notably the Buenos Aires Consensus between the presidents
Dollar's
of
still
Venezuela,
rocketing low-key.
Argentina, and Brazil.
That's the problem. Both of these are the problem. Everything's
the
the problem child today.
And much praised by many progressive economists. And
markets are open
without
tomorrow.
going into the details,
I think
would
bond
say the
market
way
might be
people
closed.
characterized the Washington Consensus was something of a caricature. It wasn't, it's sort of picking extreme versions of each policy. And yet, if we look at why haven't emerging markets had a financial crisis, it's, in a sense, they've adopted, at least in the macro sphere, and probably particularly in the central banking
Veterans Day's on
sphere,
Saturday.
Some version
no.
of the Washington Consensus. Now, one was to have a lot of reserves. That's really not in the Washington Consensus. And
I think it's on Saturday
Japan
for
and the
Veterans
Asian
Day.
economies deserve credit for that. And now everyone's imitated that in a dollarized world, it provides a lot of resilience.
Observed on Friday?
But there are certainly other
But I
elements.
don't think the markets are closing.
Regulation's gotten a lot better. And I have to say, whenever I had to sit in on meetings about regulation when I was IMF chief economist, I was sort of bored by them. But actually, it's one of those things where you do your homework and it really pays off. For example, forcing banks in emerging markets to match their dollar assets and liabilities, something really important. And not just that, but the knowledge that many emerging market central banks have about what's going on in their economies, the data that they keep track of. Certainly central bank independence, which I'll talk about in a minute much more, that's been an extraordinary development and allowed many
Not
of
much
these
more,
things,
just a little bit more, please.
To persist. So anyway, that has been a silver lining in a very difficult situation. So I'm going to pick up on a couple topics. I want to start with interest rates, and I'm not going to
Power
talk
hour
about
in 20
policy,
seconds.
but just talk about where do we think long-term interest rates are going. I think, like any financial variable, it's actually
We'll
very
see if he's
hard to
hawkish
know.
too. That means everybody
But I think if you
at
take
this speech
a
came on
very
to be hawkish.
long-term view
That would be the
of
broader thing you could take
long-term
away
real
from
interest
listening to
rates,
this.
and I gave a paper at this conference last year about it, and done other work with Barbara Rossi and Paul Schmelzing. You see that over the long run, there is a very gentle decline, but it's much more gentle than we've seen over the last 40 years. And there's been sort of a lot
New
of
low,
work
43, 4. All right, you broke every level. You could go 10 points lower now. You're about to hit the danger zone. So again, I think this is where we stay by Tuesday. But if that gets blown out today, yeah, it's 10 more points away. But that is the potential downside I'd be watching out for.
And if you look at these longer periods, it's just, you know, some of what seems like a structural change is just another kind of big shock that comes along. We've had periods where interest rates have been low, periods where real interest rates have been high around this trend. And typically when you see a really big shock, first, like after
yeah, you're down 1% on the NASDAQ now.
Where,
again, you just hit a new high today.
Fell,
it's the same thing as the
you know,
yesterday.
measures,
hit a new high, hit the level, hit a higher high, and now you went to a lower low, the lowest low since Friday.
You should never
so now you're
have
trading
expected
below
that
the
to be
non-farms
permanent.
pretty much.
And of
or
course,
this was like the
same
bottom
might have
of the
been
non-farms
true how
until the
much it
opening
rises
candle.
Here. It's difficult to tie the trend exactly, but what is certainly true is long-term rates typically are very volatile. That was somewhat masked during, I think, this period, particularly of the zero bound, which the chair of the Fed has talked about, where the central banks just couldn't do anything. And that provided, I think, took away some of the volatility. My own
That's an awful shot. Everybody looks so
we'll be looking
bored.
at significantly higher interest rates.
Why would they
Certainly
show
at
that?
least like they were a year ago. And I'm talking about forward.
Dude, he's only been
real
talking
interest
for
rates
6
and
minutes,
perhaps
actually.
higher
So
for
he's going to
the
do this
rest of the
again. He has 6
decade
more
or
minutes,
more.
I think.
Again,
max.
There's volatility around this. And I'm talking about the long rate.
They just showed a
not the
shot of
short
like
rate.
5 people sleeping, like
And,
looking
yeah,
anywhere
I think there
but
are many
forward.
reasons for this, but one is deglobalization. Is probably puts upward pressure and fragmentation on interest rates, both in terms of risk premia and in terms of where savings goes. Another thing I have to say, unfortunately, is there's, in addition to the green transition, we are looking at a decade, 2 decades of much higher spending on defense globally. I
didn't think he was a warmonger.
I've been to conferences.
Okay, you just moved like 4 points right
not
there.
So long
Literally,
ago,
huge pop up or green. It's not even huge, just green
Olivier
shoot,
knows
then
this,
turn to
not
red.
not him as a speaker, but we were jointly organizing one where one of the speakers insisted, well, we never have to spend anything on defense again. So, you know, the interest rates are low, everything's a free lunch, and we should take advantage of that. Unfortunately, that was very sanguine, and we're in a more difficult period there. I've mentioned the green transition. Inequality is something which has put probably downward pressure on interest rates, but there's strong pressures in the other direction.
He was chair of
Let me say a few
international
words about
economics
central
at
bank
Harvard.
Independence, which I think it has been
Netflix joins with Verizon to
incredibly
offer
important to
discounted
maintaining
bundle.
stability that we have, and it's something that's become
Taking a
very
page from
important,
the Disney Plus
worldwide.
book.
I have to mention when I was at the IMF as a very junior economist, I don't know what it's like now, but you were only allowed one chair
WBD
in
pop,
your office
big candle.
for you.
It's actually
'cause
still
who would
going up.
want to visit you?
Netflix,
that was what
WBD.
that was what people said.
They're moving more than
but
Netflix is
I
on
wrote
that.
a paper inspired by Paul Volcker on how central bank independence might help with the inflation problem of the day. And I wrote about the original title of the paper had inflation targeting in it, but it has inflation targeting in it and looks at intermediate targets.
He's broadly more hawkish. He just, I mean, he just said defense
this morning about
and
how hard
war
it is to
spending
get
is
papers published when you're
tantamount
junior.
with higher rates.
I couldn't get this one published. I submitted it. One place I sent it was to the JP, where Barrow sent it back by return mail saying, look, there's not going to be an institutional solution to this problem. It's a super game. I got it rejected by IMF staff papers at the time. But I think it's certainly something where it's become very successful. I will say that, in sort of trying to apply it, you have to have some humility. You can't think there's some rule that just explains everything.
They're laughing because he said he
the world changes.
got rejected by
and
them.
Models, let's
he's
face
speaking
it,
at the
are
IMF
particularly
on a
bad
paper.
turning points.
He was writing in reference to interest rates
that
in
tomorrow's
Volcker.
going to be sort of like today. We do really well at that in those models, and they're very complicated versions of that, but they're all the same. But when you have a big turning point, and we might have a turning point now, because of many factors, it's more difficult. So let me just talk about a few of the pressures on central bank independence today. And it's a fast-moving thing, and so I'm not even sure I'm nearly up to date. But during the zero-bound era, people said, well, you don't have anything to do to central banks, so you should solve inequality,
he has like 2 minutes.
The environment,
2
you
minutes
should
tops.
solve racial justice.
I hope. It's a
and
prayer,
on and
not
on.
a fact.
And you can see this in central banker speeches. I haven't checked Mears or Jay's, but you can see this. They're under tremendous pressure to address these issues. And people say, well, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. But there's a question of whether they have the instruments to do that. They're regulatory instruments, but they're very second order in most countries. The central bank's not the only one. And the interest rate is a very blunt instrument. We're certainly, it's possible with these inflation, having experienced inflation and these different times, it will change. I cannot overstate these pressures that I just mentioned on central bank independence. So let me give you, give you a couple of data points on this. First of all, a friend of mine retired recently from being the head of research at a regional Fed, I won't name it, wasn't on the East Coast, and said, I was the last one working on monetary policy in my department. We have 9 or 10 people. They work on all these other issues, inequality, the environment, the weather, but they're not working on monetary policy. And I'm sure that's changed, but I don't know.
WBD is going up. SPY's trying to chill out here again. It's like right at the 43, 44.
Certainly
little higher
the other
now.
Data point I would put is the American Economic Association does a survey every 10 years with pretty similar questions. And okay, I don't always trust surveys, but since this one says something that I want to say, I'm going to cite it. They polled 500 or 600 people.
That person
at the
doesn't look
AEA
real.
Convention every year. And
That one guy just looked like a
there were
green
a few
screen.
questions. I'll just pick on one.
This is the weirdest,
in 2000,
hyped up
they asked,
IMF Jerome Powell thing I've ever listened
to.
This is amazing.
Who should take the lead in short-term stabilization policy, the Federal Reserve or fiscal policy? And in 2000, it was like 75-25.
He's low-key talking the most.
Policy. I don't know where the 25 came from.
He's at 13 minutes now.
That. And then it flipped in 2020, which is really hard to get your head wrapped around when you think about how political fiscal policy. I mean, look at what's going on in the U.S. right now. I mean, the idea that they're going to be able to perform surgery on the macro economies.
I think the girl or the Israel guy talked the
should
most.
do when there's a big shock. It's different. I have to mention one other question, which I have time for, that they asked was, should the main goal of the central bank be stabilizing inflation?
Yeah, Israel went for like 12 minutes. No, he's longer. He's the longest
jobs,
now.
Jobs.
He's holding up Powell.
In the mandate, but a whole bunch of other things.
I want to go to the bathroom, but I'm like, I don't know if he's going to finish or not,
we
and I'm going to miss
still had
everything.
Inflation was the answer. Again, it was about 75-25. And it completely flipped.
Even the market stopped
well,
moving.
Don't worry about inflation.
Even the market with this guy was like, nah, man, we go chill.
I think that was before we'd hit this turning point, and maybe it'll be different going forward. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Somebody was like, someone gave him the hand at the neck sign. You know, they're like stuff.
Thank you, Ken. That was
he finally
absolutely
looked over
terrific,
to his
as
left.
we expected, so we've not been disappointed. There's been no turning point on that, at least. And as we've seen today, there are
Okay,
some
get ready now. This
ways
is
in
where it
which
should get
central
good.
banks are asked to do much more than just monetary policy. Let me maybe open it up to the panelists and see if anyone wants to react to the points that have been raised by others before we then take questions from
Oh, they're
the
going to
floor.
talk even more.
Anyone wants to? Gita, please.
Rebatos.
Amir, if I may, you briefly mentioned about the use of FX intervention. And I said in my speaking points that it's a pretty tricky thing to tell apart when to intervene and when not to. It'd be great to hear from you how you think about that.
Yeah, I'm going to go pee. I'll be back.
I think one lesson that we learned through economic history is that when financial crises intermingle with real crises or other events, you can think of COVID as a health crisis, went into an economic crisis, and through a lot of the work of the Fed, we sort of averted a financial crisis. But we know those are the deepest, those have a magnifying effect when the two interact, and that's why when this event had started, it was, and we could already see there was a lot of things going on in Asia and other places regarding the shekel. That was the logic. You want to ensure stability. You want to make sure the markets function. You don't target a particular exchange rate, but you want to moderate things such that the markets function. There is liquidity. And that was our goal. And I think, as of now, as I showed you, the exchange rate sort of through events, obviously it's related to the events that are actually happening in Israel as well, but it gave it time. It didn't drift into panic mode. And that was the role of, and still is the role of FX intervention. When you have risk premia go up, that's the number one concern. There are people, when it happened, immediately say you should lower interest rates, help the economy. No, the two go hand in hand together. The idea was to stabilize the exchange rate. The exchange rate stability had periphery effects on the bond market and the stock market in Israel. They continue all to function. We came with the other prong approach with the targeted things for the households. And that was the way we sort of aimed at it.
So if I can, and in the meantime, if you are planning to ask a question, I will ask you to go and put yourself behind one of the mics so we can directly move to the questions afterwards. But before we turn to that, let me actually follow up with one question for Amir and Jay. Jay, there's this incredible resilience in the U.S. economy that Gita mentioned. We've had this decline in inflation and the economy seems to be powering ahead. Growth is really at a very high level. Consumption is very, very strong. There's this question about whether transmission of monetary policy is different this time around. Now, in your remarks, you've alluded to the fact that the sequence of shocks we've had is quite different from the typical business cycle. And so I was curious, and I would like to ask the same question to Amir, because in the context of the tightening of policy that you have done in the Bank of Israel, and maybe some of these resilience that Ken was talking about, building a stronger monetary policy framework, building reserves, et cetera, whether there is a sense in which the tightening operates in slightly different ways, there are longer delays, shorter delays. How do you view this from your own vantage point?
Go ahead.
So I would say a couple things. Clearly, the U.S. economy has been stronger than expected. It's been more resilient, and this year is just remarkable, really. So many forecasters had a recession this year, and it's nothing like that. It's going to be close to 2.5% growth this year. But that's probably, in my thinking, probably significantly a function of strong demand. I think monetary policy is generally working in the ways that we think it should work, which is interest-sensitive spending, asset prices, exchange rate. I think there are some aspects of the U.S. economy where you can argue that it's a little different, and that would be for example, households who are in low-rate mortgages are not selling their homes, but they're also not feeling the effects of higher rates because they really don't want to get out of those mortgages. Same thing with companies. Any company that had access to fixed-rate borrowing and didn't use that in the last 3 or 4 years would be facing, but there are very few companies that are in that. So it may be that the U.S. economy is structurally a little bit more resilient to interest rates, but I don't think that I don't see at this point anything that seems to be structurally or materially in the nature of a difference.
Amir.
I sort of agree with Jay. I think the famous long lead, lags, it may be a bit longer. Partly people came out of COVID with a lot of savings. So the potency and the effect of monetary policy took longer, the adjustments of both supply and demand. But I think at least Israel also had, as I shown, a very strong recovery, and we are still above trend, but we're slowing down. So the effect of monetary policy was kicking in before this whole event. Inflation was probably on its way to our target in Q1 24. It just took, in my opinion, a little bit longer for these adjustments to happen. I also agree with Jay in his speech that the issue of supply, to look through supply, was there's a time to do that, but once inflation gets too high and too long, the expectation channel is so important. And as long as that was anchored in monetary policy, ultimately would kick in. It did take a little bit longer.
Okay, Jay.
I just want to, for a second, go back to something that Ken talked about, which is central bank independence. Unsurprisingly, I'm a believer in central bank independence. But it really is just an institutional arrangement that exists.
Apple flushing here.
Because the elected government allows it to exist, and as long as it serves the public well, it's a fine institutional arrangement. And I think it's easy to forget that we have this precious independence. It should be very, very rare in a functioning democracy that you have an institution that has the degree of independence that we have. Of course, we strive all the time to be democratically accountable and transparent. But I think that the temptation to wander into exciting new issues that really are the business of the elected government is a strong one and is to be resisted. And because I think that's, when I think of ways that independence could be undermined, to me, that's right at the top of the list.
So don't make a digital token or get into crypto with the Fed.
Good. Any
That's
other
what you mean, right?
reactions or
I think that's what he meant.
comments?
Well, I would just add to what Jay just said. I mean, I think many economists, particularly over the last 15 or 20 years, just take it for granted, and they have these very sterile technocratic models and don't realize that central bank independence is something central bankers have to fight for every day. I mean, it's a very political environment with which they have to protect their right to do monetary policy independently.
Very good. So let me open it up to the floor. So I'm going to start with Martin here. Please state your name and your affiliation, and then I'll move back and we'll alternate. So Martin, you go first.
So Martin Stürmer with the research department here at the IMF. Governor Yaron, thank you so much for joining us during these terrible times. I hope that you can live in peace very soon. Now, what are the scenarios that you are preparing for? What are the worst case scenarios that you're thinking about?
The projections that we gave, as I mentioned, were contained to a situation where most of the war is really at the southern border. It takes until the end of 2023. It doesn't mean there's no interactions in the war in the north, but there isn't a full-fledged transition into a war there. That's a different ball game. It will have a different impact. There's enough uncertainties even around just the issues of the southern border, just dealing with the southern border, how how comfortable people will be coming back to some of the activities around there. The north border will be, if that happens, and we all hope that doesn't happen, this could have a much bigger implication. Is just a different scenario altogether.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the back, the lady over there. It should be working.
That's so creepy. They just have them standing at random mics.
I'm an economist here at the IMF.
Okay.
My question would be to Mr. Powell. I wanted to hear your thoughts on that subject that Gita touched upon, which is the recent movements in the yield curve in these last many weeks. And I wanted to know if you think it's a change in natural rates, so maybe Fed funds rates should be a bit higher, or this is just a steeper yield curve, like higher term premium, so maybe Fed funds rates could be lower. And also, I would like to, I'm a bit worried about over-tightening on a personal level, of course.
Why?
So what would be clear evidence for you that rates are in restrictive territory and
Good question,
enough?
though. She's asking
given
what
the
markets want
lags?
right here.
I mean, we could be over-tightening. That's it.
There's a lot she said, but Powell could take it anyway. But this is a good question.
On your first question, on the implications of higher rates, it's when we move the federal funds rate around, the real point is to affect broader financial conditions, and broader financial conditions then affect the economy, the real economy, in ways that we broadly understand. But so we don't target any one financial condition. We look at broader financial conditions. So it's very hard to draw a direct line from one particular thing like higher bond yields to what monetary policy should do. So the first thing you would look at, though, is you'd look for persistent changes. Even then, and so then the question is, and Gita touched on this appropriately, which is why are longer run rates going up? And it really, the reason they're going up really matters, so we have to factor that in. So it's something we're looking at. We're certainly not going to ignore a significant tightening in financial conditions through that channel, but we don't have to decide. We're moving carefully.
Again, he's not
now.
answering if long-term yields tighten
rates
like
are
he
now
wants.
restrictive, and so we're going to be looking at this question, and not something we're trying to make a decision on right now. In terms of, has I take your question to be why are long rates higher? I think there are many candidate explanations, and 5 or 6 of them. It's easy to get to a half dozen explanations. I think we really don't know. I think one thing to point out, though, is people are experiencing these higher rates are actually affecting people's mortgages. The costs of all their floating rate debt is being affected. So it's having an effect on the economy. You know that the standard thinking has been that this was largely about term premium. Then the question is, why term premium? I don't want to try to dive into all of that today, but it's something we're looking at carefully and just seeing. In terms of you mentioned over tightening, but how are we thinking? So I would just go back. At the beginning, really the question was to move as fast as we could. As I went through with the chronology, in early 2022, it became obvious that we needed to tighten policy as quickly as we could, and also at a reasonable pace. So we did, and that was the main thing, was speed. The second question was going to be how high to go, and we're still on that question. We're still on the question of a policy stance that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. The next question will be how long to keep rates restrictive. And so we're looking at, there is no magic to it. We're looking at the incoming data, of course, but really we're looking at the implications for the outlook. It's really what are we learning about the outlook, the balance of risks, and all those things. And we're trying to make a judgment at this point whether we need to do more.
Same thing he
as
said.
I said, we did move very quickly. The speed is
you just
no
don't
longer
have a Timmy tweet.
The main thing. The main thing now is to try to get to that right level. Of course, we don't want to go too far, but at the same time, we know the biggest mistake we could make would be to fail to get inflation under control. So that's not going to happen. We will keep at this until we succeed. So moving carefully and and looking at all the evidence and trying to make smart decisions on behalf of the public.
Let's go in the front here, sir.
Thank you. I'm Charlie Kimball with the Korea
just
Center
like the last
for
meeting.
International Finance. Both in the United States and presumably in Israel, in 2020, fiscal policy and monetary policy were in line. And now they seem to be at cross purposes. That is, we have very easy fiscal policy here and presumably in Israel. Does that mean that the real rate of interest that you should aim for should be a little higher?
Amir?
Amir, do you want to go first?
It's a hawkish question. He wants this could let Powell be hawkish. He directed it at Israel too. It was really for Powell.
I'm not sure we're in different situation right now.
Yeah. That's why they're laughing.
So
that was for Powell, but he tried to blend it in.
The job of the government in this kind of an emergency war situation is to supply the needs of many of the people who've gotten hurt from the war, and to try to minimize as much the damage that might be from.
No, Powell's going to answer next, but the
this,
guy was just trying to
event,
ask
and that require
if rates
fiscal
should be
spending.
higher.
There's also,
and then he brought Israel into it just so it didn't seem like he was only asking
military
Powell.
Spending over
and
time.
Israel's like, we're not in that position, but all right.
And the point that I was alluding to was that we need to find the right balance, where on the one hand these spending be done, and at the same time go and very carefully find less needed, or especially given the circumstances, items in the budget, and direct them into those spending avenues, such that the fiscal stand over time, and we've demonstrated very responsible fiscal position, and I believe that if we do that, while the debt to GDP of Israel will go up for a while, the fiscal position will retrieve back and fundamentally can avoid structurally changing. But that require to do these appropriate adjustments over time that I mentioned.
So first, the thing to say is that we stay very far away from commenting on fiscal policy, even indirectly. So I won't do that. But I will say the way I'm thinking about this is let's look at where real rates are. So the federal funds rate's at 5.3 and change. If you take a 1 year forward look at inflation, maybe that's 3. So you've got real rates that are above 2%, and that's well above most mainstream estimates of where the neutral rate might be. I think that our star is as a not a particularly useful way to think about policy, because it can be affected by so many things and it changes over the short run and the long run. So I think I tend to look at it that we're in the range, we're in the place where we have restrictive policy, and probably significantly restrictive policy, and we're watching the effect carefully on the economy. I think the question of has the neutral rate risen or will it rise, and will that be because of this factor or that factor, is less interesting given the policy job that we have to do. Of course, we have all the models and we look at them, things like that, but really I think about it in a more practical way.
Final question, sir.
Market could have went up on that and it didn't.
From Howard University and Athletic
Yeah, you just said that. I was saying market would like that usually.
Actually, the biggest problem in the world economy is inflation. Why the Fed did not change its fundamental goal from unemployment to inflation? If you understand.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, actually the fundamental goal, the biggest problem in the world economy is inflation. Why the Fed, your bank did not change its fundamental goal from unemployment to inflation like the ECB?
Great, thank you. So we have a congressionally set mandate of maximum employment and price stability, and those two goals are equal under the law, and we can't change them. Only Congress can do that. We do have a provision. The question is, what if we're very far from one of those goals and not so far from the other? And what we do is when we say this in our constitutional document that we've written, it's not a matter of law, but our policy would be to focus on the one where we're farther away from the actual goal. So 2% inflation, we were a year or so ago very far from 2% inflation, and that has been our focus. As inflation comes back down, it becomes more of an equal weighting thing. And when you're equally far away
only
from
got 30
each
minutes
goal,
left in the day.
then the two
Well,
are
you're gonna
equal
close
because
red,
they
probably.
are exactly equal under the law.
Unless you go up 1%.
Thank you. So I want to thank our panelists, but I would like to give a chance to Ken to maybe have a final word, since this is this whole thing is for you. So
I think people were pretty interested in hearing everybody else on this
You're
particular
Ken?
panel.
That was
I will
Ken?
say on this last question about fiscal dominance,
I feel bad
it's
now.
a very different thing.
So Ken,
when you're
this
at
whole thing
war
was for Ken.
and fiscal spending is
man.
taking up, I don't know
Ken,
the
really,
number, but
Ken?
half of GDP suddenly.
Oh, they
Defense
love you,
spending
Ken.
is taking up half of GDP suddenly, and there's no country.
Yeah, this whole thing was for him.
Looks at its inflation targeting framework exactly there.
That's
Nobody
crazy.
does that. I don't think anyone fully did that even in the pandemic.
New
You don't
Timmy
have to
tweet.
comment.
He
but
had one
I mean,
earlier.
that
I
had
was
a
looking
certain
at it. It read
warlike feel
bullish.
at the beginning.
He said Powell's not laying the
it's a very
groundwork for
different,
raising rates at
different
December.
situation where you really need to reach into the toolkit because the national objectives are now,
So literally, Nick Timmerhouse, again, this is who I blame the last rally on. He says he quoted Powell, the Fed funds rate is 5.3 and expected 1 year ahead inflation is 3. That implies a real rate above 2. He says that's well above mainstream estimates of neutral, and policy is probably significant restrictive. So Timmy just quoted to you what I quoted to Powell. So there you go. It's about that. That's why I was like, I'm surprised the market didn't run on that one, but there you got Timmy in the background. I think Timmy might help with that, honestly. So we got about 30 minutes left. The market's kind of clapped. I don't know. Should we go for the Timmy? We could go for the Timmy. I don't know if we go for the Timmy, the young Timmerhouse. No calls. You could pump, but again, he's the one who did it last time. Bonds are still chilling. That little bond buy we had was actually nice, but we're waiting. And again, even though tomorrow is the day before Veterans Day, it is not observed in the markets, unfortunately. So the bond market is still going to be open and the stock market. So we will see. Josh is so bullish at heart. I mean, it created my life. I mean, what do you want me to do? But, I still got my I love a inverted yield curve. You know what I'm saying? That's it. My girlfriend asked me something about the yield curve, and then she was like, you get really excited about this. So, amen, man. Bless your heart. You too, bro. You too, man. Get the long term. Amen. Get the long term. I got to be bullish. I told you, I'm always a perma bear. Again, that's what happens when you own a long term, for real, when it's all said and done. But to a degree, does not mean you ignore what's around you. And at the same time, too, though, strategy and timing. As we've talked about the bonds, I think a lot of that applies to the stock market and even that whole idea of being bullish and at times bearish. But ultimately, I have a long-term goal and a long-term strategy. And then there's a lot of other things, in the meantime, it's like there's a reason we got bearish at certain times. But yeah, permable. I don't know. Did I call it perma bear? Oh, then there you go. Deep down, the bear still exists. What happens when you have reckless Fed policy? Well, fortunately, that's not what's being discussed. I don't know if you heard Powell talk about it, or I think it was Ken, and he was talking about like the expectations and the fact that like Powell did bring it up, but like once you control the expectations, then it was Israel guy actually. He said once you control the expectations of inflation, then the long-term effects of policy and what they want to happen, it's able to like actually play out. So that's what I would say more so. I don't think the question was about reckless, but now they were worried that inflation expectations could have led to reckless, and then there you go. I'm non-binary when it comes to bullish or bearish. You identify both ways. I feel you. Yeah, I've always said it though, like, no matter what, even when I was very bearish and I tell people things, like I just always say, like, I own a long term and I've held stocks for a good portion of my life and I plan to hold them until the day I die, and the people that I'm going to give them to, I told them not to sell them either. So like when it's all said and done, like I don't know, I do have that element of perma bull, but I mean, then again, you've seen all the different times and you see the Fed, Powell, the world, it's not like it's always roses, if that makes sense. But like I said, my long-term goal, my long-term plan, unfortunately it has a preference, I guess, or it has a bias. Good luck that they should not sell either. Well, you could guarantee it. It's called a trust. So if you put it in a trust or you make sure that's who the beneficiary is, you could set an irrevocable trust of certain conditions that must be met for the money to be accessed. So you could, if you really wanted to, if you wanted to make sure your wishes were followed through with, you really can, even for some of you. Like if you are making a long-term for your child and like maybe you're just like too nice, you know what I'm saying? Then what you could do is, put it into a trust. Put your child's long-term into a trust. It'll protect it too. No bounce, this sucks. That's okay. I mean, again, today could have been worse. You just, it's still almost 1%, but, we're still in the range. It moved a little bit more than I expected, but sure enough, I mean, you're holding one level we could call out before we get there. So it's like you're still within here. Like I said, you're testing it a little bit, and, you go from there. But it's not I don't think it's again, 8 days, the rally comes to it. It was a good one, though. You know what I'm saying? It was a good one. We still got 30 minutes. Maybe I'm jinxing it, but, I do think that everything is chilling for the most part, man. Chilling for the most part, so we could take it. It's like I said, I don't know if I want to call the end of the rally, but I think that 8 days, man, that was pretty fun. You know what I'm saying? That don't happen too often. Again, once every couple of years, 10 times in the last, or 5 times in the last 10 years. So it's like once every 2 years. That's it. You could have gotten to a league of your own, and you still could get there if you want to move up. 0.75%, and then 1% on the Nasdaq in the next 20 minutes. Oh man, it was only proper for Jerome, but Jerome didn't do shit. I mean, like, do you guys want to talk about it? We could talk about it if you guys would like, but Jerome didn't do shit. I'm sorry. I think the whole speech was generally hawkish, but he came in, and then Nikki Timmerhouse defending him. It's not working the same way, but he came in. He just said exactly what he said last time. It was the bond auction and I think Powell and the news media lured you into creating a bigger catalyst out of the bonds than you did Jerome Powell. Again, Jerome Powell's speech was right here. So this was like the pre-written statement. You're down a little lower now, but look at what you did after the bond auction. So again, you were even at the start of the speech, you were at the low of the bond auction. So that's like 437 to 435, and then 435 to 433. It's about the same distance, but half of the pressure. You imagine you didn't have the bond auction, you wouldn't be that much lower, and vice versa. You just had both events today turn into nothing, and then there was a way bigger reaction off of the bond auction. Again, look at Powell's, look at the long end of the curve, and look at bonds during Powell. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Everything barely moved during Powell. You had a way bigger reaction from the bond auction. You're going lower, though. I don't know about kind of bullish, but, I mean, you get your relief. I'm worried about the range, like I told you. If we kind of start to break here, I kind of view this as the danger zone. So we'll see what consumer sentiment does tomorrow, but then all you're going to have is tomorrow. Timmy spam tweeting. I think he's trying to pump the market. I'm telling you. I mean that respectfully, but I think, again, he even had the tweet earlier, and he was like, Powell does little to lay the groundwork. Again, market still kept going down. He noticed the significantly restrictive. At times, that could have made the market pop, but that didn't work. And then now he's talking about the protesters. He says Powell's speech at the IMF. Let's see. Powell's speech at the IMF was interrupted by protesters who want the Fed to use it as bank supervision authorities to take steps that would try to raise the cost of banks to finance fossil fuel activities. During the Q&A, Powell explained his thinking on resisting such pressures. In short, Fed's autonomy, often called independence to manage demand by setting rates, isn't set in stone. It's institutional arrangement, powers that have been delegated by Congress. Powell, the temptation to wander in exciting new issues is a strong one and to be resisted. When I think of that, this one doesn't, that's not even, that was that last question, but I don't think that was bullish nor bearish. So he's not pumping the same way. But the last one, see, again, Timmy has a bullish bias, safe to say. It's wild how many murder videos you see on X. Dude, it's wicked. It is wicked. That's why I'm like, damn, son. That's the 30-year. And then you're back to 4.6. So literally this is where you were at yesterday at the point of the 10-year. Actually, this is where you were at yesterday. Or the 10-year bond had a, what's it called? Where was it? Yeah. So you're a little bit above the morning. Or no. 4 a.m. So then the bond auction was like lower. Then we hit as low as 447. And now we're back here. So you're still, remember, you're below the peaks. You kind of got your little baby moves here, but you went below 4.5, but you seem to be holding 4.5 to 4.7 better than 4.5 to 4.2. That's what we're looking for. Again, anytime, I told you, anytime we went below 4.5, dollar went below that 21.80 or whatever, you know, we were able to do good. But anytime you come right back, or 29, so again, right back above that 29.81, then rate's not as bad, but you're back to, you're higher than Powell, and then at the low of the non-farms pretty much. That's where it's like, it's an interesting part of it, but pretty much just like the market, bonds are kind of in the range of the recent rally. And then tomorrow you get consumer sentiment. It has inflation expectations embedded within it. Maybe that moves something, but otherwise, punt till CPI. The guy called Powell the most powerful policymaker on the globe, and protesters walked within inches of him and got backstage. And within inches of the Israeli governor of the central bank, which blew my mind as well too, man. I can't believe that happened. And then Powell's like, just shut the fucking door. That's crazy. Consumer sentiment, I believe at like 10 a.m., so it's like after the bell, a little bit after the market opens. We'll double check. I think 7 a.m. my time. Consumer sentiment. Where is it? Where's my flag? 10 a.m. Yeah. So 7 a.m. 30 minutes after the bell. The streak is broke. I think it might be, man. We were just saying that 10 minutes ago. You only had 30 minutes left. Now you only got 20. You got 27 left. No, you only got 17 left. I say you got almost half as much time. Unless you want to go 1% in like 15 minutes. I mean, I'm sure I'm down with it, but I'm also, like I said, for a long time here, the last couple of days, it'd be okay if you went red. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't take it so personally. You did get a little close to breaking the danger zone, but, you know, just at the end of the day, just, you know, bulls take the run for a little bit, clap it up. You know what I'm saying? Just, you did good, man. That was great. Almost on the cusp of history, but now everything we got to punt until Powell. Punt, not pump. Powell was insecure. Yeah, that was, dude, he sounded like, you could tell like that was like, It sounded like me when I lit my candle on fire and it almost burned down my house. Like, you could just hear his voice. Like, he was like, okay, all right. Yeah, like, he was getting scared, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, he is a very powerful person, and then you just have people walking up, interrupting this speech, bro. That's insane. And switch gears right there. Again, you were getting a little green candles. That just turned into the low, 43.44. Like I said, you should be holding here because, like, the downside is, like, 10 more points, man. Bro said he had no security. Yeah, bro. I saw their security guard in there after they tried to show the camera on him to instill fear. I was like, nope. He looked like Mr. Winslow. That's a Family Matters joke. If y'all don't know, he looked like Officer Winslow. Like, he just looked like an old dude. Like, he looked like kind of like a rent-a-cop just sitting there. I was like, oh my gosh. I was getting nervous too, bro. Carvana is on the low. Everything's on the low, man. You're getting a major flush right now. My goodness. A few more days, we're back at all-time highs. I mean, hey, you got your little bit of a speed bump here. And you gave up. I mean, you just gave up this whole entire week, no? Yeah, you're like right below, a couple points below where you were at. Again, this was Friday, the non-farms. You're now into like the low zone of the non-farms. You know, you had a nice gap up on that. But for the most part, like I said, if we start filling that gap, it gets a little dangerous. Then you start breaking 4,300. I mean, you were just at 4,400, and now you're closer to 4,300. So we will see. 4,344. All right. Anything on Pfizer? No. Healthcare did not do good, though, today. That is the issue. Beto. Neo earnings, I have no idea. Wasn't there something on Neo today about getting into, how you say, America? I think they had a discussion on that. 43.44. All right, man. 13 minutes. 10-minute rig should be interesting. How crazy would it be to retrace to October lows by close tomorrow? That would be a 3 standard deviation event in one day. I would say that would meet that criteria. It'd be pretty intense. You subbed. You love the content. I love you. God bless you. Thank you. That means a lot, man. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So, and then tomorrow's Friday, too. We get a little crazy at Friday. We even get a little crazy at the bell. So, but either way, get a long-term, save 10% too. Life will be good. And get ready for a crazy end of the year and a lot more Powell and data. Buy the VIX Fridays. I did not know that was a thing. I knew of like, I know Freestyle Friday, but I don't know Buy the VIX Fridays. But, you know, I'm an open-minded individual. It's hard to not get emotional about investing and you cried today and just feel so defeated. Just try with this smaller amount. I think that's the problem. Because, again, like I could, you know, if I was using all my money on every trade or like a big portion, like I might cry too. But it's just the easiest way is lower that, you know. I had a talk with somebody about somebody. I didn't even expect this, bro. Like I had somebody I knew, they're doing very well. And they were like, dude, they're down like a crazy amount on a stock. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, who even told you about this? And like, at the end of the day, like it was leverage. It's just the money, the amount that you use. And I even told them, I was like, you know, the easiest way that you can fix your mental in this game is just lower the dollar amount. Trust me, it goes a long, long fucking way. It'll keep you in the game. But that's otherwise, like, it's not supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? This is not, think about it. Wall Street closes every day. They ring a bell and everybody cheers. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not designed. It's because they're all making money off you just trading. That's the first reason why. But, like, at the end of the day, it's like it's not supposed to be something where you shouldn't fuck with your emotions that much. Maybe a little bit, especially in extreme volatility. But, it shouldn't, have your times of defeat. But it's don't let it make you cry. And if it is, I would look at the dollar amount. And use that to, if you really want to do this seriously and get a handle on it, I mean, just control that budget, start small, and do not despise the days of small beginnings. November 17th, we've run out of money and the government shutdown. Or I guess we just won't get data. That's it. That's the only issue. So green shoot here at 10-minute rigged. You're about 3-4 points off of that. Bro, those candles, these were great. That's what I'm saying. Dude, these candles, you were up $100 on the first future. That one's decent, but again, it's ever since Powell, I don't know, man. That bond auction reaction was so wicked today. Big expiration. After green shoot got 8. That's been happening on all of them, but it's still holding up. It's just moving all over the place. But for the most part, that's it, man. I think the rally's done. The rally is done, man. Congratulations. I was like, man, I thought yesterday we were going to go red for a little bit, but I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is now it's still 8 days. Haven't seen it in a while. But this is good. It's natural. Now it's not super crazy because if you started hitting 9, 10, 20 days, bro, this would have started looking like actually Powell paused. But, this one maybe it still is a bear market rally. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, any of the last 5 periods you had one of these rallies, I mean, there was bear market moves or I guess big rallies that turned negative. So this makes the story a little spicier. But versus just, okay, boom, you're hitting a bullish streak. That has only happened 10 times in the history of the market, So would have been the most suspicious rally. I think so. I think that would have been a good name for it, the suspicious rally. Because everybody's still debating to this day. Look around, stuff is still up, is what you're saying? I think so. Stuff is still up, but that's why now it could still go up, but it does change. The consecutive is a game changer. I know it may not sound like much, but just 9 days of higher and higher prices, that's like putting an item on eBay every day for 9 days, and every buyer is paying more money every day for 9 days in a row without any slowdown. You know what I'm saying? It's just the velocity that it says a lot about things. That's why I was like, bro, if you started hitting 9, 10 days, that hasn't happened in a lot of times. A handful, your 2 hands would have been able to count how many days after today, pretty much. There's or 2 more days. It was after 9, then it's only 30 occurrences, and then it turns into 10. What kind of data? The CPI is most important. You'll get a little bit of light data tomorrow with the consumer sentiment, and like I said, it has elements of inflation expectations, so that could end up being good. But for the most part, I do think punt until Tuesday. Like I said, I mean, if we flush a little more, I mean, I don't feel fully safe just yet. I was talking about the range all day, but if we do start breaking a little bit below here and here, it starts to get a little bit more worrisome. But otherwise, I'm kind of assuming we stay relatively range bound, maybe give or take with a little bit of cushion. And then Tuesday, you either kill this shit or you run it up. And then welcome to the end of November. Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas. Mm-hmm. You think Christmas will drop the economy? A run on low inflation? I don't know, man. Tough question. But I feel like Christmas might be strong, though. I don't know. Every time that's the thing. You don't notice, like, every year for the last, like, this will be the second year in a row, but you're going to get those, like, tap out spenders. And it's really weird. You don't remember, like, last year, there were some people they were saying, they were like, oh, we're just if we think the economy is going to go down, we're just going to spend now before, last chance spending, essentially. And I think you're going to get it again this year. So, but remember that, like, what was it? Wasn't the GDP, it was just like 4% or something? It's pretty wild. But yeah, I don't know. It's either my Santa rally, bear market rally. I mean, it's at this point, if this is a quote unquote bear market rally, though, this just turns into 2018. And I'm kind of terrified if that does happen. That's it. You're either going to do one of these bullshits over here and then punt until next year. Otherwise, your biggest concern should be a repeat of 2018. Same exact time frame as well, too. But then again, you still were safe in November. Unfortunately. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I didn't warn you. Oh, my Chad. Oh, my Chadadonia. Oh, my Chadadonia. I forgot to tell you. The new guy. Yeah, he's coming in. He's coming in right now. So, actually, you got a little bit more time, but when I say earmuffs, that is your warning. So, everybody, please pay attention. If you could direct your eyes to the screen, I need your attention. This is an important safety message. When you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers because it will begin to get extremely loud in here. I'm telling you, it turns into a rave, a party. There's a lot of adjectives you could use. However, we have also heard of a lot of negative consequences of the noises. Some people have reported bleeding eardrums, dormant baby back bitch coming to life. There's baby back bitch simplex 1 and 2, and we've heard a lot of different things as a result. So we want to keep you guys safe and make sure that you have an awesome experience, and I've enjoyed you all today. You guys have been nothing but awesome. A couple of quagmires, but besides that, just want you to be good. So when I say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers for your safety, okay? And the safety of others, okay? And the safety of others. Okay, earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day unless you thought the market didn't know what red was, because you finally had your first red day out of the last 8 or 9. But besides that, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, bring it home. That's it. First red day. God bless America. London. That's it, man. That's it. You don't have much time. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. finalize those plays. You're watching a rally that you haven't seen in a couple of years come to an end now. Still got a little bit more data, but it's Friday tomorrow. You had Powell protesters. Just close the fucking door, bro. You know what I'm saying? But bring it home. Shares, options, futures, finalize it. You got a little bit of earnings, but everybody has kind of moved on. You even got bigger earnings next week as well, too. But Chattadonia, bring it home. Finalize it, baby. That's it. Less than 10 seconds. My goodness. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. I think I broke it. But Chattadonia, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. It's Friday, Junior. I need a good game. Right now, everybody in the chat, it don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed had a good time. Brought something to the table. Plays, personalities, info, news. Good vibes, good questions. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. All the members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You showing love to all the other chads. I did. I banned 2 Quagmires today. I'm sorry, but good game. You can make a new account and drop a GG. All sins are forgiven. That's it. I saw the Quagmires. They were ganging up with each other like it was a Quagmire Infinity Stone. Good game, baby. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to play. Everybody, I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Amen. Good game. Go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You got the love. You got the long term. You in the game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you play. Good game. Wild day. Oh, my goodness. Man. Good game, dog. Good game. No, good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, TTD, adjusted EPS, 33 cents. Estimate was 29. Revenue, 493. Estimate was 40. They had to have guided down or something. They're down 18. That market is tripping. Is that real? What the? What? Nah, man, yeah. So you might have got banned if you were on some like weird Quagmire. I'm sorry. I went to the bathroom and then I just noticed it was only like 2 people. Like, you know, everybody else calmed down, and then it was just like 2 people, and I was like, I didn't want them to discover that they found each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you put 2 Infinity Stone Quagmire, like it could have been a mess. That's why I was like, all right, man, I just gotta, you know what I'm saying? But good game though. It's okay. I love you still. It's all love, man. It's okay. Don't worry. We got more to do. But I don't know if that candle. There's a lot going on. E-Trade broke on the bond auction, man. That was already crazy. That was crazy. So Chad, at the same time, that is it, bro. That is it. How many times do I want to repeat the same joke? Let me tell you again. So like, have you seen the movie? I don't even know what the fucking movie's called, bro. What the hell? The one, anyways, Thanos, he's the guy. It's like the Infinity Stone, and he gets these little rocks, and if he put them together, you know what I'm saying? And then he put them together, and then, but this time it was Quagmire, so like, you know what I'm saying? And they got together, and then that's why I had to prevent it, and I feel like a fucking Marvel superhero right now. So I don't know why you on your high horse. Okay, I stopped a disaster today. The hell? Did I tell you this story? I saved somebody before. I'll get into that later, but either way, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here, Chad. I've had a lot of fun today, if you couldn't notice, you know. I'm just having a lot of fun, man. So I hope you guys all had some fun. I hope your day is amazing, but that is our day for the day, man. We're done. We finished, so go read the books, man. Do what you need to do, but thank you for being here, and thank you for holding it down. If you showed, again, at the times when everybody going crazy, man, like I'm saying, sometimes we can make jokes about it. You know, I do hold a high standard because, like I said, bro, I hope it's a safe place where all y'all could talk. So I feel bad banning people in that respect, but at the same time, too, if you did show love to people, thank you, man. And thank you for being nice to your fellow Chads and having a way to both have fun and make it productive as well, too, baby. You know what I'm saying? So for all the people and all the members and the people who support, it's free 99 always, bro. It's an honor and it's a real pleasure to be here. And the fact that some of y'all just show so much love and respect, it is very, very humbling. So thank you again, all the members, the stream alerts, and the people who show love to not only me, but the fellow Chads, baby. But that's the day. That's the day. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. I got to go poop and eat, man. I'm leaving, I told you I'm leaving. I got to go, bro. I gotta go. So that's it. I'm leaving you. That's it. No earnings. I don't think there's earnings. I don't even care about the Thursday earnings now. That's it. We punt until Tuesday. I gotta work on my Sebastian Janikowski. You know what I'm saying? You gotta punt. Even though I'm still holding that bond play. I think I'm gonna get out of it in the morning though by tomorrow. We'll see. But I'm down to punt, bro. I'm definitely down to punt until we get them CPIs. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Good morning, good evening, and good night. But don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. And honestly, man, I want you to, I forgot to go over it, bro. I forgot to go over it with you in the, what's it called? I had it today though, man, but destiny, they call it dreams, but it's called the realization. I hope all of you have realizations, man. There's a reason. There's a reason why we got the faith, hope, and love, why we keep going every day. But I'm just telling you, bro, the destiny, but I'm telling you, you got to be awakened to it. And there's a reason why I think all of you are. And you focus and you're thinking about the long term, ain't backing down. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So yeah, that's it, Chad. That's it. I'll play you one. I'll give you some Oval Office freestyle.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze.
It could be a one-time write-off for Illumina.
Cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream.
But that's low.
I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a red truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
I'm leaving now. You have a good day. I thank you for being. Thank you for spending good time. No, seriously, come on. I know, man. We invented a stock market. Come on, I said that's okay. Stock market goes up 9 days. It's fine. 9 days is normal. That's what happens with Bidenomics. they used to say Bidenomics. They thought Bidenomics was a bad thing. It sounded like 8 days in a row to me. How you like me now? What the fuck? Yeah, there you go. Take a red day. Come on, toss it. Break off the Bears. Come on. There you go. What's up? Holla at your boy. I'll see you next year in November, huh? I still got you. Let's go. Come on. Bring it in, brother. Come on. Dab me up. Let's go. November. I'll see you there, buddy. Yeah. Yes, I'm telling you, if you believe any of this nonsense, this is bullshit. They're still trying to prosecute me. Anyways, have a good day, Chad. I don't know if this is, but anyways, have a good... Exactly. I don't know what I'm going to say here, but exactly. You have a wonderful evening. I reclaim my time. Goodbye.